for the second day of our regional congress on organics and climate change. So this is Nirmala here for you today. I'm from Hasudala. I work in the zero waste initiatives, and we have my colleagues here, Minakshi, who will be monitoring the timing, and Archana will do the honors, and we have Sarla who will be facilitating Q&A. Please welcome. I hope you all had a wonderful experience yesterday. Okay, let me ask a different question today. How's Bangalore weather? Nice. How was the traffic? Oh, see, look at the expression. Yeah, we are still a developing city, as Soumya Reddy mentioned yesterday, our beloved former MLA. So we are still developing and we are developing forever. So, yes, it is. So today we have exciting sessions, insightful talks, and interactive discussions as we delve deeper in the crucial topics. So would anybody like to share the three key takeaways from yesterday? Would anybody like to talk about for a minute? No? Great. Manoj is saying hopeful. Anybody? Okay. Yeah, please, Anjur. Please go ahead. Great. Great. Thank you, Anjur. So, one of the learnings in the context of climate change, environmental justice calls for a just transition that supports workers and communities reliant on carbon intensive industries. As shared by Indumati, it should promote policies and that create green jobs and provide training for those affected by the shift to a low carbon economy. So, this was one of the key learnings. So, today we'll be focusing on critical issues such as food loss, food waste, and climate, decentralized and source level management of organics, landfills and methane, and the potential of anaerobic digestion in municipal solid waste management. Later, we will move into consultations on the regional strategy and action plan, followed by discussions on the Bengaluru Declaration. We will conclude the day with a closing ceremony and special cultural performance by the children from Bugri Library. So let's get started. So now we move on to the topic that affects us all, both locally and globally: food loss, food waste, and its direct impact on climate change. It's a critical issue that not only affects food security, but also has severe environmental and economic consequences. While an estimated 735 million people go hungry globally, food loss and food waste generate 8 to 10% of greenhouse gas emissions and is a methane hotspot as per United Nations sources. So let's welcome our next panel moderator on stage, Mr. Manoj from Pelican Foundation, Chertala, who will introduce the panelists and the session. So over to you, Mr. Manoj.
I will use this mic. It's on. Hello, check, check. Yeah. Wow. Good morning. I don't know whether all of you should come and stand here and look at this audience. You know why? The whole set of mutants inside a hall. Yeah? The entire mutants in Bangalore is here, I guess. So actually, I need to change. Yeah. So I am feeling like I'm standing in that X-Men, sorry, X-Human, that movie. How many of you watched that movie? How many X? Yeah. In the light? Okay. I don't. How is it now? How is it now? Okay. I should be in the hot. Yeah, I should be in the hot spot. So looks like Froy is the Professor X. Yeah. Shibu possibly Eric, and then where is Nalini Ji? Jean? Huh? All the mutants inside this. Otherwise, why should we? Like all these 8 billion human beings, few of us thinking differently. taking all the pains, sacrificing our life, trying to do something for society. Now, have you thought about that? Sometimes the opportunity lost in creating wealth, right? So I think that's why we are happy in this hall, because we are the same fox with same feathers flocking together, right? So I think it's a nice occasion. It's a great feeling. Thank you so much, Gaia, and all the network members for giving this opportunity. So I'm a little philosophical today morning because the subject matter what we are discussing is a little, complicated. Uh, we are stepping back one step and just relooking into the whole concept of waste management. So I would like to go through a sequence of, introducing the entire audience to this discussion because it's a perspective. So far we have been the entire day yesterday, and so far we have been discussing about what do you do with waste generated. But the moment we step back and talk about the communicating or discussing about the waste generation itself, it's actually completely at philosophical level, right? So I think probably it starts with, I'm going to give a little bit length introduction. I hope you won't mind in that because I would like to go in a proper perspective. So human beings are of a very different nature. A few of us, the entire human beings, few of us can kill, right? They can kill. A few of us can hurt people physically. We can be abusive, and a lot of us can actually cannot even talk a bad word. So there's basically a hurting, you know, a hurting character in every human being. I think we all are here because we generally have that attitude of not hurting anything, possibly. We cannot do something which can hurt the environment and all the creatures knowingly. I think that is why we are all here. So, in that context, it's very important to contemplate this entire food waste generation. It's something like probably yesterday we were feeling bad when we saw that sugar packets, right? So we're talking a little bit about it. We are trying to change it. I was trying to open the window of the room because I didn't want to use the AC, right? And probably, Gaia was struggling to get a non-AC hall which has the same facility. No, when we are discussing net zero in a air-conditioned hall, it has a lot of complications. So basically, this thought process happens from a basic genetic mutation, which is very rare. And that is why the next step when we talk about food waste generation, it's a huge challenge. We are talking about segregation, we are talking about composting at source. But the moment we start talking about food waste generation, that's a massive challenge because look at the food what we had in the last 2 days. Do we need to eat so much? When I'm asking this question, okay, do we need to have so many dishes? This is absolutely a very, very different platform. That is why I'm telling it is philosophical. Because as we all know, for every plate of a buffet food, an equivalent quantity of buffet food is wasted. We all know that. But then we have been influenced by the society. All of us, the mutated people, have been influenced to live this life. So imagine going back and talking. No, I'm talking about the panelists. The struggle what they're going to face. Going back and talking to the entire public who don't even aware, they're not even aware of composting or segregation. You're talking about food waste reduction. It's like, it's looking into the future. So basically, this discussion is entirely about the future. And so the entire discussion has to be taken as the end game. Probably in the last 20 years, we have matured. Personally, I was thinking that plastic waste was a problem. Plastic waste is recyclable. We have changed. We have understood plastic has to be reduced. From the composting, from the centralized composting, all those sequences has happened. So now we are coming and standing at a place where probably we are talking about the next end game, which is basically food waste reduction. And at that point, this is basically purely awareness. So we are actually shooting it ahead, shooting a target ahead. In this at this panel, we are shooting a target ahead so that the target will come and it's something like when you shoot, in a shooting competition, when a target is shot from another point, we shoot ahead. We cannot shoot on the target. We have to shoot ahead. So this panel has to be, contemplated in a manner which we are going to create another goal for the entire network to deal with. So in this context, I would like to invite the panel members who are going to discuss about this matter. And I would like to invite the panel members. Give me a second to open this WhatsApp. Yeah. Welcome, Shwet Malaji from WRI. Please come to the dais. I will introduce her eventually. Vishalakshi ji from, I'm sorry, the organization is missing here. Buffalo Bag. Yes, please welcome. And yeah, thank you so much. And Angus Ho from Hong Kong. And Satyari from Geeta Prithvi. Prithvi from Indonesia. Prithvi. Yes, it's Prithvi? Prithvi from Indonesia. Thank you so much for joining. So, can we put that first? Oh, yeah. Can we put that first slide probably to give a small statistics, which already Nirmala ji has mentioned in her presentation, but I think it's a huge requirement to communicate this in a black and white format. So this is the data. In 2022, 1.05 billion tons of food waste generated, amounting to 130 kilograms per capita, and 1/5 of all the food available for the consumers. AI generated data. Okay, so I did research on this. In 2024, it's 1.3 billion tons, 1/3 of the food waste. Just as 2 years, that's a huge change. We are talking about 25 to 30% change. That means in another for 3 to 4 years, we're going to talk about a 1:1, almost 100% change in the statistics. And that's going to be a huge change in the complete approach of waste management, carbon reduction, climate change, because this is something which we cannot handle. Currently, now itself, we are struggling with that. Imagine if we are going to enhance our food waste by almost 100% another 2 to 3 years. We are actually in a big mess. So, yeah, also to add to this point is the root cause of hunger. Almost 1 in 10 people, they get malnourished because of lack of availability of this food, which is getting wasted. And of course, responsible for 80% global warming. I don't know, have you thought about it? One truckload of apple from Kashmir reaching Bangalore, traveling 4,000 kilometers. Per each kilometer, every 5 kilometers, consuming 5 liters of diesel, 80 liters of diesel in this transit. It's almost 18 to 2.5, 200 kgs of carbon footprint for every. I don't know, my math is right. But then that's a huge quantities of carbon footprint for every gram of food what we are eating. Forget about the carbon footprint of tractor plowing and the carbon footprint of farming itself. So basically, this awareness of carbon footprint of food itself, forget about the emission, what it's going to happen in the landfill. Just reaching in our table. Imagine the food actually reached in our, yesterday the food which reached in our table is having a huge carbon footprint. So this awareness and in the financial loss. In this perspective, this entire engagement in this panel is going to discuss how do we engage. So can we go to the next slide? So in this whole, shouting of composting, aerobic, biogas, anaerobic, 24-hour composter, centralized, decentralized, we are going to go one step backward. Is this the right endpoint? I've been composting for the last 20 years. I've been, shouting at top of my voice for composting. But this is philosophical now. Should we even end up in this? Is it fair to end up in composting consumable food, which has been wasted purely because of our lifestyle? So the entire panel is going to discuss about that. Next slide, please. So this is what is the engagements. One, preventing food waste at the point of production itself, in the agriculture practices, in the supply chain. And third, good policies, regulations and practices to prevent food. How do we do mind change management? Can we regulate? Can we tell somebody not to waste food? Absolutely, this is a very important question. So that's pretty critical because we are working in apartment complex and gated communities, and when we are actually going along with our workers, We are all actually hungry because most of this waste collection starts at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and we wouldn't have had both of us, like both me as well as my door-to-door collection team, couldn't have had our breakfast, and we are seeing edible food in the waste bin. Vadas, idlis, dosha, chapati. I don't. I actually was in most of the cases I was pretty close to pick it up and eat. So, and this is the point of discussion today. So, the point is to waste or not to waste. It's very philosophical. To discuss about it, to start with, let me invite um, Vishara ji from Buffalo Back Collective. She'll be discussing about her experiences in the entire supply chain, starting from agriculture, production, supply chain. Uh, how do we reduce food waste in this entire transaction? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for inviting me to this because I could check off one achievement. I actually drove from Jayanagar to Domlur, which I wouldn't have done otherwise. I guess the motivation was all to be here, interact with you all. So my name is Vishala, and we call our collective the Buffalo Back Collective because that's one of our first initiatives. And it's called a collective because we are a group of 3 different organizations, all of them registered as not-for-profit, but one of the organizations, we don't really work as a not-for-profit. So we have a trading platform which is called the Buffalo Back Consumers Federation. That's more an initiative of consumers of Bangalore. That's our oldest initiative, almost 15 years old, where a few of us who were really concerned about the kind of food that we get access to in Bangalore city came together and tried to put together a federation of consumers where we can work together, pool our resources, and look at getting ourselves good food. So the core of our work has been around what is popularly known as organic food. Of course, today there are different nomenclatures and regionally they're called in different names. But the idea is about food which is good for the planet, good for people, and good through the whole process. So that's the initiative, that's the core value that we keep till now, and we want to keep it forever. And that was our first initiative, so the name stayed on. Otherwise, we are also a pan-India organization called as PGS Organic Council. And PGS happens to be the full form of PGS is Participatory Guarantee System. It happens to be a certification system where specially designed for small farmers and specially designed for local markets, very, very hyper localized markets, and to basically to deal with consumers who do not have the time to explore where their food comes from, but still would like to see their food coming from a trusted source. So it's a small, I would say, a little bit of a social engineering work, and that's called PGS. That's a popular system across the globe. There are around 40 countries which have adopted PGS core values, because the values are what we all are going to talk about. I'm sure you all have been reiterating them yesterday about how planet and people are both equally important when we are talking about sustainability. So that's our mandate. And of course, we have another small trust in a local village. And that's the initiative that I'm going to present today. Because I live on the outskirts of Bangalore, close to the Bannerghatta National Park, which is called as the ecological sensitive zones. And I am not sure how many of us Bangaloreans know that there are many such ecologically sensitive pockets around Bangalore, because we still have a lot of forest lands, and especially when close to a national park where there is the mandate is to protect keystone species and also to keep the elephant corridor. We have a very active elephant corridor just 40 kilometers from, maybe 45 kilometers from where we are sitting, and I live there. So one of the things that I have learned living there for the last 12 years, I live there, is that we have a lot of small and marginal farmers in peri-urban spaces and who have land, who have reasonable resources. Yes, we are stressed with water. We do have other issues, but this is probably not the forum to discuss agriculture core issues. But there are small and marginal farmers who are capable of growing great food. And considering Bangalore has a stable climate almost right through the year, it's a great place to grow food, high quality, nutritious food for the people of Bangalore. But for various reasons, for the way agriculture has dealt with the markets, the people, and the farmers in the last 4 decades, especially after the Green Revolution, we have had different things coming up. For example, the place that I am in, most of the farmers have been introduced to sericulture. And the sericulture has its own issues. Of course, one of it is, if I were to mention something that I think all of us can relate to, is extensive use of weedicide. And so we are exploiting the natural, we are exploiting the soil by using weedicides in these localities. So one of the concerns was, I mean, how do we get farmers, small farmers in peri-urban villages to grow food, which is more needed for the urban population, and get fresh fruit, especially horticulture? So, because even in the larger narrative of agriculture, when we are talking about agriculture productions and supply chains, we know that fresh produce supply chains have to be robust enough to make sure the nutrition is preserved and they reach the consumers as soon as possible. I mean, today we have startups, we have tech tools designed to take care of all that. That way, we are a little primitive in our approach. Uh, let's say you could, we are probably 10-15 years behind, but it's all about connecting people. So we call this initiative the Kaitota initiative. The next slide, please. Kaitota in Kannada actually means kitchen garden.
Wondering what language was that.
Yeah, Kai Tota is actually kitchen garden. Earlier, most women would actually take pride in maintaining their kitchen gardens because that provided the nutrition for their families. And that would have a variety of vegetables, greens, and herbs growing in the kitchen. Women would actually tend to it very, very carefully to make sure that they feed their families. And that was very important part. And again, keeping those seeds was again a practice in farming communities, which has been lost, especially in the village that I live in. I just returned from Udaipur with a tribal community where I still saw beautiful gardens. I wish I could have added that photograph, but I still saw every family having beautiful gardens, and it actually looked as if some of these gourds were growing on trees because they had them growing everywhere. But in many places in Bangalore, around Bangalore, where things are changing, people are finding job opportunities in Bangalore, land holdings are smaller. Yeah. So things have been changing. So one of the reasons why we wanted to bring back the vegetables was actually more to bring sustenance and nutritional security in the farming family. And incidentally, we also deal with supply chain of fresh produce through this initiative. So I will not go through these statistics because I think more or less it's repetitive of the kind of wastage that fresh produce sees and the carbon footprint sees. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So again, like I said, we are in the ecologically sensitive zone of the Bannerghatta National Park, and it's 36 kilometer. It is, we call it, this is typically called as a community-supported agriculture initiative. Again, this is something old. This is across the globe, you see it in different formats. And what we had to do was contextualize it to make it relevant and workable for small farmers. The next slide, please. So what we have done is we work with self-help group, the women groups, because again, there are many social issues associated with agriculture. It is not easy for women to get access to land. Their own families may not give them the land that they want to do something on an enterprise model. So what we have done is we work closely with the forest department and the local panchayats. We get the women self-help groups, or what are called as the gram level panchayat federations, access to community land and also access to some bit of water resource from the community bore wells. And using this, they develop an enterprise completely based on vegetable production. So we follow permaculture principles. We follow an intensive garden. Right? So today, if you come and visit one of our kaitotas, at any point in time, we will have around 40 to 50 varieties of vegetables growing, seasonal vegetables growing. Okay? And we have certain rules that we follow, very strict rules, community rules that we follow. So all inputs are locally generated. We do not get any inputs from outside. Of course, we are dependent on seeds. We do not have the traditional wisdom of seed keeping. So we still buy seeds from other traditional farmers who keep seeds. We can go to the next slide. So these are some of the pictures. So what happens is the an acre of land is divided into around 30 to 35 plots, depending on the size. And every 1,200 square feet is subscribed by a family or by an institution. In fact, we have schools subscribed for this. We have certain cafes who have subscribed for this. And within that 1,200 square feet, we grow vegetables that they would like to eat. And every week, what you see on the left side are photos of the harvest from each of this. We number the plots as C4, C1, B1, all that. And every week, whatever is grown, and we grow as per their needs. We have when they subscribe for a plot, we talk to them, we discuss on what is it that they would like to eat and what is it that their family doesn't eat, because we do not want them wasting food. So it is discussed, planned along with them, and once the plan is set for a whole year, we come back and we plan our sowing, we do our sowing calendar and make sure that the sowing is done so that they get weekly fresh produce. And here we definitely have, we add on a few other things. We have one learning session every month where consumers get to understand more about organic agriculture, more about what we are doing, why we are doing. And the women who work also get to learn, meet more people, interact, and there's a lot of learning happens. We do that once a month. And what we also do is, in spite of all this, we still have a lot of excess to deal with. That's what we realize. In fact, there are certain weeks during season, the monsoon, we have close to around 60 to 70 kgs from 1 acre excess per week, sometimes up to 100 kgs. And so what we have done is we have tied up with the local Anganwadis and any local community kitchen that cooks food. So all these vegetables go there. And the women who grow them also take it for their families. So this way, we are dealing with agriculture, we are dealing with waste, preventing waste at source, and also the supply chain issues that generally come up with fresh produce. And people get fresh vegetables on a weekly basis. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Yes. So this is, I've been trying, I went pretty fast to finish it on time, but I think roughly I have conveyed what we are trying to do to prevent waste on source and in the supply chain. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yeah, this is working. Yeah. Thank you. This is fantastic, Vishalaji. This is possibly the beginning of the end what we are envisaging. So I think the conclusion is basically having captive customers. So and then use technology possibly, because yesterday I had a friend named Suvish who was talking about forward linking of compost to possible the farmers. Now here looks like there is a huge possibility of forward linking appropriate produce to the customers through appropriate tech services using AI or possibly even IT technologies. So that actually takes us to the next session. Would like to invite Angus from Hong Kong to share his experiences with how they prevented waste loss by community communication, as well as a few things which can lead to some sort of a regulatory interference, possibly. Over to you. Your 8 minutes starts now. I forgot to.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Gaia, to invite me for this panel. First of all, how many of you guys have been in Hong Kong? Can you? Okay, quite a few. I'm going to introduce about how is the journey of Hong Kong over 10 years. From the peoples don't even know what is the food waste. They cannot even pronounce in Cantonese the food waste. And until now, everyone's very concerned about the food waste and talking about the segregation in their business or in their home. So actually, Hong Kong is only a very small city. It's like 1,000 kilometers. And over 60% of them are mountain. So the city size is the very, maybe like 400 kilometers. But we have 7.5 million population. So there's a lot of food waste and also other waste generate. Next piece. So I'm going to talking about the food waste problem and the journey, and then how to involve the government, and then finally the waste separation, food waste separation now. Next please. Next. So same as many other places, country and area, and I think the food waste composed of 30 to 40% of the municipal solid waste. In Hong Kong is also the same. We have about 30% of our municipal solid waste is from food waste is generated from the household or from the restaurant. And like 10 years before, like what I say is no anyone can understand what is it about, and all of them just go to the landfill. Until right now, all of the food waste, most of the food waste still go to landfill. But it is getting better and better. I will tell you now. Next. So previous one, please. Yeah. So we try a lot over 10 years, especially 10 years before. We try to raise the awareness of the public, and especially we find the reduction is the key. Next. So next. And next. So we know the food waste come from two sections. One is pre-consumer, which is kitchen, and another one is post-consumer. In Hong Kong, if some of them been to Hong Kong, they have a saying, Hong Kong is the paradise of the food. I don't know whether you agree or not, but we have so many different cuisine. So different kind of restaurant, small store, as well as hotel, buffet as well. So we have a lot of food waste generated. So we want to know how we can reduce the food waste from the pre-consumer, from the kitchen, and also from the post-consumer, which is while the post-consumer, we want to more focus in our organization. So we did a lot of promotion before. For example, we go to the different universities, and then we work with the university and the canteens and also their administration. And then we do a lot of promotion. We ask them to order less portion, and then we even give them incentive. And we also to work with the university and make some, for example, you can see the exhibition. And then we also have ambassador go to the canteen and then to tell the students to finish their food in their lunch, something. So we also even make a, for example, a small cooking competition in the campus, and to let the students know the food waste problem is so serious, so that we try to raise their awareness. And then we also, apart from the campus, no matter university or secondary school, previous, we also make a contest about the cooking contest in the community. We make a different area, different community to make this kind of competition. And then we also make a prize giving. We also make use of the media and social media. And we also get some artists to in the cooking TV, so that they can talking about how to make use of the leftover to make a dish. Next, please. So this is something from leftover originally, but you can see it is very delicious. It is very presentable, and we try to make use of this and then make a cookbook recipe for the community to think about those they think is waste. Actually, they can be a raw material for another dish. Next. So we also work with the restaurant chain, just like what I say, there's a lot of restaurant in Hong Kong. So we make a safe food day, and then we work with the restaurant, and then we work with the shopping mall, a lot of shopping mall in Hong Kong, so that you can see from the poster, there's a lot of small logo. Those are the restaurant chains. We engage with them so that they can work with us to encourage the people to ask the smaller portion. And so that we don't want to have a post-consumer waste. They can order at source smaller, so they don't order too many. And it is also very welcome by the restaurant because they can save their cost from the food cost. Next, please. So we go to the restaurant, and then we give them briefing about the food waste, about how to implement less food waste to the customer. We also make a lot of noise, like you can see in the media. we do a lot of press conference, that kind of things to promote to less food waste in restaurant. Next, please. So also at the end, we also have some unavoidable food waste. We also go to the community to ask them to use the bokashi because Hong Kong do not have farmlands. Mostly is the city, so that we ask them to use the bokashi, small one, in their household, and then we bring them to the some like the rooftop garden, that kind of things. Next. So this is the produce, and then we just let you know, we try to use different areas to introduce the food waste problem, and then to let the community to join us, no matter it is school, no matter it's community, from the housewife, from the restaurant. So we make people to understand the food waste problem. Next. So after that, we finally to engage the government to run a Food Wise Hong Kong campaign, and I was one of the committee member as well. Next. So they make a charter to make larger scale to the eateries, to the restaurant, and then they just to try their best to reduce the food waste, or even in the future to segregate their food waste for the organic treatment plants. Next. So the people can go to the website and then to find where is the nearby eatery, and some of the eatery even give them some small gift if they finish their food, etc. So this is some kind of campaign. We also give the logo to acknowledge the restaurant. They try their best to reduce the food waste. So also we also collect the food from the wet market and sharing to the elderly. So we starting getting more and more. You can see from not only from the wet markets but also from the supermarket as well. And we getting more and more different NGOs to working on this. But 10 years before, no one will do this. But now it's getting more and more. So finally, we after do all the journey, and then we engage the government, and then the government also very engaged to the waste separation. Next. So that they build up the first anaerobic digester, which is 200 tons. Firstly, they only entertain the F&B, the restaurant industrial sector. And then after we push them, they also engage to the household. Next. So this is the food waste collection from the restaurant. And then after that, we also push them to have a more long-term policy for the food waste segregation. Next. So nowadays, when you go to Hong Kong, you will see so many this kind of smart machine. They can let the people to the household. They can bring the food waste downstairs, and then they can put the food waste over there, and then they will eventually bring it to the organic treatment plant, which is anaerobic digester in Hong Kong. So the conclusion is we think the food waste reduction is very important. We want to use the bottom-up approach, and then to urge the residents to do the collection. But in the future, we still need to push the government to have a mandatory policy for the food waste donation and food waste segregation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angus. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So it looks like, again, possibly going back another 20 years when we started composting, looking like from a starting point, with small initiatives across the globe in this matter actually picking up steam and traction. And also the forward linkage of this entire exercise to the government regulations. Looks like a very long journey for us to look into this food waste reduction, and plenty of possible technology innovations like freezers, chillers. I think things are happening. Even in my state, Kerala, a few organizations are working on this matter. So that take us to the next speaker, Shwetmala Kashyap. Yeah, you're here, sir. So basically, she is going to talk about the quantification and qualification of food waste generation itself, so that there can be some points to ponder, and as well as possible mind change management. Over to you.
Thank you, Pan. Hello,
Yeah, it's on, I think.
hello. Yeah. So I'm Dr. Swet Mala. So I work with WRI India, and we are working towards the food waste, basically towards the changing the behavior. So as already Vishal and then Mr. Angas has shared that how Hong Kong is approaching. So in India also we have an ongoing project in Indore and Pune city where we are trying to see that if somehow we can reduce the food waste at the generation level. So I'm here to discuss about that. Next slide. So first thing, when we talk about the food waste, there are two terms which we generally use: food loss and food waste. So what is food loss and what is food waste? There is a difference in it. We need to define that. First is like food loss is something before reaching to the consumer. We call it as a, like, from generation at the farm to the reaching to the consumer, we call it as a food loss. And from reaching to the consumer, when it reaches to the disposal site, we call it as a food waste. So this is a major difference between the food loss and food waste. And this is very confusing also. Many of like my friends also like, what, how will you define this? Because when we are seeing something as a problem, we need to define the scope first. So this we need to define ki what is food loss and food waste. And I'm sure all of you are aware like food waste, which we see in our daily life. Next slide. And this is a global problem. We all know that we have a SDG goal 12.3. India is also trying to approach that. All countries, we are supposed to reduce it, the food waste generation. Next slide. So, how it is impacting us? If we see the global impact and if we see the India impact, there is food waste. This is like a standard data we all see from UNEP 2024 data that 78.2 million tons is food waste is generated from India. This is a loss in economy. There is certain value which is, we all know that it's a statistic, we all know. And parallelly it is affecting the environment. If it reaches to the composting or it reaches to the landfill site, there is a impact to the environment. Next slide. Next slide. Ah. So, if we see the food waste, there are three major sources. First is consumers, horeca, and retailers. And if we see consumer as the major contributor in the food waste, it around global statistic also it shows 61% is contributed by the consumers. Consumers means household. Second comes the horeca, and third is retailers. So where India stands, if we see the UNIP report also, they just quote the 7 studies which was done across the India. And all the studies which was done across the India, they vary in method. So we have the lack of reliable estimates on food waste, and we don't have any much estimate for the horeca. Even if you search any Google or public domain data, you won't get any data for the horeca. It is very difficult to get. So there is a very limited information or database or the measurements are available for horeca as well as for the retailer. And for consumers also, we have 7 studies which I discussed. So it is very difficult to predict how much is generated across the India. Next slide. So these are the some of the initiative where WRI India is working from quite some time on this particular area, and they have come up with, this is a working paper which we published it, and it says that it was a kind of systematic literature review, and we come up with a kind of result. It says that most of the studies which was conducted in India, it is more focused on food bank or on the processing or the solution side. So nobody discusses like there is a very limited study about the reduction at the source level, which is very much required also in the current system. And the fragmented nature of action is there, and lack of collaborative actions. So if we see this food waste problem, it requires the lots of collaborative action. It cannot be solved by one person, one organization. It requires a lots of collaboration and the effort which we all can do jointly together to solve this problem. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So if we see the approach of solving this problem, we need to target, we need to measure, and we need to take the actions. Next slide. So this is a kind of food recovery hierarchy. This table, if you see, it starts from maximum preferred way to the most preferred way to the limited preferred. So what it means, we all know that we all see that every day we see lots of generation of waste. Can we reduce that waste at the source level? So that we is the most preferred way. And as we move from the source reduction to the towards the landfill incineration side, it is a list preferred. And there is a difference in the impact in terms of impact to the environment, economy, society, aesthetic, and health issues. So we are most of the like when we are the study which we are conducting at the Indore and Pune, we are trying to emphasize that how can we reduce at the source level. If we can reduce at the source level, it will solve most of our problem. Because when waste reaches to the treatment side, still it is a problem because we are our in India has is a growing population. We have a huge population to deal with. So the quantity of waste which is generated every day, if all reaches to the treatment side, it will be really difficult to treat that waste. Like whatever method we use, it will be really difficult. And even if it reaches to the landfill side, it will affect the environment. So best way is to, can we reduce at the source level? Can people the kind of waste they are throwing, can they reduce at the source level, will reduce our problem. Next slide. So this is one of the initiative which WRI India takes. We have a Friends of Champions group, which is like a kind of collaborative approach where different organizations are with us. We are working together to see that how can we solve our problem. Is there some way where we can take the effort jointly to change the behavior? Is there some way we can save generation of the waste? Is there some way we can treat it well if it is generated? So with this, I will end my slide. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. So, looks like the waste reduction is going to be one of the major contributor to the waste management system itself. So we have been talking about composting, blah 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 stuff. Now, actually, this is going to be a big disruptive engagement. So we are talking about no waste generated. So most of us will go out of job. So with that, probably to take this to the next discussion, the experiences of sharing at Indonesia, I would like to welcome Satyari from Geeta Prithvi.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Ari. I am from Gita Pertiwi. Gita Pertiwi is located in Surakarta. It is one of NGO in Indonesia. Gita Pertiwi is the member of Gaia and then Pesticide Action Network Asia Pacific and Aliansi Zero Waste Indonesia. Uh, Gita Pertiwi works on focus on environmental issues and its impact for vulnerable groups, mainly women, youth, children, and people with low income. Uh, we are working on rural, peri-urban, and urban areas to develop sustainable food systems and sustainable lifestyle by implementing regenerative agriculture and then preventing food waste with food sharing and manage the food waste. Move to the challenge. The big challenge in Indonesia is food loss and waste in Indonesia. The waste in Indonesia is dominated by organic waste, mainly food waste, and then the food loss is also the biggest challenge in Indonesia. The dominant food loss is rice, vegetables, and fruits. Move to the next slide. Okay, this is the challenge in Surakarta. Gita Pertiwi has conducted two research about food waste in household. The first is in 2018, and the second one is 2021. There is the increasing in food waste in Surakarta. Uh, it is equal with 6.6 per capita per year. And then the last research is about the management of excess food in hotels, restaurant, and catering in Surakarta. Yeah, we have three models of food sharing. The first is storefronts, and then direct food sharing, and the last one is cheap redemption. The storefronts food sharing for limited area and what is it, small quantity of excess food. It comes from individual donor and then food producer. Uh, Now there is 12 storefronts food sharing in Surakarta and Sukoharjo Regency. The storefronts is located in the strategic place such as market, traditional market, and then worship place and residential area. And then the beneficiaries is from people around the storefronts, such as travelers and then pedicab driver, also waste picker, and then move to the direct food sharing, the second model. Okay, maybe uh, next slide. Yeah, I have make a table for the comparison for the three models. Uh, the direct food sharing, it is different from procurement donation. The direct food sharing is when we have excess food in the large quantity from hotel, restaurant, and maybe individual donor, we have to distribute the excess food immediately. So we choose the second model, direct food sharing. And then the beneficiaries is coordinated and vulnerable group. For example, people with mental disorder, and then orphan, waste picker, and children with uh, bad nutrition. And then the last model is cheap redemption. This is developed for building empathy between the consumer and then the producer. So we help farmers in peri-urban and rural area when they cannot sell their product maybe with substandard quality. So we meet the producer and then the product and with the consumer in the suburban area. So people in suburban area can buy the product, vegetables, fruit with cheap price. Next, this is the standard operating procedure of food sharing, because we face challenge when hotel has their own SOP for sharing their excess food. They prohibit the people to bring the food, bring the excess food. So we make this SOP. We arrange this SOP, involved with local government and then the hotel, restaurant, and catering, and uh, community that do food sharing. Next, the last one is we involve multi-stakeholder from the very beginning. The first is the research, and then we do workshop to spread the information, the result of the result of research, and the The third is establishing a community food sharing. Youth community and women in Surakarta is interest to do like a social for people, and we make a meeting to facilitating them, and we commit to make a community. The name is Care Food, and the the next step is selecting the beneficiaries. We choose vulnerable group, and the last one is we do distributing excess food without generate new waste. So we make a collaboration from the orphanage or safe house to collect the excess food or food donation from the hotel, and then they bring their vehicle and their storage, and then drive to their office. Before I close my presentation, I would like to inform you that we are going to launch a case study on this with Daya in the coming months. You can reach to me if you have any question or want to make replicate this model food sharing in your city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all the panel members for keeping the time and wonderful, very precise presentations on the task. I also would like to, before I go to the question session, I have time for a couple of questions.
Yeah, let's take two questions.
So
because
before
we're
that, a
already
couple of
running.
perspectives to discuss. Just two perspectives on motion. First is basically less food waste, less farming, less forest, less deforestation. That is one perspective. The other side of the perspective is such an ego built up society who will not even take second-hand clothes, right? We are talking about second-hand food. So it's going to be a huge mind change management, a huge spiritual philosophical communication. I think the entire team who is sitting here has to gear up for it. Because first of all, we have to practice that, right? We should be ready to eat a second-hand food. Otherwise, practice what you preach. So unless we get into that habit, I think this is something which we started 20 years in terms of composting. We started composting at home. So it's time now to ensure that not even a gram of food is wasted from our engagements to start with, and then probably only then we can talk about this into the society. With this, I would like to open the forum for questions.
A wonderful session, because I think all of us here, it breaks our heart at how much food is wasted, especially if you had a mother like mine who taught you can't get up from the table till every grain of rice. I've written a poem about that, which I will read. But what I wanted to say, what really breaks my heart, is to see a lot of people cooking extra food and feeling it's okay, it's getting composted. So, in that, I think there was a hierarchy put there. Why compost food if it can be eaten? I think that's something we all need to take back. So, what can we do to cook less? If you have leftovers, put them in your fridge. My mother was an expert at converting it into new avatar. Next day, father could not recognize those cutlets are that same thing which he grumbled about yesterday. So, I try to encourage these kind of recipes through our volunteer group, which is Beautiful Bharat.org. Every month, we have at the beginning of the month a recipe which people send. So one is what can be eaten should not get into compost. It should get to another stomach, human, animal, or I love that food hierarchy. I can't recall who put it up. The second is a lot of things which people put in their compost, which actually can be eaten. I discovered this during COVID. Watermelon, all of you eat watermelon. The white part we all put in our bins, right? I learned during COVID it is extremely nutritious. So, all of you are rice eaters. Soak 1 cup of rice at night. In the morning, grind it with the white part of watermelon, and you can make instant dosa or pancake. Once I learned this, I make dosa, I make pickle. There are lots of things, and we have recipes. Over lunch, please tell me your recipes made from peel, seeds, all of these. So, we put less into our compost if it can be eaten, because that's carbon footprint saved. I'm going to read the poem, it's only a minute. My mother said, so I think Dr. Shweta talked of behavior change, Angus talked of avoidable food waste. So my mother knew it all way back then. Ma, please, I hope you're listening from above. It says, "Don't waste your food" was my mother's daily chant. Why did you serve it? If finish it, you can't. No tantrum, no mercy. Now don't make a scene. You don't leave the table till your plate is perfectly clean. Every last grain of rice you must eat off your plate. If it's on the table, it's good. So learn to like the taste. All the dishes I've cooked with love and with care, just for your nutrition, you'd waste that? Not fair. Wastage is costly, even if afford it we can. Think of starving millions who struggle, even if afford it we could. Think of starving millions who struggle without food. But ma, that's real cruel to force us to eat. Our friends have no restrictions, they're choosy yet they feast. Too bad I'm your mother, and these are my rules. I'll groom you to be responsible, not wasteful, spoilt fools. If you eat at my table, my rules you must follow. Serve as much as you like, but every mouthful do swallow. Come back if you want more, so don't overserve. Yes, a clean plate is possible, no wastage, let's preserve. Oh, and my rule number two, don't make a fuss and say pass. Have a mouthful, please. It's just bitter gourd, not grass. You must taste every item, so take knowing you will eat. Simple rules, you leave the table, with your serving you complete. Oh, strict mother of mine, to understand then I wasn't able, but thank you abundantly for seeding's habits sustainable. All of your children, we relish our food. You taught us no food waste, a value so good. We've passed on the flavors to our next gen to taste, all happy to be ambassadors for zero food waste.
Wonderful. Please give a big hand. Thank you so much. I would really request Gaia to take this as a theme song for this session. Somebody can put some music into this. Yeah, great.
Yeah. Thank you,
So,
Odette.
one more question, possibly, I guess.
So we can take one more question.
Yeah.
I have a reflection. Hello, my name is Hạnh, and I'm with the Vietnam Zero Waste Alliance and Green Youth Collective. So the last 10 years, we live in the region, which is greatly affected by climate change. So mostly, it's not an ideal condition anymore for the farmers to farm. So I have the reflection and question maybe to the kitchen garden presenter. So you said something during your presentation that you grow what the subscribed people want to eat. But it's actually not the case in my region because what we learned at the beginning of this journey is that what the consumer want to eat, it actually just perfectly fit to what the farmers can produce and bring to the market. But that actually lost a lot of opportunities for us to explore and go back to all of the first underutilized crops that actually good for the soil management and good for the land restoration and fit to the indigenous recipe. So is there anything that we can do to promote more of these crops, like multi-purpose cropping plants, and then generate the incomes for the farmers from them? So is there any also like experience among the pioneers? I would love to learn from you. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish I had solutions. I think we still are dealing with a lot of problems. I think one of the biggest challenges, honestly, we are facing is good quality seeds of native indigenous produce. One of the advantages that we have, because you also mentioned climate change and the specific vulnerability that your place has, the advantage we have where we are currently working with. So I wouldn't call it a template which is replicable everywhere. The advantage we have is that the climate, like I said, close to Bangalore is more or less stable. So the seasonal variations, like you would see in many places where there is extreme heat or extreme cold, is not something that we face here. So that's an advantage, that's an opportunity we have, which we are leveraging very well in this model. But the biggest challenge we have are definitely seeds. Because when we talk about native food, when we talk about so many things that we are connecting to our cultures and our food habits and seasonal food, we have lost the seeds. And for the last 1 year, our biggest struggle has actually been to get good quality seeds, which could also be climate change. Because when germination levels are dropping, we know that there could be multiple factors. Of course, the soil health and climate change, they all go hand in hand. So, like I said, it's not I mean, it is definitely a scalable model, but of course, there are certain conditions that need to be there. and certain tweaks for it to be adapted in different places where the seasons are stuck, and then there's going to be only limited season, but definitely a scalable model and definitely doable for to prevent a lot of food wastage.
Thank you so much. I think we are concluding. It's going to be a very disruptive engagement, I think. And thanks to the audience for this engagement. So before concluding, what I'd like to put one recommendation to Gaia is this has to be taken up as one major vertical, pretty as close to the waste management, so that most of us will go out of job. That's okay, but still I think it's a noble cause. Also, one point of discussion which I didn't take it up in this action because we were generally having a spirit of reduction. The next step is basically the best solution is animal husbandry. For example, Kerala is having around 10,000 pig farmers consuming over 500 kgs of waste per pig farm. So there's a huge solution forward like that, but that we will take in the next session. Thank you so much, Gaia, all the networking members and all the panel members for this opportunity. Thank you.
So it's time for token of appreciation and a group photo. So I request Archana to do the honors to our esteemed panelists. So let's have a group photo, please. Yeah, you can. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, we'll take it. Thank you. So without wasting much time, let's move to the next panel. So if you have any other questions, panelists will be available during the tea breaks, lunch break. You can have discussions or further discussions with them. So the next panel is on decentralized and source level management of organics. So this is a vital area that focuses on managing organic waste right at its source, whether it is household level, community level, or institution level, before it becomes a larger issue. So our speakers will shed light on innovative strategies and case studies that demonstrate the effectiveness of the model. So let's welcome our next moderator, Vamsi Sankar Kapilavai. I'm okay. Is it right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
From Citizen, Consumer and Civic Action Group, Chennai. So over to you, Vamsi.
Thank you, Nirmala. Good morning, everyone. I think in the previous session, Mr. Manoj has brought one point that where he wants to switch off the air conditioner in his room and he couldn't do it. That brought me to an interesting thought in my mind, which is a biggest debate: individual changes versus systemic changes, where the system is designed such that even you want to change, you are helpless. So I think it's highly important. While we understand that while individual changes are important, but the scale at the which the mitigation can happen at the systemic changes is unmatched. So how we can do the systemic changes, because we are brought in certain kind of systems which we got stuck into it. So how can these systemic changes happen? One is through governance reforms and one is through policy reforms. So when I say policy reforms, with the current model which we are struck with, the centralized inefficient linear system, and move to a system which is fair, which is inclusive, and which has ultimate respect for the resources. When I say ultimate respect for the resources, to keep the resource at the highest level status as possible throughout, we are using it in the system. So for this to happen, we need to show alternatives. For the policy reforms to happen, we should show the alternatives to them. And these alternatives should be at different scale, whether you can take at village level or whether it's at ward level or at different levels. So exactly this panel will tell you the different experiences they dealt with in managing organic waste using the different aerobic composting models at a ward level, at gram panchayat level, at a city level like Mumbai, and also at barangay level as well. So without further delay, I would like to invite Ms. Kalpana Andare onto the stage. Ms. Kalpana is associated with Sri Mukti Sangatna since 2009, where she does awareness on SWM for waste workers and also on different ethics related to waste management. And she also has masters in social works, and she also worked in HR roles in various MNCs in the past. So big round of applause for Ms. Kalpana Andere, please. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce my second speaker, who is Mr. Dr. P.N. Damodaran, and currently is working as a head of solid waste management division at Integrated Rural Technology Center. And he has more than 10 years of experience in planning, in coordinating, and in researching in various areas, which is solid waste management, liquid waste management, soil microbiology, soil ecology, and microbiotechnology. So big round of applause for Dr. P. Damodaran, please. And the next speaker on the panel is Ms. Cheryl Nolasco. She is serving as Barangay Chairman of Barangay Potrero since 2004. And under her leadership, the community became a zero waste community in 2014. And her commitment to sustainable practices and community resilience has earned Barangay Potrero several awards, which is the champion of best in solid waste management in Metro Manila, and recognitions in disaster preparedness and emergency response. So welcome, Ms. Cheryl Nolasco. And the final member of the panel is Ms. Sandhya Narayanan, who worked as a finance professional for close to 2 decades and has been working as a member of Solid Waste Management Roundtable in Bangalore, which is a collective of practitioners in Bengaluru for the last 15 years. And she has extensively involved in policy advocacy, all related to all aspects of solid waste management. And she's also part of different technical committees at the BBMP and district municipal authorities. So big round of applause for Ms. Sandhya Narayanan, please. Yeah. So without, so as I told you, we will be having they'll be showing different levels of decentralized management of organics at different levels: ward level, gram panchayat level, city level, and at the barangays level. So now I would like to ask Ms. Kalpana Andere to do the presentation.
Hello, hello. On behalf of Sri Mukti Sanghatna, I welcome you all and thank you organizers for such a lovely opportunity to bring us all together to discuss such vital issues. I'm very happy, and there is something special I would like to tell you over here. This is a moment of Sihavalokan. Sihavalokan is taking a pause before going ahead, turning back and looking at what you have done, taking a stock of things. So my topic today is exactly the same. And to tell you, I'm very happy and proud to tell you that next month, Sri Mukti Sanghatna is turning 50. It's our golden jubilee year. And Parisar Vikas will be 25-year young old organization. So I have in next 8 minutes, I have to cover a big span of 50 years, 25 years. So it's a difficult task, but most of you know about us. We are there on the websites. So whatever I couldn't cover, our founder, President Jyoti Mapsekar is here. She will cover later on in her session. So I'm relaxed that way. So should we go next? Yeah. So this is Sri Mukti Sanghatna with awareness, training, what you can say, daycare center, because women don't come alone as an individual. They come with their families. So when you say you want to empower them, you want to help them, you have to help their families also. So we have taken a very holistic approach when we talk about empowering urban poorest of poor women. Next, please. And when you talk about urban poorest of poor women, we came across waste pickers. And in 1998, with the help of Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, SMS launched Parisar Vikas. Parisar Vikas is neighborhood development program for waste pickers. And we call these waste pickers Parisar Bhagini, Sisters of Neighborhood. Next, please. Yeah. This program aimed at organizing waste pickers to form self-help groups, provide vocational training, health and counseling services. One of the objectives of Parisar Vikas is to create zero waste localities in a mega city. And for this, value addition to waste pickers' work was necessary. Next, please. Yeah. So we are from Mumbai, and I don't think I should spend time in describing Mumbai, but in short, it's a home for 13.06 million people. I'm not counting floating population. And the waste collected, not generated, but collected is 63,000 million tons per day. And out of that, 72.60 million tons are wet organic waste. So, if you have to deal with this waste, we have to work at source. So, SMS engaged with composting started with various small and big zero waste projects. SMS started training in composting and fine segregation to first few groups of waste pickers. In 2001, Tata Power Colony, that is located in Chembur, awarded a contract to manage their waste. This led us to a major scale up and expansions. And this soon taught us what works and what doesn't work. Yeah. So we kept on experimenting with reducing waste, collaborated with BARC. See, because we were not the technologies. So we took help of bioscientists from BARC to develop different types of compost and culture for home composting baskets. Home composting basket, as you can see, is a small basket, and you are generating a whole ecosystem in that small place. So we developed these magic baskets. It is a very compact solution to composting at source at home level. So that's the very first step. Here, the picture you see is our manual for composting. It's there on our website. So for details, you can always go through it. So we promoted and demonstrated these baskets at every possible opportunities. Baskets are very reasonably priced, and they come with a kit consisting of culture, rake, and instruction manual that is shown at the side. So far, we have sold more than 5,000 baskets. Thus, Magic Baskets has become an entrepreneurship venture for a cooperative. That's a big step ahead, because we talk about empowerment, and empowerment without business is difficult. So, larger scale, we have constructed compost pits, very scientifically designed. Since I have been shown the card, I'm just rapidly going ahead. So, SMS has developed good composting pits which are still working. We'll go ahead. Yeah. These are the tumblers. When you have waste around 5 to 10 kgs, these tumblers are very suitable, easy to handle and maintain also. Next. So this is a process. You segregate waste, put it in a compost, close the lid properly and just roll it. And the compost pit is fit for that day. Next. So we didn't opt for electricity operated, what you say, OWC machine, that is organic waste composters. But we embraced a newer technology of fiber reinforced pits. Yes. Next, please. So these compact pits, these compact pits, as you can see, there are vents at the bottom, and you can always remove waste ready compost from the bottom. So laborious work has been reduced to a great extent. We'll go next. So under the guidance of BARC, we initiated a coconut pit and shell shredding unit. This coconut pit, cocoa pit, is very popular. Next. Then comes the next step and very important in organic waste management is biogas plant. So with the help of Dr. Sharad Kale from BARC, who's our mentor and a good friend, he introduced biogas technology to us. He trained our waste pickers, and now our waste pickers are managing and maintaining these biogas plants on various places. We'll go next. Yeah. So working with them, I'll give quickly, we are associated with more than 5,000 waste pickers, and uh, not we are not only dependent on composting, but I mean housekeeping, gardening, etc. is also there. The biggest thing that we thought we are helping out is in grooming them, because like expectations of people like having polite behavior and have good work culture, all that was a very tall order for illiterate waste pickers. So our grooming helped them in settling down with the middle class residents and our consumers. Yeah, next please. So we had a mixed bag of experiences. The litmus test was in a Varli Kolivada, that's the area where we had, I mean, absolutely no, you can say, a positive opinion about composting or segregation at source. But our coordinators and supervisors did an excellent job. They managed residents as well as 50 odd waste pickers. Parisar Bhaginis in maintaining and focusing, keeping good relations and keep their cool while handling for these areas. Yes, next please. And by the end of third year, when project was nearing completion, there was a complete turnout in their opinion. We had almost 100% segregation in that area. And for the farewell function, we witnessed hall overflowing with grateful and appreciating residents from the neighborhood. And that, I think, is a good achievement. I mean, in 3 years, you have so much of a shift. Earlier say, this is the zero waste uh, campuses. We have more than 150 small and big residential colonies and other campuses where our people are working. We are running almost 50 biogas plants in and around. SMS has contributed significantly in making campuses like Messina Hospital, Tata Institute, etc., near zero or zero waste campuses. Yeah. So to spread messages, we have all the mediums available, right from street plays to plays. Uh, I mean, anything and everything, talks, plays, street plays, films, songs, publications, social media, etc. Next. Another very unique feature that we have is garbage gallery. Under one roof, we have biogas plant, composting unit, water recycling plant, solar panels, and all this is under one roof. And very uniquely, special feature is museum, displaying and explaining various types of waste management practices, what is waste, e-waste, and everything. And this garbage gallery is, I think, one of its kind in India also. Yeah, we'll go next. So we have people, students practicing what you can say, the composting from the colleges. Next, please. Yeah. And very important and last slide is challenges. This is the the road to zero waste is not easy. Challenges has been discussed before also, yesterday also. So I would like to, let me look at this. Uh, Very importantly, funding that we have discussed, so I will not go into details. Uh, we try to get Persisar Bhagini's jobs, that also I have already spoken. So because secondly, BMC doesn't really, there are very strict policies on paper, but when it comes to implementation level, the things are very poor. We feel sorry to say that, but the reality is this, that we are not really practicing what has been told to us. And transportation Another demotivating factor for source level composting is carrying mixed waste by the vehicles, government vehicles. So those who are diligently, segregating waste at home, when they see their waste getting mixed and carried to dumping ground, it's a very demotivating factor. So that is one of the major challenge that we see. Uh, and to tell you very frankly, experience is a mixed bag. There are pluses, there are minuses. With thousands of baskets, hundreds of sites for composting and biomethanization, SMS is fully engaged in the drive for decentralization of organic waste. So, with this, thank you so much. It was pleasure again. And do visit. This is a picture of our training center. Whenever you come to Mumbai, do let us know and do visit our gallery and the green building. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And first and foremost, advance congratulations for the 50 years to be. Yeah. And I think what you've shown is we are talking about scale of 14 million people. So it clearly shows these works at scale, these solutions work at scale if they are properly implemented, and there are policy reforms, as you told you. It is done, this can be implemented. So yeah, really good start to the panel. And now I would like to ask Dr. P.N. Damodaran to present on the model which they implemented in Gram Panchayat in Kerala.
Good morning to everyone. And I'm representing my institute, Integrated Rural Technology Center from Kerala. So this Integrated Rural Technology Center is founded by a people's science movement, which is very actively working in Kerala for the past 7 decades, which is Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad. Let me quote from start from Mr. Manoj, that he was studying about mutants and mutations. But let me tell about mutagen. KSSP is one of the mutagens worked actively in Kerala. There are a lot of victims of the mutagens, maybe Jayumar sir, lot of people. Okay. It's like KSSB has acted wisely and wildly in Kerala to make people to think differently. And I am also a victim of that mutagen. Okay. I am basically a microbiologist. I did my PhD, and like she said, the 50 years. Today is my 20th year of completing my PhD. I just remembered the day and very happy for that. So, since I do work with microbes, I started my work in IRTC about almost 7 years back. And I started working with composting and biogas both. So, since we work with, next slide. So we can just skip it, first slides, yeah. Next one. So since we work with the microorganisms and to speed up the process of composting, so we have developed different microbial compositions for our planes, and we got an opportunity to work in Munnar. As many of you know that Munnar is a different exotic place in Kerala where the temperatures goes to sub-zero, and there we have tried composting. And this was a UNDP project, and we tried composting there with the normal inoculum microbial consortium which we used to, but that won't work there due to the low temperature. So we set up an experiment. Next slide. We set up an experiment plot there. Next one. Next one. So I don't want to ask her to stop me. I will stop first. Okay. Next one. Yeah. We set up an experimental plot there in Munnar as a part of our research, and we tried to develop a microbial consortium which works there in low temperatures in the night and moderate temperature in the daytime. That's the situation in Munnar. The temperatures goes up to sub-zero in the night, and in the daytime that comes up to 10, 12, 14 degrees. So we made a model structure there, and we tried to isolate microorganisms from there itself, from the debris there. And there was actually in Munnar, this place is called Kallar. There was a large dumping place, unauthorized dumping place to say. Actually, Mr. Saji Sebastian is the one who removed the legacy waste from there once. Okay, so From there, I have identified certain microorganisms which can work for make the composting process faster. And I brought it back to my lab. I developed it and made sure that they are not pathogenic. And we have developed this one and taken tried their enzymatic activity, and we have taken them back to Munnar, and we tried it there. So, in my experience, we could make the total composting, as sir would say, like we in theoretically in our experimental stage, we could complete the composting within 30 days. But we wouldn't recommend that. We didn't recommend that. We said that it will take 45 days to compost. And with this successful model, we handed over our DPR to the Muna Gram Panchayat and to UNDP because this was going through the UNDP thing. And they have established a system. Next one. The next one. Okay. They have established a system in Munnar where we can process 3 to 4 tons of bio waste a day. And this is almost now 1.5 years. It's running successfully with the specialized microbial consortium what we are producing in our lab and sending to Munnar. We use coir pith as a substrate for the microbial consortium, and like as she told in her presentation as well, we use our coir pith for several years. We are using coir pith as a substrate and to absorb water from compost. So that's been practiced in Kerala to add to make more aerated and to reduce the leachage and everything. So here also we use the coir pith. We add about 150 to 200 kilos of coir pith mixed microbial consortium for every ton of bio waste. And within 40 days, this bio waste, since it's an heterogeneous bio waste from the markets and other, even there are chicken waste and all other food waste, all other bio waste. So since it's a heterogeneous waste, they get a very good quality compost that's with a very decent CN ratio and having a very decent NPK value. Sorry, I didn't add those values here. And we are supporting the Munnar Gram Panchayats for selling that in packets called, they say it's enriched biomanure made by Munnar Gram Panchayat, and they are selling to the farmers there, plantations there. And this is going now. It's like it's a very sustainable model because there are about 8 workers working full time on this compost yard. But the panchayats doesn't have to bother about their salary because they get sufficient money from the compost what they sell. So this is a kind of sustainable system. And again, about 3 to 4 tons of bio waste are being processed. So I don't want to discuss more about the connection between the waste and climate. This has been discussed several times. So the 3 to 4 tons of bio waste which was being converted into methane or other GHGs are now for the past about 1.5 years being processed properly, and they are successfully running this system. So this is my experience with how we use science for a better climate or to a better composting in a shorter way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, sir. And I think what it has, I think the presentation brought me to the topic. One of the line which Mr. Roshan from Zero Waste Himalayas made yesterday. While we shouldn't make the solutions universal. The universality different because of there are different conditions. While the composting is one that might suit to one condition, and this can't be applied. The same one can't be applied to the conditions which like Munnar, where it goes to zero sometimes the temperature. So it is good that we are not only showing the scale of the solutions, but also different conditions where it can work the solutions. Yes.
Actually, we have one more experience of this different kind of waste. Like say that in Guruvayur, they have the elephant dung, which they have 46 elephants at this moment. So they make a lot of waste. So we have made a different microbial consortium system, and there is a little different protocol to convert this elephant dung into compost. That's being implemented now.
Thank you, Tam. Thank you so much for telling that. And it shows the diverse solutions we have that can work under different conditions. Without further delay, I would like to ask Ms. Cheryl Nolasco to present the excellent work that they are doing in Barangay Potrero.
Hello, good morning and good day to everyone. I am the Barangay Chairman of Barangay Potrero, City of Malabon in the Philippines. I'm here to present our what we do in our barangay in the implementation of waste segregation. Okay, so our barangay has 44,000 individuals as of 2023. And we are the largest barangay among the 21 barangays in the city of Malabon. We have 80 waste warriors or waste workers. And for almost 10 years or 9 years, 9+ years, we are implementing the the solid waste management. Next slide. So here is our map. So as you can see in the map, the red part or the red marks in the map is a river that is connected in our barangay to another city. And the river is called Tulyahan River. So the red mark is the indicator that the area is flooded or a flood risk area in our barangay. So every time that there's a typhoon, half of our barangay is submerged to flood. Next. So in 2014, Barangay Potrero signed a memorandum of agreement with Mother Earth Foundation. Mother Earth Foundation was introduced to us by our Senator, Lauren Legarda, who is a resident of our barangay. And since 2014, for 8 months, they helped us to create a system for solid waste management. And in 2015, we won the Best in Solid Waste Management in Metro Manila, and we brought home 2 million pesos as a prize. So what we do as a zero waste community, so zero waste means, next slide. In the Philippines, zero waste is not equal to no garbage. Zero waste means in Tagalog, walang sayang. So it means there's a place for every waste that is generated. Nothing is wasted. So what we do, first we create and adopt an ordinance. In 2015, the Barangay Council enacted an ordinance establishing a Barangay Ecological Solid Waste Management Program. Next. So we do house-to-house collection. We have 35 waste warriors or waste collectors. 9,098 households segregate their waste at home. So we have the help from the neighborhood leaders or from the neighborhood associations. So they're the one who's putting their garbage in the cart of our waste warriors. Out of the households, all in all, in our barangay, we only have 83% of the total households in our barangay practicing waste segregation. So from Monday to Saturday, the collection is from 2 to 4 hours per day. Next. So we have also the waste monitors. We have 17 waste monitors. Mostly are women and a member of LGBT. The one at the end of the picture is a member of the LGBT group. He is pregnant, 19 months pregnant. No, that's a joke. So they started as volunteers. They started as volunteers, ladies brigade in our barangay. So they are leaders in every area. So we hired them, especially because they are good and they are the most talkative person in their area. So we hired them to work in our barangay. So we converted them to monitor the waste every day in our barangay from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And after the 10 a.m. collection, they maintain our material recovery facility. Next. So after they monitored, we do a daily reporting inside. We have a group chat, so every day they send the pictures of what they have collected in every household. So we use this app for recording and to communicate daily. And they also submit their daily sheet of reports of what they have collected in every household. So we also did this our own IEC material that our residents can put up on their walls or doors. And our monitors are the one who is responsible for teaching the residents in their assigned area. So this material is made by my sister, Kate. And every day, next. So every day, they are roaming around the areas where they are scheduled to um, do the information education campaign. Next. So with the help also of the ordinance that we have made, through enforcement, we enforce the ordinance through the efforts of our eco police and civilian police. So if someone dropped their garbage along the street and we caught them, we have to ask them to pay the fine of at least 500 pesos for the first offense. For the second offense is 1,000 pesos. And for the third offense is 3,000 pesos. For the fourth offense, we offer them if still they are willing to pay the fine, or we will turn them into compost. So that's the only option. So right away, they will have paid the fine. Next slide. So here are our monitors and the eco police in our barangay. Next. And this is our materials recovery facility. This is where we store our recyclables and showcase different composting methods. And how we manage our organic waste. The Department of Science and Technology donated a bioreactor for organics. Because of this, we are now processing over 330 kilograms of biodegradable waste and 160 kilograms of dry waste daily. Next. So we measure the wet waste from each area by weighing the collected biodegradables per monitor. Next. And what we do with the compost, we sell the compost to our residents and other barangays, and of course to our visitors. We donate them to the schools, and also we use them to the greening program of our barangay. And because we are the social media capital of the world, we are lacking for the supply of sodas. So one day my sister posted in the in our Facebook page that we are looking for sodas or kusot in the Philippines. But again, we are very lucky because someone from Woodcraft Factory donated their sodas in our barangay. So every day we don't have to look for sodas to be mixed in our biodegradables. Next. So we continuously do information education campaign through seminars in our public schools and of course to the youth organization and neighborhood associations in our barangay. In July 2024, we were hit by a typhoon in Metro Manila. So the flood goes up to 20 feet high in our barangay. So after the flood, here is what remained in our area, plastic and garbage. So because of the Tulyahan River overflowed, and all the garbage from the upstream went to our barangay because we are a catch basin along Tulyahan River. So if the nearby communities doesn't have any solid waste management, we are still affected even if we pursue to manage and segregate our waste at source. So we have to aim for, everyone must aim for a nationwide and global commitment to implement an effective zero waste initiative. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cheryl. Actually, I had the privilege in 2018 through Zero Waste Academy, which Gaia conducts, to visit these places in San Fernando and Potrero. So they do amazing work, like very systematic, and we hope we can also achieve that here as well. And regarding the fines, we are not sure because we are already losing half of our money through taxes, and now the other half through will be fines, because I don't think fines will work here in India. Okay, now. So now I would like, now we have looked at the city level, at the Gram Panchayat level, and at Baranga level, which is like a small town if you compare it in India with a population of 44,000. Now we look at the ward level, how this can be done, or what are the challenges they face. So I would hand over to Ms. Sandhya Narayan.
Thank you. While my presentation is getting loaded, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be in the middle of such committed, passionate army of people working all across and to have a sharing of ideas. I represent an organization called the Solid Waste Management Roundtable. We formed ourselves as a group in 2009. We are a collective of SWM practitioners. We take pride in calling ourselves as practitioners because we first practice it and then build a model out of it, and then check the pilot and then the scaling up, and then went into the policy. So we literally kind of worked bottom up. And it was only after, and we are a very opinionated bunch, and only after everyone was really convinced that it worked and there was a practical solution, were we actually as a group taking it forward to talk to the municipality and present it as a solution. But that approach has worked because we've had to solve for everyone's challenges. My filter, the way I see something, is very different from the way someone who is living in another area or a terrain. So it had to solve for all of these. And, the benefit of that compilation, this is a very, a strategy kind of approach that I'm representing. And I'm aware that you all are expected as a field trip tomorrow to the Learning Center, where we have a demonstration of all these various units which you will actually be able to see. So we invite you there to be actually able to have a look at it. So today what we're talking about will mainly be like a strategic or a policy approach as to why is it so difficult for municipalities to take up the concept of zero waste and actually approach the problem in a way in which they're able to look at it as, this is the quantum, I have a bucket of waste, I need to be able to solve for this bucket of waste. Take that exponentially at a ward level and then at a city level. So that is really the approach that I'm trying to present to you. My good friend Dr. Manoj was the person with whom I had this aha moment about a zero discharge ward, and we worked a bit like mad people on the ground to kind of arrive at some of these combinations. Over a period, the compilation of the approaches that you're seeing here is not something that has come out of any one organization. We are a citizen network initiative. And our learning has been through cross-learning of various champions who have done amazing work. Like we've seen here already 3 different types or models of working. So we've picked up the good points from everyone across Bangalore city, across everywhere else, and arrived at the conclusion that it is possible for us to actually have a solution for every stream of waste, and you have to solve for every stream of waste or in every target group if you want to achieve the overall goal of a zero waste, a zero discharge ward. So a ward in the Indian context, for those of you who are not aware, is basically a constituency or an administration block, which in Bangalore is the size of about anywhere starting from about 15,000 households, goes up to about 30,000 households. So when we talk about a ward, the quantity that we're representing is anywhere from 15,000 to about 30,000 households, which on an average generates anywhere from about 12 tons to about 30 tons a day. So that is the kind of size that we're looking at.
And if you imagine your neighborhood, there are different kinds. I mean, the demographics are different, the terrain is different. So we are trying to capture all of that in this. How do we achieve this as a plan to implement a zero discharge ward? Can you just go back, please? So the goal of the zero discharge ward is we have to achieve wet waste processing within the ward. So imagine visually that that circle that you see is actually the geographical limit of your ward. What we have to achieve within that is the end goal. All of us know by SWM principles that 5% or 10% is what should go to the landfill. Now, we are looking at it from a city perspective. We are trying to break that down to, can we make the problem smaller by saying that 15,000 households or 30,000 households should not be sending out more than 5 to 10% of the waste to the landfill. All dry waste must be recovered and all sanitary waste has to be collected and managed. So one of the important things in managing this whole thing has been to move away from what was earlier a two-way segregation to a three-way segregation. It was important for us to understand that it is important for you to have organic separately, of course, and in that there are so many different types of organic waste. Then there is the overall umbrella of the dry waste, and very importantly, there has to be a separate channel for sanitary waste collection. So to achieve that, we need to have 100% door-to-door collection. Many of us, have already showcased that in the models that they're doing, how to collect and transport the segregated waste, how to improve the ward level infrastructure, and how do we create small units of citizen participation who can help to achieve it, because everything cannot be done by the municipality. And finally, the important demonstration of that whole thing is visual cleanliness. So the key factors for success is there have to be good best practices that we are able to adopt, which means we are constantly learning. Suitable solutions to handle every kind of waste. I may be handling 1 kilo in my home. Somebody is handling 200 kilos. We talked of 3 to 4 tons. It goes up to maybe 10 tons, which we're talking about coconut shredder. So the solutions that we have to be scalable and fitting to the quantum of waste that's getting generated. It has to be viable and sustainable, goes without saying. There has to be a concept of user fee so that there is a transactional kind of an environment where people are accountable for the waste they generate. There has to be a complaint redressal model. And finally, there has to be a community participation where there is pride in saying that my ward is a zero discharge ward. So we broke it down, and over a period of time, this did not happen linear. We solved for some before and then went back and solved for others. But for purposes of presentation, I'm going from small to big. So the first is home composting, of course, which is a done deal. All of us know that we handle anywhere between half a kilo to 1 kilo very comfortably, and there are enough solutions on the ground for us to be able to handle this at the home level. Then comes a very interesting model called as a lane composting, which you will be looking at tomorrow, where about 50 households are able to manage about 25 kilos of their waste through a common agreement that they will place these lane composters in various vantage locations and it's fed into. Then comes the next level, which is a microshed composting, which also Dr. Damodaran pointed out about how they are managing for a slightly larger group of people. This could also happen in an in situ level, what we call as either an apartment or a temple or a college or a campus. So that's where you would have a microshed composting kind of concept. A very important problem that we face is the problem of leaf fall and biomass that gets generated. And this is huge. And we find it a gross waste. I mean, Dr. Manoj talked about carbon footprint, but imagine the amount of money that municipalities spend in putting this street sweeping material into compactors and sending them 75 kilometers somewhere away for it to get composted. So one of the first things we felt that needed to get addressed was what are the leaf composting models or the biomass composting models that we can handle. And very often in most wards, it goes up to about 4 tons, 5 tons a day, which is almost the size, quantity of a single compactor. So we are actually spending good taxpayers' money to send out this leaf material to a landfill, which should actually get managed within the ward. Then comes the larger ward processing kind of facilities. Here, what you're seeing here is a containerized biometh option. There are any number of biometh options. It's a factor of how much land can we find within the ward level. And there is also a very interesting concept called as pre-processing, where you do the pulverization, you create a hub and spoke, and then you send the slurry to a centralized facility where you can handle up to 50 tons. And this solves for the problem of where there is no land. So it's not for a dearth of solutions. These exist, they're showcased, they're already shown to be viable. What is missing is the planning of putting all of these together as a total plan. And if we were to imagine that the administrator of your ward would be able to imagine that my ward generates anywhere between 15 and 30 tons, I assume that 20% of my homes are willing to do home composting, or I push as a target over a 5-year time frame for 20% of my homes to do home composting. Another 20% gets taken up through lane and microshed composting. And the balance will either be actual processing or pre-processing. If I did that, I would be able to achieve 90%. Now, this is not a switch. We all know it's a journey. But even if we saw on paper a plan where we saw a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan with an eye on building the infrastructure to achieve each of these, with an eye on creating the IC materials and the kind of work that Sri Mukti Sanghatana is doing about going house to house, talking to people, converting them, it would be possible to actually break down and chip away at these targets and to achieve it. But instead, what are we doing today? It's the reverse. 10% is getting handled within the ward, and we are spending taxpayers' money to send 90% out to a centralized facility or to a landfill. So that's really and the big one is also about how can we promote in situ composting. There has to be a mandate which says that if you are, and fortunately now in India, we have the SWM rules 2016, which mandate that if you are generating more than 100 kilos of waste, or if you're sitting on a land size which is 5,000 square meters, which typically any corporate campus or a temple or a institution has, you should manage that waste on site and not send it out. And there are enough number of composting models to actually take care of that. So if we were to do that, that would contribute a further target. All biomass has to be composted within the ward. It's a crime for us to be putting it into a compactor and to be sending it outside for composting. So it should be 100% game. And if we were to actually work with this like a jigsaw puzzle and move these various solutions, we are extremely confident looking at the robust solutions that exist on the ground, that it is actually possible for us to achieve the zero discharge ward concept. And while I'm telling you that in the city, those of you who have been reading the newspapers, for the last 2 days, there have been no pickups because the landfill areas have shut down. And we in Bangalore, like many other cities, constantly keep facing this challenge where because the landfill shuts down, people are, immobilized. But really is that, all of us know that there are enough solutions for us to handle the organic waste management at a home level, at a lane level, at a in situ level, and at a ward level. Why are we still so dependent upon the concept of having a vehicle that comes to our doorstep and takes it away, and away from our site to do something with it which we don't know? So this is a battle that I'm sure all of you are also facing in your individual areas. But this is said with the conviction of practice that we know this is possible. This is not academic. And tomorrow when you come and visit us and see the demonstration models that we have there, you will know for sure that it is possible for us to achieve 100% zero discharge ward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sandhya. I think you rightly put, the problems might be many, but we have the solutions for it. And also, it's not the death of the solutions. It's all things putting together is the biggest thing which we have to do. I think we can definitely use this platform of Regional Organic Congress to do work like this, to put things together and show to the administration officials to make their work easy a little. Yeah, definitely. And we are also looking forward to tomorrow's tour as well. Yeah. Thank you so much. Have the time for questions?
Q&A. Yeah. So let's go for the Q&A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll summarize.
So let's take 2 questions, and please limit your questions for questions, not discussions, and indulge in the discussions. Use the tea break time and space and lunch breaks for discussions. And yeah, for the questions, please.
Yeah, so good morning. I'm Xuân from Vietnam Zero Waste Alliance, and thank you for the presentation. I would like to have one question. In the on a presentation, I heard about the the tip for success is the user fee. So my question is, how can you get permission to get the user fee, and how much is the cover for the waste management in the project?
We will answer all the questions at one point.
Yeah, we can do this.
Second question.
So second question I will just ask. So hi everyone, I am Rajesh from Waste Warriors, and thank you everyone here. So my question is, because we also run a decentralized model in Corbett Ramnagar, Tiger Reserve. So there we have 23 Paryavaran Sakhis which are working in Gram Panchayats and collecting dry waste twice a month, so every 15 days. So there the finding system will won't work, as Vamsi said, because the Gram Panchayat is from like own Panchayat and he will not do that. And the user fees is also very minimal, because the people think like we're also giving you our valuable waste and also we are giving the user fees. So both the ways it can't work. But this decentralized model, it has lots of expenses like processing sanitary waste, medical waste, also landfill tipping fees, all of that. So my question is, how can this model be sustainable, and also how can the women who are already working in this can earn a good money? I feel just doing waste thing, they won't be able to good money. So what are the other options they can explore? So this suggestion I just want to make one comment also. Like I have read somewhere that sawdust is carcinogenic. So if you're using that with the compost, I think plants will have that. And also a small request to make, because in hotels, I mean inside the rooms there are pet bottles and all. So if we become a little mindful not to use those pet bottles, tissue papers and paper cups while we are having, because I have seen activists and practitioners doing that like here only. So please be very mindful for that. Yeah, thank you so much.
So one last question here. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. I have one for Cheryl and Mr. Damodaran. Mr. Cheryl, as asked by him also, why do you want sawdust and why were you running behind sawdust? Is my first question, because unless you know the carbon nitrogen value, because sawdust is only lignin, it is full of carbon. Why are you adding so much of carbon in a mixed waste? You can answer now or later when we have it, but I want to tell people, just don't blindly add things because somebody tells it. Second thing is, Mr. Damodaran, you are developed a consortium. You have added a consortium. And you said it's 30 days normally happens. So it goes through a mesophilic, then a thermophilic, mesophilic, again turnover thermophilic, mesophilic, and then comes back. Have you monitored your consortium as to what happens till the end? Is the same microorganism consortium continues till the end because it goes through all these phases? Is it possible?
I'm not just taking only the audiences on the sub-zero. Those who can sustain that and interfere the same.
Because we don't recommend any such consortium, because I don't want anybody to take a feeling that you got to buy something from somewhere to do composting. You can do composting with whatever you have and still be successful. That's the only thing I would like to tell. Thank you.
For the first question on user fee, Ms. Sandhya will answer.
Yeah, I think your question was how is it possible to actually implement user fee? We've had a long, I can only talk from the Indian context, we've had a very long battle on this whole thing. And fortunately, we have been successful in bringing in the um permission, the rules approve that municipalities can implement user fee. This is the central act. And this has happened with a lot of battle on the ground. But in 2016, finally, the SWM rules do allow municipalities to implement the user fee model. How much of it is actually implemented? It's a federal system, so are the states and other cities actually implementing it? Yes and no, because again, it's a political decision. A lot of people, the administrators are very conscious about the fact that it will be treated as a burden to the population. There's one more cess, one more tax to be paid, and it gets resisted. It has taken us a lot of time for us to reach in Bangalore that level of acceptance. In fact, we've had a lot of this ding dong battle with the administration and all of that. There are some of us who believe, knowing fully well that systems are not viable until and unless user fees are collected, because operations and maintenance are not supported by municipalities because they run out of money. The biggest failure of waste management in most cases have been because they have not been able to pay the operations and maintenance costs, because most of the money is going towards collection and transportation. So in order for that to be, and also, it's like a disincentive that we have finally, people have started recognizing that you have to make this as a transactional thing where you make people aware. Otherwise, they think the road is free and anything that you generate in the home, you can go and put it out. Whereas when you start charging, and I feel that I'm paying $100 or $200 for it, I'm very conscious as has my service been provided to me for it. So then I start making the service provider accountable to me, because I'll ask him, I'm paying you money, why aren't you turning up? So this understanding, I think, finally has come in the minds of administrators, and we are in a metro like Bangalore. We are finally looking at the possibility of user fees being implemented. A little different from the landfill, which somebody else talked about. That's a tipping fee concept. We are not talking about the tipping fee model here. This is user fee, which is actually being paid for by the occupier of the property, different from property tax, which is paid for by the owner of the property. So the differentiation there is, I may be renting the place because there is no, I don't pay anything for it. Again, it was looking as a free service and it was getting mistreated. Now with the user fee, I may be the owner, I may be the renter, but I still have to pay something for the service of garbage collection. It makes me conscious about it. It makes me expect the service from the municipality. And that is the logic why we have pushed for user fees. And I think we are in a good place because the municipality is willing to go through with it. What was the second? I mean, I'm differentiating from tipping
First
fee
one.
and landfill
Yeah.
fee. That's a totally different thing.
Rural development also, all the villages have to pay, whether small or big. Kerala is paying 100%, even in village, and in Pune also for many years.
Rajesh, I hope your question is also answered on the user fee.
Hello. Yeah. So my question was, for the decentralized system, there is already so much of operation, maintenance, and all those costs is involved. So how do you make it sustainable? Because we can't expect much of user fees from the users. First is that, and also the workers, they have to be financially stable. Right. So that was my question. Like, what other things we can do apart from waste within the waste sector? Because currently our ladies, our Paryavaran Sakhi, they are just doing dry waste collection. And if they enter into wet waste, that will cost them extra operational and all those things. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, to answer your question, what we do practice in Kerala is that for the non-bio waste, what they collected by the Haritha Karma Sena, the non-bio waste, what they collect and segregate and sell, that income goes to their salary. Okay, that's one part. And another part is that is one which we have successfully done in Kundankulam municipality. This same Haritha Sena is supporting in processing the bio waste at homes by supplying the microbial consortium inoculum for the households. And they are doing one more thing for those who need the grow bags to plant saplings or plants. They supply that grow bags also, and they monitor those also. And all those additional income is divided for the Haritha Sena, that they have made into a kind of self-help group, and all the income is pooled for them. So it's like a self-sustainable thing. And for the case, like as I said about Munnar, there what they are doing is that all the money what they get from selling the compost, that is used for the salary of the workers. So it's running like as I know, it's like more about 19 to 20,000 they are getting in Munnar.
Yeah, we will discuss. I think we are having break after this. We will discuss in person, Rajesh. Okay, in the interest of the time. Okay, I would like to summarize by saying I think we have heard all the different models at different level: gram panchayat level, ward level, small town level, city level, like Mumbai, which is a 14 million population. So I would like to thank each one of my guests for their presentation, and each one of you as well for the attention. And I think I would like to congratulate Gaia Hasuridala, because I think they have done at the right point of time to have this regional organic congress, because we have seen that there are solutions, and we have to document this and present to them, to the administrator, that there are these solutions which will work at scale at different conditions. Because I think then we can use this platform, because only of enough of us pull together, only the politically impossible, which is the policy reforms, can happen. So let's use this platform, and thank you everyone.
So thank you, panelists. Now I request Archana to give her a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. And let's have a group photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now it's time for tea break. So let's go for, what's the time now? Thank you. It's 11:45. Let's be back by, say, 12. Can we be back by 12 or 12:05? 12:05 would be good. So I would like you to take the stairs on the top so that you can reach the second floor, and then you can go to the terrace. So you can just have a look at the stalls on the second floor. Please take the stairs on the top. You'll reach the second floor. Thank you. We can't waste food. Either way, it's waste. Sorry? Yeah, please call. So you're here? Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. Okay, let's get started. So the key learnings from the previous session of the decentralized approaches, the key to reducing transportation costs, lowering emissions, and creating sustainable solutions for waste management. The scalable solution can empower the communities to combat climate change effectively. So moving on to the next plenary 8, that's anaerobic digestion in managing municipal solid waste. So we'll be discussing the exciting potentials of AD, that is anaerobic digestion. As urbanization grows, managing waste sustainably is becoming more critical, and anaerobic digestion offers a promising solutions. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed moderator, Ms. Jyoti Mapsekar from Stri Mukti Sangathan, Mumbai. Over to you, Jyoti ji.
If I could, I would.
Thank you for inviting me to lead this panel. I must thank Gaia because I have been attending Gaia's meeting since 2003. And when we talk against incineration, we must give alternatives to the people. So all the time we were talking about these alternatives, but this time there is a special session on biogas, and I'm very happy because I had talked always about biogas in last 20 years, but I don't think we have ever taken such a discussion on biogas so far. Now, we are the first organization in Mumbai, I will say, to start a 5 tons biogas and construct it for municipal corporation in public domain. This was in 2003. And still we feel that the biogas are not very popular because there are no cuts into them. There is a lot of corruption, everyone knows. And everybody feels that the transportation to dumping ground is better. And here in this panel now we are discussing the biogas plants of different scales. When we adopted or bought BRC technology, the name of the technology is Nisarga Run, means loan from nature. That is, we are taking everything, water, air, everything from nature. And then what we are returning it in the form of dirt and garbage. So this is the biogas is a technology which we are giving back to nature in the proper form. So even the slurry which comes out also can be used as a manure, and also the water can be recycled. There are so many things, so many advantages are there. And I feel that that's why people should adopt wherever it is possible, at least at the ward level. So because, but there are now people here like Priyadarshan who are having a small residential biogas plants, and there are other people also. So let us now discuss about them and then what we can adopt at our local level. Um, so there is Mr. Rohit Joseph. I invite my panelists. Mr. Rohit Joseph from Tax Support Forum, Som Narayan from Carbon Masters, Zulkif Mukhtar Sheikh from Sanjeevani, Priyadarshan Sahasrabuddhe, Vayu, and Mr. Rai Penaligan from Philippines. So I invite all of them.
All the names are all wrong, so don't worry.
Hello. First, I will invite Mr. Som Narayan, who holds masters in carbon management. He has his own company, Carbon Masters, and then I think he has set up Carbon Masters in 2012 in Bangalore, and he pioneered the development of Carbon Lights brand for bio CNG and organic manure as a climate-friendly products from the conversion of organic waste streams. Carbon Masters has scaled up their solutions across 6 locations across 3 states in India. He has been featured in Forbes Social Impact Startup Series in 2018.
Thank you.
Over to you.
So I'll start off the presentation. Just I've been allocated about 8 minutes. Let me try and see what best I can convey in these. So I just asked for the next slide, is it? Yeah, cool. Okay, the banner that you're seeing here is our plant in Bangalore. The beauty of this is that it's the first plant in India which doesn't have involvement of government. It is collaboration between 2 companies, Hasirudala Innovations, whom you all already very well know. That's the private arm of the NGO. The NGO is the Hasirudala, and Hasirudala Innovations is whom with we're partnering here. And Carbon Masters is our company. So between the 2 companies, we've set up a JV, and I'll talk about how we are managing about this, since this conference is all about managing organics, and I heard about composting as a solution, and what we are doing about anaerobic digestion. So the JV is called Sustainable Impacts, and when we set it up, it was very clear that we wanted a destination. We wanted, I mean, as a company, we are. My background is I'm an environmental engineer. I did carbon management program in the UK. Came back to India thinking I need to do something about carbon emissions, and then I was still thinking about how do you execute solutions, and we hit upon biogas, one of the things that India gave like yoga to the world, but never scaled up commercially. It was all small scale biogas plants, usually with farmers dependent on subsidies. And then you start looking at why this has happened, because the output, it's always treated as a waste management solution, which it is. It's the best waste management solution. It's a circular, it's a best example for circularity and circular economy. But it's never, the 2 products coming out of it had never been monetized. And for any, I mean, let's face it, we've spent a lot of time to solve for climate. These solutions have to be commercially viable.
Otherwise, we're not going to keep getting grants and subsidies to do the pilots, yes, but not for scaling up. Next slide. So what we had done a lot of pilots, small scale. We have about a plant that has been running inside the city for last 5 years in Kormangla. We did a plant right outside the city called in a village called near Malur, which is about 50-60 kilometers in 2016. And within about a year, we got shut down. Nothing to do with technology aspect. It was NIMBY. It was not in their backyard. The villagers were not. The village was not ready for the city's waste to go there. So the land prices was a huge challenge. The real estate prices started falling around the plant, which was all obvious because we were doing a processing facility. And this is the challenge that we all need to address. And we learned a lot through that project. We've converted that into only an organic fertilizer plant now. We had to shut it down for nearly a year. And then we decided that any more projects, we'll either do it in a socially accepted place, which means that the residents or the community itself wants it, or if we do it in an industrial space. There are 17 industrial designated areas in Bangalore, all within 40-50 kilometers from the city, where we run it as another industry. That's the attempt we've done with sustainable impacts. It's the first private land without asking any land from the government. We're not even asking for waste. That's where Hasrudala Innovations come in. They collect waste close to about 40,000 plus households, and that gets picked up every single day. And hats off to them. Unless they do that, we don't have feedstock for this plant, right? So once that feedstock appears, then we process it and then convert it to two climate-friendly products. The next slide. So this is the introduction about, so our mission right from the get-go was that we want to play a role in reducing emissions and reducing carbon emissions. If you're all talking about going net zero, it's not going to be easy. We'll have to come up with practical solutions, those work. And with that, these are all infrastructure heavy projects. Tech can only solve for so much. And after that, you need the real capital to set up these projects. Now, I would say that a typical compressed bio-CNG plant or biomethane plant, even done in in the best possible manner with being very capital efficient, requires anywhere between $5 to $6 million to set it up, okay, at the right commercial scale. Now, someone like Reliance has now entered in the space. They're doing about 100 projects. Adanis are entering. So it's the good thing is that the government of India has started a program called Satat in 2018, where 5,000 commercial CBG plants are going to be set up across the country. Now, where I was going with this is you need the policy, you need the financing, you need then also feedstock to do these projects. You then need the market for the two products that are being created, plus the technology needs to work. So it's a long chain. So no wonder we realize very soon why it's been failing. And luckily, the policies have only progressed. There is a grid injection policy that India has today that 5% of CGD, that is the city gas distribution networks, need to be with biomethane, right? And then there is also policy now for market development assistance, where the farmers can get a subsidy or the producers can get subsidy for producing organic fertilizer. Now, don't be, I started with the point that, subsidies are not important, but in a market where there's $25 billion going for chemical fertilizer subsidy, and the last 30-40 years has been pushed towards chemical farming, there is a need for farmers to get some support on the organic fertilizers. So therefore, it's all coming together. Next slide. So the whole process starts, as I've already explained, bulk waste generators. It is, they're one of the, HDI are one of the empaneled vendors. They collect the waste, or the waste pickers collect the waste as entrepreneur franchisees. And then it gets accumulated in a single location where all that waste, it's a hub and spoke model. There's the transfer station makes sure that it's fully segregated. So for all this to work, one key important thing is that you should get segregated organic waste streams. Otherwise, organic fraction of MSW, even though there are a lot of claims that yes, you can manage with partially segregated waste, the organic fertilizer is not going to be of high quality. So if we solve that the root problem, which is we all source segregate, then the 62 million tons that we're talking about in India and globally, I don't know what the number is, that this can be solved. It did not go to landfill. And I'm not averse to composting. It is great, but you only get one product. You are also losing the methane potential that can be extracted out of these organic waste streams. So for every ton of waste, you can extract about 30 to 40 kgs of biomethane. Now I give that range because it depends on the feedstock. So that is the final product that you can extract and use it for vehicles. And I'll just play a last small video at the end. But extremely important to know that there's no waste being created in the process. It's either getting converted as biomethane, can replace any fossil fuel. You tell us what, whether it's petrol, diesel, or anything that it can replace. The solid organic fertilizers, we are working on even replacement of chemical fertilizers by value additions. Then the third product is the liquid fermented organic manure. So we have about 5,000 farmers now using this. Excellent results. The sad part is Indian soils need it. I think globally all soils need organic matter to go back, because most soil samples that we are checking, it's less than 0.2, 0.3% of organic carbon left. We need to be at 4 to 5%. And unless we do that, we're not going to have agriculture left in the next 10, 15 years. So it's a pretty serious problem. So, you need to address it. And the best way to address it, the farmers feeds the city feeds back their soils. And that's closing the loop. That's why I said, it's the best circular economy example that we can demonstrate. And then the gas that is coming out, instead of that causing climate crisis, it can be then bottled and sold as replacement for any fossil fuel. So we run our trucks, there are more than 50 customers who are using this to replace 100% of their LPG. We've even now onboarded a tech company close to Bangalore who had a target of going net zero by 2026. Right? So we are replacing their diesel gensets, we are replacing their kitchen, already done. Kitchen is something that we've worked for the last 5-6 years on how to replace 100% of fossil fuels inside a kitchen. Then finally the trucks, the buses for employee transportation. Even the cars that are now available, CNG cars, we have a very high purity methane, over 97-98% purity, so that there's no problem. It can straight away go into a CNG vehicle. Next slide. Next slide. I've already spoken about all this. Just the previous slide. I just want to make sure that this point come across. So why this was possible is there is a user fee being paid. We're talking about less than $5-6 here. So it's not, and per month, 200 rupees per month. If we're all ready to pay, then we don't need governments to come forward. Organizations like HDI will make sure that they create the ecosystem for the entire collection and then transportation, and then make these projects independently, like how we've done with sustainable impact. So this is an example on how to scale these solutions. And the economics, there are revenue streams, including the carbon credits, can even pay for the capital of the project, right? So it's not impossible. And we're not talking about $50 per ton or $80 per ton of carbon credits. I'm talking about single digit, $9-10 per ton of CO2 emissions paid properly will make these projects commercially viable. Next slide. This is just some photographs of the facility. Next slide. Yeah, the impact is tremendous. We touch almost about 9 of the 17 SDGs, and then solve for the 3 critical aspects. One is GHG mitigation. The second aspect being replacement of fossil fuel. Third, improving the soil health. And plus, you're also creating green jobs. Within the 5 kilometers of the plant where we're running, the 25 jobs that we've created. So it's sustainable in every aspect that you think across the chain. Next slide. Next slide. So we're running, in fact, we've collaborated with HDI, and we're actually doing and several other industry experts in the country, because there's 5,000 plants coming up. People are doing all sorts of things. They're looking at. We're not averse to any other feedstocks, by the way. Biogas can be done with poultry litter, cow dung, or even now there is something on energy crops like Napier grass, etc. But I think, there is a big problem in the room, which is organics. Every day we are struggling on how do we manage the amount of organics that are coming into the plant, and yet there are so many plants that they're coming up with projects that are not even considering MSW. A city like Bangalore, 5,000-6,000 tons. I mean, this is an informed crowd, so I'm not going to cover that. What I wanted to cover was 10th and 11th of October. We are doing a 2-day. In fact, it's 2.5 days, including an optional third day of a site visit, etc. It's a complete waste trail. A complete deep dive on how do you set it up, whether it's Bangalore, India, or even beyond. You guys can actually come spend a couple of days with us, understanding every aspects. We cover policy, we cover technology, we cover the whole line yards. So the idea is that anybody else wanting to do this, spend time and learn from us, and then be able to replicate in their cities and towns. Thank you very much. I just had one small video. I think some of you all will make it to the plant tomorrow, but for some of you who don't, just a 2-minute clip that we thought will be good to share.
There are two critical elements for a biogas plant to be successful. One is consistent, reliable supply of clean raw material, which is organic waste in this case, and the regular offtake or committed offtake of the products, which is compressed biogas and organic manure. And it is these two things that need to come together to be able to have a successful biogas plant.
By converting waste that would have gone to landfill, we save methane, which is a toxic greenhouse gas. So we would argue that taking waste and converting it into bio-CNG and organic fertilizer is one of the best carbon mitigation solutions available in the world today.
Asuzala Innovations being able to commit to the waste being coming in every day, and Carbon Masters being able to sell and distribute the end products.
We are creating 2 climate-friendly products as the output, which can help commercial LPG consumers to displace fossil fuels and replace it with climate-friendly alternatives like carbon-light bio-CNG. The byproduct, which is the organic fertilizer, we bio-enrich it and sell it as bio-enriched organic manure to help farmers improve their soil health. Initiatives, we put a major focus on how India can start going towards net zero goals. And this is just the first of many more plants that we will together bring through sustainable impacts.
I think we have seen the biogas plant, which is held by the waste pickers. They are picking up the waste and sending this to the plant. So the role of waste pickers is also highlighted here. Next, our speaker is Mr. Zulkif Mukhtar Sheikh. He is the co-founder of Sanjeevani S3, a solid waste management social enterprise based in Mumbai. And Sanjeevani S3 helps citizens, businesses, and city governments to manage their waste in a smarter way. He holds a master's degree from the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Also holds a patent in process intensification of biogas production. He has been honored with various awards by the state government of Maharashtra.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction, ma'am, and the presentation was very clear and I would say positive for people to go ahead for biomethanization. And I know this is one of the model which is left behind when you talk about solid waste management. So it is important for us to understand little bit of science behind why and how we can go ahead with biomethanization and the challenges that we face. So I'll talk the science as well as insight of the science as well as some case studies to explain the same. Yeah. Next slide. I'll give a small introduction. So, group of MTech Green Technologists, after our master's degree, we decided that we should work something on a work that can directly impact the society. So we decided and we understood that waste was not understood among the society even after being put into their head a number of times. So this is how we realized that, okay, this is one of the subject that we need to work with. And coming from the technical background, we designed many technologies which were site specific, which can help in mitigating the problems that people were facing in their day-to-day lives with respect to solid waste management. Next. So we have discussed about segregation and right type of ways that we need to have in order to solve the problem of waste management or to do the processing part. So what we have done is we have designed some IEC activity, and we have a circular model in which our own vehicle goes door to door, our own workers goes door to door to collect the waste, carry it to our plant and process it at our plant. So this is how we start. So we have workshops for different cadre of people living in a society or an institution, right from the housekeeping staff who are collecting the waste to the domestic staff that is coming inside the house and handling the day-to-day activity of the individual or the household. Along with that, we target the kids that are living in those areas, because when these people are in confidence, it becomes easy for them to proliferate or propagate the idea of segregation. And if they understand, they'll ensure that whatever is happening in your house should be done in the right way. So this is how we targeted. And next slide. So this is the trend that we found in different places. If you look closely, around 15 to 20 days it required for us to convert maybe a 200 flat society or maybe a 1,000 flat society, but we were able to achieve at every place. Next slide. See, the idea was never to reach 100%, because humans are involved, so we cannot have 100% segregation every day. So the idea was to at least reach 90% segregation. And this slide helps in understanding that the waste that every organization or institute or any body that produces is different. So the solution has to be site specific. Not necessarily a technology that is being implemented in Kerala can be done in Himachal Pradesh. So we need to understand the climate and the nature of waste, and then we need to install the plant accordingly. Next slide. So these are the three challenges I want people to understand whenever we talk about biomethanization: the substrate dependency, microbial synergy, and substrate channelization. Next slide. So we happen to be lucky during the COVID. Naturals Ice Cream, one of the prolific ice cream producers of India, they happened to waste, or their cold storage had 26 tons of ice cream, and it got stale. So apparently they weren't able to process it, and the ULB weren't able to actually solve the problem. So they had approached us that how can we solve the problem. So this is how we understood that depending upon substrate, the capacity of the biogas plant changes. I'll give you an example. If today, if during the lunch time you have a plate of biryani in front of you, 500-gram biryani in front of you, and you have 500-gram of sweet in front of you, maybe jalebi or some other type of sweet, what is the content which will you eat more? What do you think? Which will you eat more? Biryani, right? Because even we have a digester in ourselves. We have certain limitations to that. So if the digestive capacity is same, but the substrate intake is different, this is exactly how biogas functions. So today, whenever I talk about biogas or people come to me saying that we need to install biogas, the first thing is to identify the substrate. If you don't understand the C/N ratio of the substrate that we are supposed to handle, we may fail. This is why majority of the biogas plant that has been introduced or installed have failed. I'll give you an example. Recently, I got a call from Rajasthan. There is a agro waste called Flora. It is one of the plant that grows in barren land. So he happened to say that we will process it. And then he installed a 20 ton per day plant, and he started feeding the digester directly at 15 ton per day. Now this is how it fails. We need to understand that these microbes, they have certain capacity to start with, and you cannot expect that the capacity will be 100% right from the start. Like when a child is getting born, the capacity for it to consume food is different to that of an adult child. So whenever we talk about biogas, we need to train our microbes in a way that we can iterate it in and integrate its capacity on day-to-day basis, so that when a healthy microbial colonies are present, we will be able to process the capacity that it is designed for. Next slide. Microbial synergy. So there are two major type of microbes that are responsible for producing biogas. One is the acidogenic bacteria and second is the methanogenic bacteria. Now, if you talk about the life of bacteria or microbes, I would say, they function very similar to the law of sea. So every stronger fish will attack the weaker one. And in this case, the methanogenic bacteria is the one that is weaker. And how can we help in making it stronger, and how can we create that synergy so that the methanogenic bacteria can produce the maximum potential, the ideal value of gas that is required? So what we do is, we, like our body, we have a designed or desired temperature. Our desired temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, or I can say a range between 36.6 to 37.2. But a mild deviation of 1 degree can make us feel feverish. Similar to these things, these microbes also feel uncomfortable when you deviate the temperature. So if you can maintain the temperature, you will have right output and you will get the desired required methane that you have designed for. Because many of these biogas plants, over a period of time, they say that our biogas production has gone down. So this is precisely why I need to understand that we need to maintain the temperature, be it below the surface or above the surface. Next slide, please. Substrate channelization. So, if we take in mixed waste, these e-waste have a lot of heavy metals. And like for us, a small amount of poison is enough for us to kill. Similarly, if we bring in heavy metals, that will also kill our microbes. So that will compromise our overall biogas system. Now, how can we solve it? Next slide. So this is our vehicle which presently is working and collecting waste. And I'll show you how it collects. Please play the video. So every day, one of our nodal officer will visit, will ensure that whatever waste is being collected is segregated, and then swapping of bins happens. So every day, empty bins are kept in, and a filled one is taken in. Then every bin then is taken to their respective wings so that they can collect again next day. Now this is the primary part of segregation. The secondary part, next slide please. So this is how you will find me when I'm working with my co-workers. That is me, please play the video. So this is the secondary separation we need to take care of. We run a 4.5 ton per day plant at Mumbai. I'll show you the impurities that come in when we take care of some these kind of facilities. ये सब waste निकला है कभी. So this is how the bin comes, and this is the kind of waste which we don't want it to enter the biogas facility, so that we are not compromising the overall system. Next slide. So this is a general economics. We can use biogas in 3 different methods. One, converting into electricity. Second, using it as cooking gas. Third, you can use it as CBG, as explained by the previous speaker. Now you can see the economics of it. Okay, so we generally don't promote that you should convert your waste into electricity, but it is site specific. When you put a plant in a building or in a society, you cannot give away the gas to every individual. So it becomes challenging for us. So in that case, we install electricity model so that we can convert the energy in electricity. Next slide, please. This is a small case study of a hotel. It's a 3-star hotel in Mumbai, in which we are taking care of their waste, and we are running their boilers out of it. Okay. So after 2014, majority of if you go to any 3-star, 5-star hotel, you will find hot water in 24/7, right? So they function on the basis of running a boiler through which the hot water is being supplied to your room. Now, after 2014 in India, majority of these boilers have been converted into pipe natural gas boiler. Because of that, it becomes people like us, it makes our life little easy so that we can allow biogas to replace this pipe natural gas. And this is how we are running 14 hours of their requirement of daily boiler usage is supplied by this biogas plant installed by us. Next slide, please. This is the flame of the boiler. This is the boiler you see behind. This is the flame of this. Next slide. This is the general economics that is being worked at that particular hotel. So they have recovered all their money that they had put in within 3 years of their installation, because during the time of COVID, the cost of PNG increased like anything. It reached almost 90 rupees per SCM. So it became easier for us to recover the money. Next slide. This is the impact that our team has made in the past year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Uh, our next speaker is Mr. Priyadarshan Sahasrabudhe. He is the founder of the climate startup Chakrakar Lifestyle Solutions, an enterprise exclusively founded to develop solutions which will enable climate-friendly and fossil-free lifestyles. His inspiration to work for a socially relevant cause comes from Drs. Rani and Abhay Bang. He is a student of their program Nirman, which encourages youth to live purposeful lives. He is an alumnus of IIT Bombay and with dual degree in mechanical engineering. The solutions that they have developed are Vayu and Rajahans. He will explain about that. And there is, of course, a cafe climate. So I request him to give
Thank
his
you.
presentation.
So good afternoon, everybody. Previously, what we have seen are implementation of the science of biogas at different scales. What I am trying to do is, but before that, let me tell you about the number of my city. My city, Pune, generates about 1,500 tons of food, organic waste per day. If actually converted to energy, it is equivalent to about 15 lakh cylinders of LPG per year, whose current market value is 300 crore rupees. However, these big numbers are often, they are very debilitating, and we cannot connect to these big numbers because of scale. So here's a different way of looking at it. Next. We generate about 1 kg of food waste every day, between half a kg to 1 kg per family. Now that means if this is converted to energy inside our house, we could generate about 20 to 25 minutes of cooking time per day, which means we can make our rice cooker, we can heat up our milk, we can make 25 rotis, and so on and so forth. Essentially, by bringing the science into our house, we can leverage the energy potential of waste inside our house. So let's just see in the form of a video how this would look like. So if the video is not playing right now, let me just tell you about the next thought that I have. I want to put forth to you why we, people who are not just trying to solve the waste problem, but are also conscious about the climate, why we need to extract energy from waste. So while on the one hand, we are concerned about the methane emissions in the landfills, and which is causing climate change, but on the other hand, we are all cooking on LPG, I mean 99% of us, which is itself a fossil fuel, and which contributes to climate change. A bigger chunk of fossil carbon dioxide emissions are actually coming from the LPG that we consume to cook food than the methane emissions that would result if our food waste goes into landfills. Therefore, there is a strong case for us to extract energy from waste and solve two problems simultaneously. Perhaps we have to open the PPT. So to solve two problems in one go inside our house, one is democratize the power to make energy from our waste, and essentially democratize the power to take a climate action at home. Because as we know, the root cause of climate change is the use of fossil energy. But as common people, we feel helpless when we need alternatives to fossil energy. This is one such opportunity which is sitting right inside our house. And finally, let me also tell you another approach in which this can benefit the waste pickers. Now, I'll give you the example of my city in Pune. A typical waste picker, a jodi, two people, collect waste from about 200 families, which means 100 kg of it is about 100 kg of it is organic waste. Now, as we saw before, this 100 kg of waste is actually energy, which is equivalent to 100 LPG cylinders per year, which essentially means our waste pickers are actually transporting energy. Now, if they can monetize the value of this energy, this would directly add to their income. So this is an example of a system we have put in a canteen, which is in the premises of a government building. It's a 100 kg system which manages the waste of that canteen itself, which means about 36.5 tons per year. Now, the model is, the gas that is produced is metered and it is directly used in the same canteen. And the canteen pays the waste picker for the gas that they have supplied. So they can earn up to 10,000 rupees per month. This takes about 2 hours of their time to operate, which results in a saving of approximately 100 LPG cylinders per year. Now, here the interesting part is the most valuable output, which is energy, is directly received in rupee value by the waste picker. So essentially, unlike in other areas, the waste picker is at a very upstream stage of the value chain. Here, the ultimate product, which is energy, and the value of that is directly received by the waste picker. So the theme behind this is to convert the profession as being a waste picker to actually being a climate friendly energy supplier. This is the change in profession. I mean, it's semantics, I know, but it means a lot that I am an energy supplier. And if I ask around the room, is there any one of you who can supply climate friendly energy to the world? And essentially our answer is no. But this is exactly what the waste pickers can do. And it reminds me of one of the comments made by a lady who said that we teach educated people how to manage their waste. So it is essentially the opportunity of earning livelihood and educating the world of how to make climate friendly energy, which our waste pickers can benefit from. Well, in conclusion, I want to give you two messages. One is that a biogas system is a composting system, which also gives you energy. So I want to place it in the same box as composting. And two, a small biogas plant is your own landfill inside your balcony, except that the methane emissions that happen in this landfill will cook your food. And so it will not affect the climate. So with this message, I would like to just conclude.
We have a solution. Vayu is a biogas system that enables you to turn your organic waste into clean cooking gas. Take your kitchen wet waste and simply put it in the waste digester. The bacteria culture processes the waste into cooking gas within 12 hours. The gas stores balloon and can directly be used in the kitchen through a connected pipeline. For 2 kilograms of waste, you get 1 hour of cooking gas daily. The savings on LPG are through the roof.
and all your wet waste is efficiently disposed of. This system is currently being utilized in many homes, farmhouses, restaurants, housing societies, and office canteens.
So with this, I invite you all to join
Whatever your thing is.
to begin this journey inside your house of converting your own waste into energy and walking towards democratizing climate friendly energy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have seen biogas of different scales, from residential biogas to large ward level or maybe city level biogas plants. Our next speaker is Mr. Ree Paneligan. He is the president of Center for Renewable Energy and Sustainable Technology, a non-profit organization promoting climate action and green energy systems in the Philippines. He also holds leadership roles in different international and local civil society networks, such as the Climate Action Network International, Climate Action Network Southeast Asia, Eco-West Coalition, and Acción Clima Pilipinas. He is a registered engineer and a certified green energy finance specialist. In the last 5 years, he helped deploy decentralized community energy systems in more than 30 communities, benefiting more than 2,000 families across the Philippines.
Thank you, Joyty, for the introduction. And I'm very honored to be part of the panel. As you can see, I'm the only non-Indian in the group, in the panel. And I think that shows also the state of adoption of this kind of technology, especially in Southeast Asia. So I will not be presenting, I don't have best case that will be presenting to you, but probably what will be presenting is more of a landscape of what's happening in the Philippines, and probably that also reflects in some countries in Southeast Asia. And hopefully the main reason actually that I was interested to join this Congress is really to learn from our experts, especially in terms of, in terms of the anaerobic digestion, and how can we really push forward this sector in the country. Okay, next slide, please. So actually I'm an electronics engineer. So basically, biomethanation is not my cup of tea. But when we established CRES in 2015, basically it's an NGO also. And our main goal is really to support communities and sectors to be able to adopt renewable energy and climate systems. And so we're also, like many of you working in the development sector, we're engaged in policy development. We're also doing a lot of capacity building, publications. If you've been on the second floor, I dropped there our publication on permaculture. And then also do a lot of trainings. And basically one of our support system also is to link publicators, local enterprises, startups into the consumers, the community, the academe, and also the anyone who wants to put forward climate action and adopt renewable energy systems. Next slide. So basically in the Philippines, just give you a snapshot. In the Philippines, we have a very vast renewable energy resource as a tropical country, and we are also we're not a major coal producing country or even a oil producing country, but more than 75% of our energy is coming from fossil fuels. So that only shows to you that how Philippine government prioritizes renewable energy deployment in the country. And among the renewable energy, there's already a head start in terms of solar. And right now there's developments in terms of offshore wind in the Philippines, but other technologies, particularly biogas, is really lagging behind. in all of these renewable energy developments. This is a picture of, this is a case point. Last year, the city government of Quezon City received funding from UNDP, Japanese government. So 25 wards in the city received biogas, small micro-scale biogas facilities or systems. And they also receive trucks. The idea of the truck is to collect food waste from the nearby, and then they will be fed to the biogas that were donated. So after 1 year, we visited all of the 25 systems. Next slide. So we found that the state of the system when they were donated is still pretty much the same. So they're just collecting dust in the storage room. So what happens is that after the picture taking, the all smiles, all the donors already left behind. So there's no skills transfer. The barangay or the community, they don't know who owns them because there's no proper transfer of management. So they don't want to do anything about it. And we found one barangay, as you can see in the photo, because, well, their intention is good because they want to use it because they know that if they just store it in a storage room, it will get destroyed also. So what they did is they put water on it. So that just to have it something like a feel of it's working, something like that. So technically it's water inside that. So that's actually what's happening in the Philippines. And even the INGOs, the donors, they also play a part in this, culture of giving and actually it's also giving a bad light in terms of renewable energy. And we have also experienced like that with solar. Next. So basically, in the Philippines, AD adoption is very slow. Probably, well, one of the reasons that we identified is because of lack of awareness and institutional support. And of course, there's also lack of access to technology, skills and financing. And as I've shown in the previous slide, there's a lot of failed projects. And that's the reason why many communities don't want to adopt biogas systems in the country. Next slide. So this is one actually working, and we're very proud of this because this is a project that we have with Mother Earth Foundation. And actually, this is the only biogas plant operating in Metro Manila right now. It's been operating for more than 5 years. It survived the pandemic, and it's being run completely by the Mother Earth staff and the waste workers in the barangay. So big hand to Mother Earth actually for this. And actually, it's been already been being showcased, and as I've shown, we surveyed many of the biogas plants within the Metro Manila. It's the capital center or capital region of the Philippines, and many of them are not really working. Okay, next slide. So moving forward, well, this is our work actually with CRES, and again, my purpose here is to really learn also and meet a lot of experts on this field. So what we're doing right now is we're mapping the landscape. We're mapping the ecosystem. So we're looking into talking to the government who's supposed to be promoting biogas. We're also looking and talking to a lot of fabricators. Many of them are in the livestock sector. So none of them are really exploring yet municipal solid waste as a feedstock. So we're also reaching out to them. Of course, the academic sector, the NGOs, and the private sector. And then also planning to do many high learning exchanges because all these fabricators that we met are also need support. As I mentioned, only solar right now is really taking a lead in the Philippines, but other technologies microhydro, biogas, small-scale wind, all of them are really lagging behind in terms of support and prioritization of the government. So we're also planning to do learning exchanges and hopefully be able to next year have a technology and trade expo so that we can also highlight the work of these biogas plants of local industries and hopefully in the future probably invite some of our panelists here in the Philippines to also demonstrate their amazing work and experience in the country. So that's it. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Mr. Rohit. He's the director of tags Alappuzha, that means Kerala, I suppose. Yeah. He's the holder of bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and he's MTech from IIT Bombay. Over 6 years, he's using his expertise in waste management, disaster management, climate change, and urban flooding, collaborating with local governance and CSOs to address emerging development challenges in the environmental and sustainability sectors. As the co-founder of TAX, he has dedicated to advancing sustainable solutions for pressing environmental issue in Indian towns. He strongly believes in collaborative problem solving, engaging stakeholders, and playing a proactive role in evolving context appropriate interventions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can hear me, right? Okay. Thank you for the organizers for this opportunity to share my thoughts. So, like initially, I was planned to present a kind of an approach that we are starting in a town related to biogas. So, like after the discussions and everything and the very fruitful sessions during this event, I made some modifications in the presentation so that I'm planning to share my thoughts and some of my reflections that happened as part of seeing all these insightful presentations and everything, along with telling my like something related to biogas. So that's what I'm planning to do. So yeah, next slide. So the background is like that. These are few of my reflections or my questions. Maybe some of my confusions. It's not any kind of an arguments or anything, but like these are all the confusions and questions that I wanted to share with everyone. So first thing, like achieving zero waste, that is one of our important target. Like we are actually focusing on that. Yeah, good. So, but like, what is the approach to that? Do we need to go back to the old golden period that we managed everything in our farm, like giving something to the cow, like this kind of practices, like yeah, existed, but like, is that practical, really practical in the current context? Like, do we need to go back to the old golden time or period, or should we address the reality? That is one question. Then another question is, why are we choosing cities to live? So many times, like I felt a kind of a confusion in that. First thing, like, why are we choosing cities to live? We don't need to fetch water. We need to spend more time to fetch water from the public tap or anything. We don't need to, everything will be in one place. That means a kind of an arrangement. A city is a kind of an arrangement that facilitate everything in your hand. You have to pay it, but it facilitate everything. For what? It's actually for to save your time and to make you more productive. Because every human being is actually a part of a larger production process, and everybody is producing. So that we are also producing, so that to make it efficient, we need a kind of an arrangement like cities. So the same time we are asking people, you have to spend 1 hour, half an hour on waste management. So I feels like it's a kind of a contradiction. Like, how can we do that? And what's the cost of doing that? That is one thing. So yeah, ideally we have to do that. Yeah, I know that. And but beyond these ideals, what is our reality? So within this reality, like, can we say waste management as a responsibility or a service? I'm not like, I don't want to argue that like it's only a responsibility or a service, but like beyond this thing, we need to make a kind of understanding. So that's why I'm introducing this a kind of a framework between three things. One is technology. Second is a commitment versus the effort, commitment or the effort, and the environmental outcomes. So, for example, if you are telling it's a kind of a commitment and you have to put this much of effort in doing waste management, so that it will definitely, the environmental outcomes will be very much better if you are taking the context of composting, so that people are committed to do that. Like one of my like my minimal understanding is that composting is not a kind of an easy task. To make a very good quality compost, we need a kind of an expertise and we need to spend some time in that process. So that how much time and effort we can invest in doing that very good composting outcome. That is one question. Or a technology can like minimize the commitment or effort. Maybe a high intensive, a kind of 24-hour composting technology. Those kind of technologies definitely going to affect the environmental outcomes. But maybe intermediate technologies are. So that this is a kind of a balance or a harmony between these three things. This technology, this commitment or environmental outcomes. These three should be there and a kind of a balance should be there. That is one of my like reflection from the presentations that I have seen during this event. Next. So in this background, I am telling something about a biogas experience in the town that I am representing, Alapi municipality. It's a in Kerala. It's in Kerala. It's a medium-sized municipality. Around the population is 2 lakhs. So it's not very big or very small. So the biogas plants are a better fit for Alapi because of some uh, some conditions. One thing like the town actually initiated the decentralized solid waste management so that the people have high level motivation in doing waste management at their home. That is one of the main factor. Another geographic factors including groundwater table. Like in Alapi, the groundwater table is just below 1 meter. So that is one thing. And we have monsoons around 6 months. So that's 6 months of monsoon and high humid atmosphere. And our food, if you are looking at our food, it is kind of a high wet content. We use curries instead of not like, first thing is that boiled rice is the main food. With that boiled rice, we use curries like a very kind of wet dishes. So that the wet content is much higher. So we have home composting systems and also home biogas systems. So that biogas systems are more suitable because of these situations, that high wet content, all these conditions. And 8 years ago, around 2,500 biogas plants were installed in Alapi. And we have done a study after like last year we have done a study. In the study, the major understanding that like 46% of these biogas plants are not in use. Not in use because of many reasons. But the major reason, like I'm not going into the deeper. Okay. I'm not going deeper into the details of that why it is failed. But the main reason is that the lack of user guidance and the maintenance service. Like post installation, these biogas systems need a kind of a very intensive maintenance, and people need a kind of an expertise to manage that also. So it's a kind of a technology failure, but it's not the because of the technology, because of the maintenance and other services part. Next. So we were thinking like we have around 793 households actually using biogas plants, and the math is around 3 lakh hours of biogas an year, and it's around 20 lakhs rupees from the LPG savings. So that if we make this 2,500 biogas working, how much LPG we can save and how? Next. So the gap existed here is that the failure of an institutional mechanism. Alapi is a town actually integrates very well with the institutional, like very well institutionalized the solid waste management processes, practices, technologies, and everything. But even though the post-installation maintenance of the biogas plants is an issue, so that's the gap that we found. That the municipality can't do the maintenance. People can't do the maintenance because it requires a kind of a level of an expertise and everything. So we actually identified this as a business solution. It is very difficult to like tell in Kerala about business. It's a kind of a very difficult to like that's a political environment in Kerala. But anyway, this could be a business solution. And why can't we make it as a kind of a paid annual maintenance contract? So that why can't we do regular checkups, technical assistance, including the toll-free numbers, quality assurance, free repairs, everything under this AMC? Can this be a business solution? Next. So we actually, from the data, we have seen that like around majority of the households producing biogas, like they are getting around 1 hour and also half an hour biogas. That's the average supply they are getting. And very minimal households getting a supply of 2 hours and more than 2 hours. So that this 500 is one of our target customers, and also the failed biogas plants. So that once we fix these failed biogas plants, maybe we can initiate, like it will be a kind of a confidence building exercise. Maybe we can start this AMC. So that this will be our low hanging fruit. Next. So the operational model is a kind of first thing, a maintenance protocol. Like we have, I told you, like in a quantitative, in an objective questionnaire with a kind of a survey, and also some interviews with a lot of open-ended questions, we have like understood that the main patterns of failure in these biogas plants. Also, we have made a kind of a troubleshooting protocol, how to fix, how to troubleshoot a biogas if it is failed. What are the factors that make it fail? Third is the repairing protocol, how to fix a biogas plant. And finally, a kind of a maintenance frequency, how much time a kind of a home biogas plant system requires. From that, we made a kind of a maintenance workforce. Our initial target was 500 households. So we calculated that if we are providing proper maintenance to a kind of a biogas plant, the failure rate will be very low, very minimal. So that people don't have to pay for fixing it, but they have to pay for maintaining it. So a person has to visit every house and spend half an hour doing these maintenance activities, so that maybe that person can go around 15 houses a day, in a week once, so that a person can cover 85 houses, handle 85 houses a month, so that he can earn around 15,000 rupees from this activity, because we have to pay at least 15 to 18,000 rupees. It's a like it's the pattern, like wage income pattern in Kerala, so that at least we have to pay that much. And kind of monitoring mechanisms as well, monitoring tools, customer feedback mechanism, and database evaluation mechanism. All these things we can integrate. Next. So here is the tricky part. So we made, to make it in a business model, we need to calculate the cost, so that the labor plus the consumables, it will cost around 15 lakh rupees per an year for 500 biogas plants. That means it will be around 3,000 rupees per plant. And what will be the LPG savings? Maximum 2 to 3 gas cylinders per house. According to the cost, it's around 900 rupees. We can maximum, the cost recovery will be 2700. That's it. So that's it's not an incentive. If you are directly converting into the relating it with the LPG thing. So this is the gap. How to identify, how to address this gap? That was the second part. Next. So that, yes, last slide. So we are saving around every year we are managing 350 tons of food waste. If you are managing that much, it will be equivalent. Like if it is directly going into the landfill, around 84 tons of methane gas, maybe 2430 tons of carbon equivalent. That's the first direct savings from methane. Second thing, it's around 1200 LPG cylinders. That means if you are looking at the carbon footprint of LPG cylinders, including its making, conversion, transportation, and burning, it will be equivalent to around 100 tons of CO2. In total, it's around 2500 tons of CO2 we can save in an year. And to convince the municipality, like they have to invest. Like there is another thing, like if you are capturing, if you are planting a kind of a tree, very big tree, and its absorption, carbon absorption, how much we can relate. It's not a perfect math. I don't have any kind of claim on that, but it's a kind of a relatable figure. It is actually equivalent to planting 6 banyan trees in the town and maintaining it for its whole lifetime. We can save from this exercise. So that will be an incentive for the municipality. Next. So they made a subsidy from this Ayangali Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme. This is a kind of an employment guarantee scheme by the municipality to do the urban activities, so that they have subsidized these resources and workforce for these activities, so that this gap can be bridged. So that the household no need to pay the entire money. Maybe they can pay it's around 1000 rupees. And yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So that's the idea. And I have one more slide. 3 points. 3 points. I will finish it. So one thing, the technology failures can be fixed through this kind of alternate arrangements. So biogas failure is kind of a technology failure, but it's actually fixed through a kind of, not a technology fix, rather than it's a fix of an arrangement. Instead of the institutional mechanism, we introduce that business model. Second thing, beyond this direct comparison, like we don't need to compare composting versus biomethanization or any kind of a technology. And no need to come into universal opinions about anything. We don't need to tell like this technology is good, this technology is bad. No. It's according to, we have to explore the possibilities on a variety of conditions according to our possibilities and context. So that I'm actually representing the LP context, so that that context actually worked. And how to build our actions and a balance between them. Like the 3 that I mentioned in the beginning. So with a deeper understanding about our own peculiarities. So this is the discussion that I want to put in front of. Thank you.
I thank all the panelists of finishing their presentation in time. And one more thing is that we all talked about the anaerobic digesters, but what we are promoting, that is the Nisargurun plant, is the combination of aerobic plus anaerobic digestion, where in the aerobic digester, the waste is it's aerobic digestion because the air is passed through it, and heated water with solar energy is also passed through it, and it's mixed, and then first put in the aerobic digester, and then it is transferred to anaerobic digester. So that is also, it has a lot of advantages, and we are always promoting that technology. And just to explain that, we have published the small booklets. They are also on our website, srimuktisangatna.org. You can easily download them. So I request you to read them. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, because we are really seeing so many scales of biogas plant, different scales. So that is really, it's a kind of a solution, because we are always talking about no burn technology, but what is the no burn technology? Now people can understand.
Okay. So thank you very much for a very interesting and a very insightful session. Now I request Archana to do the honors, and we'll have a group photo, and then we'll have to head for the lunch. But please don't go away. Before we head for the lunch, we have some important announcements to make. And I would like to invite Shibu to make the announcements. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we are not able to have Q&A. We'll continue this discussions during the lunch break. We have killed all our time. We are 1.5 hours behind schedule. So over to you, Shibu from Gaia Asia Pacific. So before Shibu takes over, just a few announcements. I request everyone to have their badges when you head for the lunch. That helps as a food coupon, because we are not printing, don't want to waste paper for the food coupons. And if you go out, there's near the selfie stand, we have put one more banner there. There is a tree structure. Yeah, you can see that on the screen. So you'll be given, handed over one leaf. You have to write your names, country name, and paste it and make a tree shape out of it, probably. I mean, it'll be designed like a tree. You can design like a tree. Yes, over to you, Shibu.
Thank you. Quick note, this is not a one-time event. We want, when I look at this audience, the diversity in the room and the perspectives, the diversity in perspectives, and the kind of energy in the room actually compels us, and we are also very happy to see that energy in the room, and we want this to go ahead as a kind of a step forward, and this has to be a kind of a continuous kind of a movement, and we want that to happen, and we need your support in that process. So that is very important for Gaia. Actually, Gaia creates or facilitates that platform to come together for this noble action on climate around organics, and maybe we can also expand that canvas into many other area. So we have created a kind of a small space outside this venue. There is a member exhibition area. So in member exhibition area, we have the member work is being presented in photo exhibitions and then poster exhibitions. And in that area, we have placed 5 boxes with 5 questions. So I just read out those questions. So this is something where we want your inputs in this first, the 5 boxes. One is challenge. Like when you look at organics and climate, what are the kind of challenges or barriers you see in your sector, the sector where you are working, or in your location? Maybe it could be your government, or it could be your country, at the country level or at the local government level. What are the barriers which you want to address? So those thoughts can be like, you can write it on a paper. The paper is there, and you can just write it and then put it in that first box. And the second box is about priorities. Like people are from different sectors working on different things, and we have different priorities. So if you can connect your priority to this work, and how, in what way you think you can contribute to take this action forward, to take this movement forward, because we want this to be a kind of a continuous process. In what way you can contribute without compromising on your priority. So you can also give some ideas where you can collaborate, where we can work. And the third is action. What are the gaps you see? Like if you want to work on organics and climate, what are the kind of gaps you see in terms of, like, it's not just about outside, but even inside. What is the gaps in our knowledge or in our own capacity among us? Or what are the policy gaps in our country or in our local governments, and where we can intervene and what should be the kind of actions. So you just think about it, and then you can also note and put it in that box. And the opportunities, what are the opportunities, emerging opportunities you see in terms of the new policy frameworks or new finance solutions, or even new awareness coming up, or even some disasters are also like creating some kind of a knowledge background for people to work. So you just look around, what are the opportunities to take this forward, and you just note down so that people can see that, and we can work together on that. And 5 is, what are our demands? What are our demands to our local governments or to the policy making, forums inside our country or inside our governments, or even outside, like the global policy forums? What should we ask for? What should we demand? So can we find out there are some common things where we can work, like for which we can work together? This is a kind of a common minimum understanding as a kind of a movement we can take it forward. So this is something which we are trying to, like so the entire the process of this organic congress is to create that platform where people from different perspectives, different sectors come together and work together, and then identify areas where we can collaborate, expand our knowledge, and improve of the impact of our work on the ground. So this is what we want to do. So kindly join in that member engagement area. You just you can just write down your thoughts on it, and then you can just put it, and we will compile it. Like later we will compile it, and then we will come back to you what are the things came up, and then we will have a kind of an online discussion, and maybe we will also have a conversation around it. So that is one. And second, like after this we are going for lunch. After lunch, you can just please come to the member engagement area. It is just behind that the stalls, the area, and we have all the posters. Yeah, first floor. So yeah, first floor seminar hall. And I also request the members for whose posters are there, please be there so that you can talk to others. You can explain what you are doing. So it could be, so it is going to be a kind of a zero waste fair mode where people will be talking. So you will get more time to talk to the people. You can also, you have seen some posters, you don't know what it is. Maybe you can talk to the person who is from that organization. So these are the some of the thing you have right now. So after lunch, people assemble there, then you just talk to people, you just pick on your panelists if you have questions and whatever you can do. But don't forget to put these 5 points from your side as a contribution to this organic congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Shibu. So we'll be heading out for lunch, and soon after you finish, you can go ahead with the exhibit area, and we'll be reconvening around 2:40. So we'll be back around 2:40, 2:45 to resume. Yeah. So that is the place. This is on the second floor. First floor, sorry. Thank you.
Ponampet Gram Panchayat of Virajpet Taluku, Kodagu district in Karnataka has the proud privilege of witnessing Mahatma Gandhi's visit way back in 1934. It has determined to achieve 100% cleanliness. Ponampet Panchayat hosted a district-level program named Kodagu Parivartana Mela 2019 on July 6th. Under the able guidance and leadership of Srimati K. Lakshmi Priya, IAS, the CEO of the Kodagu Zilla Panchayat. It was coordinated by the Clean Cool Initiative, Taluk Panchayat Virajpet, and the Ponampet Gram Panchayat. Kodagu Parivartana Mela 2019 was organized under the Swachhameva Jayate campaign. It started with a marathon to create awareness on the importance of cleanliness. Local doctors, school children, and the general public took part. Later, the Mela was officially inaugurated by the CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Priya IAS, with a symbolic gesture of watering saplings. The official program started with a prayer song by the students. This was followed by a garbology skit by students of Devaya Memorial Preparatory School, Bitangala. The Deputy Secretary of the Kodagu Jilla Panchayat, Mr. Gudduru Bhimasena, presented the oath of the Swachhameva Jayate to the public. Other dignitaries from the Kodagu Jilla Panchayat, Virajpet Taluk Panchayat, and Ponampet Gram Panchayat who were present on the dais addressed the public by urging them to coordinate towards cleanliness and sustainability. The Mela had vendors from all over the district showcasing their eco-friendly products and alternatives. Cloth bags, recycled paper bags, solar-powered products, composting bins and methods, smokeless cooking system, e-waste, women's health alternatives, bamboo toothbrushes, organic seeds and food, organic fertilizers, eco-toilets, rainwater harvesting, etc. were on display and sale at the venue. An inter-school competition of waste to wealth was organized. Children used waste to make various innovative and creative products. 22 local schools took part. A skit on cleanliness was enacted by Girish and team from Ponampet. The event was zero waste and was very well put together by the CEO, Jilla Panchayat, Ms. Lakshmi Priya IAS and a team, the Ponampet Gram Panchayat and the Clean Cool Initiative.
ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿನಲ್ಲೂ 100 to 300 ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತಾ ಲತಾ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Ponampet Panchayat brings awareness of segregation and composting through ASHA workers and self-help groups. It has achieved 100% cleanliness in all the wards. Kodagu has already been declared as an open defecation-free district in the state in the year 2016 by the government of Karnataka. CEO Srimati Lakshmi Priya IAS urged the public to aim at making Kodagu an ODF+. It is the duty of every one of us to maintain and sustain the environment for the generations to come. As Mahatma Gandhi ji said, we as responsible and conscious citizens should be the change we want to see in the world.
So I think we should start. So how was the lunch? Okay. So now moving to the last panel of the day. It's the last panel, I say. It's not the last program, but so landfills and methane. So as we continue the sessions, the most pressing environmental challenges, so landfills and methane. So they are the major source of methane, a potent greenhouse gas contributing significantly to climate change. So today's session will focus on how landfills contribute to methane emissions and the innovative solutions being developed to manage and reduce this impact. So let's welcome our next moderator of the session, Mr. Mahesh Pandya from Paryavaran Mitra, Gujarat. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Really, it is a good atmosphere and pleasant atmosphere in Bangalore with respect to my place, Ahmedabad. Politically also. I'm from the Gujarat, where Gandhi born, and that is why I like some principles of Gandhi. Might be some are disagree with me, but it's a different matter. But I like Gandhi. And in 2016, when the Paris Agreement came, so on side events, I openly told that with due respect of Paris Agreement, if we follow the Gandhian 11 principles, Gandhi Ekadasha, then there is no need to do this kind of Paris Agreement. So that strong man we given to the world, unfortunately, we are not following Gandhi. And we saw the Gandhi Mela, I have something Mela here, Kodagara Mela. It is also the picture of the Gandhi with the message. Directly, I would like to invite my panelist, and then I will talk. Mr. Saji Sebastian is here somewhere. Yes, please come. Mr. Victor Ferdinand. Yes, please. And Mr. Puttaraju. Yeah, please, welcome. Basically, I am a mismatch moderator. There are heroes. They are working at grassroots level regarding the landfill and social development work. My organization is like performing a watchdog or monitoring role, so like catalyst. So not doing the dirty hand, but superficial talking about. But time is constant, so I'm not talking much more, and I will give chance to the all three moderators. But I would like to mention that in 2013, my organization filed a petition in the National Green Tribunal regarding the landfill site at Rajkot. Rajkot is a one city of Gujarat, and the landfill site is like hopeless, and hazardous waste is moving here and there, and there's a lot of damage to the nearby farms and farmers and all. So the NGT given a 2 lakh rupees to Paryavaran Mitra to maintain this case, collected from the Gujarat Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board, Hanjar Biotech, and Rajkot Municipal Corporation. And 25 lakh rupees penalty as a compensation to the farmers, and which pay have to buy this Hanjar Biotech. Then Hanjar Biotech went to the Supreme Court, but Supreme Court immediately said that please deposit 25 lakh rupees first to the Rajkot collector, and then we will listen to you. After a long time, 2 months back, the Supreme Court judgment has come, and they approved the National Green Tribunal's order. And this is victory of my this case. And now the Rajkot Municipal Corporation is active to dispose of the landfill site, and now the 25 lakh rupees compensation to the farmers. Another case we filed in Ahmedabad, which is a 72-meter high mountain, which is called the Pirana. Ahmedabad is a plain territory, but there is a mountain in the eastern part of the Ahmedabad. So again, we went to the NGT long back, 10 years back. And also the order is that now corporation is reducing all this thing. But my this thing issue is land is a precious kind of valuable natural resources than water even. And land is not growing. Land is shrinkaging. And that is why we must have to worry about the land. So Gandhi's two principles that please use minimum resources and consume as per our requirement, not more than that. And do not deposit excessive amount of things. The two principles are there, then there is no kachra, waste. And Professor Sultana rightly pointed out that is a wrong word to say the waste management. It's a resource management, because Earth created 5 elements, and the 5 element is the same in the this Brahmand, Earth, but which are kind of mixing. So some extent it's a beneficiary also, and some extent it's a demerits also. So we have to segregate the 5 elements. So landfill is the important issue. Right now we are facing a problem of the food security. In the name of the renewable energy, we are wasting 1,000 amount of the land for the solar and wind, and we are calling the holy cows. But there is urgent need to do the environmental impact assessment of the so-called holy cow, solar and wind. Huge amount of land are grabbing by the, I do not want to name other. If I give the name, then definitely my FCRA will get cancelled. But we knows that who are the two heroes who are doing the land grabbings. So this is the issue. So we will talk in between. But first of all, I invite Saji. And the biodata is very long. So I'm not going to read everything. But he's a postgraduate in social science, 30 years experience in the social development sector. At present, he's a executive director of the Socio-Economic Unit Foundation, which is called the SEUF, connected with the NGO Watson. And his very vast experience in legacy waste management. So, Sajib, welcome here. And you have limit 8 minutes, and I might give power to Meenakshi to whenever the 8 minutes is completed, and she will show the signboard. Thank you. Thank you, Meenakshi.
Good afternoon. All the time we are discussing about some preventive measures, but in the case of legacy waste management, it is not a preventive, it's a curative measure for what we have done for last 2-3 decades, especially in our case. I am here to share some experience in our Kerala situation, what we have done in legacy waste management. As you know, Kerala, somebody explained in the morning itself, we are in the southern part of India, mainly focusing on tourism and IT for our economic development, and the proper solid waste management is very crucial in that aspect also. But our peculiar situation of densely populated, monsoon period, high water table, all these are related to the waste management also. Yeah, I'm not explaining this. The changing pattern in the quality of waste during the last decades. We have a number of solid waste management plants in our cities, but naturally the plants were meant for composting plants are mostly. But the changes in the pattern of the highly increasing the volume of percentage of non-biodegradable waste makes the composting plants fully not operational, and in many places the city level composting plants are closed down, and in that period itself a huge volume of waste dumped in mixed waste dumped in many cities of Kerala. Next. Currently, even though we are going for to avoid this situation, currently we are moving with decentralized waste management as our policy. And in the case of non-degradable waste also, around 35,000 Haritha Karma Sena members engaged in all the local bodies of the state, and enough number of material recovery facilities are there. Clean Kerala companies exclusively working for the management of non-biodegradable waste. But we have to address the issue of identified legacy waste management dumps are in our state is 36 numbers, mainly major ones. 15 lakhs 47,479 cubic meters of legacy waste was identified as per our pollution control board reports. Major ones are Kochi, Calicut, Kannur corporations. You may remember the frequent outbreaks of fire happened in many years. You may heard about the which one happened in Brahmapuram, Kochi's dumping yard, around 100 acres of land, around 24 acres, a huge pile of, I think, 5 lakhs, 51,000 cubic meters of waste got fire in last year. But now Kerala is in the process of remediation of all these dumping sites. I am sharing few experience of few works we had done. I'm not going with going to explain the. This will generate approximately 3869 tons of CO2 equivalent these dump sites currently. Next. As part of the World Bank supported Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, 20 sites are initiated the remediation process for a 95 crore expenditure. Other sites are also in progress. In our experience, initially the situation was waste management is the, how many minutes? 3 minutes, more. Waste management is, in our urban local body situation, is an activity of the health department, health inspectors are mainly. But the legacy waste management is an engineering activity. In the beginning, there was a lag in the initiatives. Later, we initiated, after the first work in Munnar, it is famous for tourism. After the Munnar, SUF initiated the waste management of Munnar and initiated to gather all the stakeholders, and after that Kerala government came forward with the Shujitva mission came forward with a guideline in par with the guideline issued by the CPCB. After that we have completed a major 51,000 cubic meter volume remediated, and few of the works are in progress. I am not explaining the methodology, some issues. These are the pictures of the Munnar before and after the remediation work. Next one, this is Thrissur. This is another municipalities we are working. The major issue is that, next, I am not explaining the last one only. Yeah, the major hurdles behind to achieve the total waste management. We have long period of monsoon and we will get ideal at least 100 or 120 days only in a year for doing this work. Another major issue, our project development and cycle is not in par with the climatic cycle. Another major issue is that we are sending the RDF derived from the legacy waste management project to around 300 and 350 kilometers away to Tamil Nadu cement factories for co-processing. We have none of the facilities in our state. This will generate another huge amount of carbon footprint for the processing. These are the few hurdles we are facing, but we are in the process of clearing all the legacy waste management dump sites in our state within a period of 1 year or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Saji. Now I would like to invite Victor, please. Yeah. Victor is a post-graduation in biomanagement from the Badang Institute of Technology, and he's connected with the YPBB Indonesia, and then his alliance for the zero waste management Indonesia, and vast experience about the waste management. Please, Victor. Yes, why not?
So yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm representing Alliance for Zero Waste Indonesia, or AZWI in short, where we are 10 organization, but 5 of our members are present in this workshop today. They sit in that row. So today I will be talking about our experience in banning organic waste to landfill. We all know that the problem of methane and also leachate from landfill comes from the organic waste that goes to landfill. And this is our organization. As we work on zero waste on different aspects, we work on from research to model building, from hard campaign into policy advocacy, all those sort of things. Because we have privilege because we have 10 organizations in that. Let's continue. Yeah. So during the period of mid 2023 to 2024, we have 38 landfill in Indonesia burned. And it was, we suspicious it was because methane. Methane formed in the landfill. It's because instead of our hard effort to promote zero waste cities program, waste segregation from the source, as you can see here, the waste composition in Bandung, my city, and the Sarimukti landfill, that's the landfill where our waste goes to, is almost identical, the organic waste composition, right? 60 to only 49% in the Sarimukti landfill. So basically, almost all our organic waste from Bandung, which is 70% of Sarimukti landfill, waste to Sarimukti landfill is from Bandung. Next. given this condition, actually, what our current narratives in what we talk about in the meetings with the government, and the government wants to close the landfill or turn it into waste to energy facilities, or even just put pipes and do methane swapping. I mean, burn the methane from the landfill. But we think it will create more problem instead of solution. Like, for example, we still need the dump site, the landfill, to dump our residual waste. Like almost 30% of our waste composition is actually residual. Even if we succeeded with the zero waste campaign, we still have 30%. I mean, 30% still go to landfill. And the second is many of our waste picker will lose their livelihood, right? Because they work in the landfill. Like, for example, when the Sarimukti landfill catch fire, it's burned, those people are stopped working for a month, for full month. And these people incomes are daily. So you can imagine how what's the impact from burning or even closing the landfill to the livelihood of these people. And burning waste, yeah, it will increase greenhouse gas emissions or long-term climate impact because turn it into CO2. Next. So as we work with this framework, yeah, the first is turning all the organic waste into composting or bioconversion. While in doing that, we see as that can become just transition opportunities for waste pickers. We see that processing organic waste will become a long-term solution for these waste pickers, and also increase their working condition, and and then combine it with food loss prevention and food waste prevention by sharing food, like what we see from Gita Pertiwi this morning, that it will create a more sustainable, more resilient city. Food for the people in the city. And the product of the composting and bioconversion can be used to grow food. Next, please. Yeah, and so actually there are more benefit to it. We see that from banning organic waste to landfill, from our research with Gaia, we can reach 75% of our provincial NDC target. So it's really big. Only from Bandung alone, we can reach 75% of our CO2 reduction target, and also creates more jobs. We calculate that it can create up to 6,000 new jobs only in processing organic waste. The situation is now in the discussion. The national government plan to stop or ban all the organic waste to landfill by 2025. But here in our place, West Java province already banned the organic waste since January, although the implementation is still ongoing. And also one district in Bali, Gianyar district, already stopped the organic waste goes to landfill. So they make segregated waste transportation to the landfill. Next. Next. Yeah, I think the policy framework for this is that we need to think outside the landfill first, and then in the landfill. To prepare the banning of organic waste, we should think first, what we do in West Java is to prepare and reach consensus among the government bodies, because this is not only just stopping the organic waste, but also we need to increase the capacity of the municipalities to process the organic waste. And then that's the most important, I think. And then on the landfill, the monitoring system should be in place, and also the monitoring mechanism should be agreed among the municipalities, because landfill in Sarimukti, we have 4 municipalities that send waste to there. One more, the last, I think. Yeah. So again, this will happen only if there are firm policy on segregated waste from household, and also to generate capital to facilitate small and medium scale enterprises, so that the capacity of the municipalities can increase in processing organic waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Now I would like to invite Puttaraju. He's a 36 years young guy. He's an ex-policeman. He served in the police department since 2009 to 2018. But now he's a Panchayat Development Officer in Ponampet Gram Panchayat, which come under the Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Department, Karnataka. So now floor is yours, because I mean he has a long biodata. In a young age, he has achieved a lot many things. So difficult to explain everything, but he achieved a good thing that 40 years old landfill site is there with the help of the Hasiru Dala. He cleaned it, and also he developed a digital library. And the plastic-free panchayat also, and he received a state level and national level awards. So he's an energetic guy, and hope that he will do much more in future. Please, Florida.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would like to invite Aparna Kumar to do the translation for Mr. Puttaraju, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to Hasirudala and Gaya Asia Pacific. After the lunch, too hard to sit. Coorg is Scotland of Karnataka, but weekend it will become dustbin. Why? Because of, you know that. Traditionally and culturally very different district, that's Coorg. About Panchayat, 1934, Mahatma Gandhiji was visited Ponampet Gram Panchayat, the Ponampet town. About Ponampet town, 20,000 people floating with floating people, and also 6 wards and 20 elected representatives. Then landfill condition is, this is our panchayat. Naturally rich, that's next. This is the landfill site. 40 years or 40 feet deep it's, and also 50 years, around 50 years old dump yard. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇದು 50 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದಿಂದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು. ಆನಂತರ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಥವಾ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಅದು ಈ ಡಂಪ್ ಸೈಟ್ಗೆ ವಿಲೇವಾರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Okay, let me translate. The landfill site that he is showing you is a 40 to 50-year-old site, 40 feet running deep inside. And before the work he started, everything used to be dumped there in this place. and this was the community landfill site.
ಅದು ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಟೌನ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು.
So it was at the entrance of the town, and it used to be the welcome for all the people, and it used to be continuously burning dump site.
ಮಸ್ಕಿಟೋಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇಸಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈರ್ ಆಗುವಂತದ್ದು ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕಲಿ ಅದು ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು.
So it would attract mosquitoes and spread diseases. Dump yard it was, and also catch fire during the summer months.
ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Wait. So they wanted to improve the waste management practices and wanted to shut the landfill, but since they were not aware how to execute and implement, and they did not have the know-how to do it, so it was just lying the way it was, that you can see.
ಆನಂತರ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಕೂರ್ಗ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಹಸಿರು ದಳದ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು
So they came across a citizen group called the Clean Coorg Initiative, along with, in the collaboration with Hasiru Dala.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನಂತರ ಇದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಫೈನಲ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು.
Okay, so the Gram Panchayat body and the administration decided to tackle the landfill site along with the cooperation and the guidance of the Clean Coorg Initiative and Hasiru Dala.
ನಂತರ ನಾವು ಡಾಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಟಾವನ್ನ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೌಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಡಂಪ್ ಸೈಟ್ಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಗಳು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಇರೋದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಡಾಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ದು.
So they collected the data, how much of the dump was being put on day-to-day basis, not only in this main dam site, but other dam sites around the town.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಏನೇನ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಗಳು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಂದ್ರೆ CCI ಮತ್ತೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಹಸಿರು ದಳ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ತಗೊಂಡು.
So the Clean Coorg Initiative along with the Hasiru Dala sat with the Gram Panchayat and started working on the project.
ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಡೋರ್ ಟು ಡೋರ್ ನಾವು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದು. ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡ್ರೈ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ವೆಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 10 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
So the way it was started was after they took some time planning, and this is the timeline they are showing you on the slide, as you can see. So they did the door-to-door campaigns were conducted, and they distributed just the bags to every household establishment to collect the dry waste, and that's how they started, so that people don't dump the plastic and other mixed waste into the dump site.
ನಾವು IC ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್, ಟ್ವಿಟರ್, ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಗ್ರಾಮವಾಣಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು, ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
The panchayat used the social media, the local WhatsApp groups, and they circulated the source segregation, principles of source segregation, how to do that, and that's how the message was spread into the communities.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ IC ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
So the next challenge was to train the segregation, train the staff we call them power karmikas. So that was the next challenge, how to train them into segregation, because till such time they would collect just the mixed waste and dump it into the dump site or the landfill.
ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ IC ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವರು ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ನಾವು ಈಗ ವೆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವಿಲ್ ವೆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವೇ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಟೆಂಪ್ರವರಿ ಶೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡ್ರೈ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವು.
So how to, the resolve was say no to or zero landfill. So the first thing, since there was absence of all solid waste management practice in the Gram Panchayat, so what they did, they decided to start a dry waste collection center in a small shed, temporary shed, which happens to be as he's mentioned, old registrar office, which is more than a century old. So funding has always been a challenge for him.
ನಂತರ IC ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೊಡವ ಸಮಾಜ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಹಾಲ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ರಿಮಿಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
So they went around all the institutions, school, colleges, offices, including the households and also homestays and other establishments, spreading the message of source segregation, and collection systems were organized and the waste brought from the source in a segregated way to the center.
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಅವರು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅರಿವಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
Initially they were giving mixed waste and they were mute to the change.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿತ್ ಫೈನ್ ಇಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಕೂಡ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
So to make them understand, they started fining all the offenders, and also SUP ban, which is very well imposed, was imposed on the offenders.
ನಂತರ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ನಾವು ದಾರಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಗು ಪರಿವರ್ತನಾ ಮೇಳ, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ವಾಚ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ, ಕೊಡಗು ಪರಿವರ್ತನಾ ಮೇಳ, ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್, ದೆನ್ ನೇಚರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವು.
So they made awareness programs in the form of Parivartana Velas, educating the communities to make use of alternates instead of plastic and the banned single-use plastics.
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿಯನ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ವು. ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರೇ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿನ ನಾವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ವು.
As per the Solid Waste Management Act, the waste generator has the responsibility to dispose also. So the panchayat educated the public and made them aware of it.
ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ.
So the panchayat told the public that they are going to help and join hands with the community to help the community dispose the waste.
ಸೊ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟರಿ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ವೆಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್, ಡ್ರೈ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟರಿ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು 1200 ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮೆನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರುವಲ್ ಕಪ್ ನ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಿಂದ ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
So as the time went by, they got to know the streams of different kinds of waste, wet waste, dry waste, sanitary waste, and the reject waste, each in their terms is not recyclable. So once they could segregate at source and at the center, they conducted various sessions on the menstrual hygiene, eco-friendly ways, and about 1,000 menstrual cups were distributed in the panchayat free of cost.
ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ, ನಾವು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ 1/2 ಎಕರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಕೂರ್ಗ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಸಿರು ದಳದ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ you see that dump yard.
So with once they were good at doing these initiatives, they shut the landfill, and the landfill looked something like this. And after shutting down, now it looks like this. And after 5 years, as you can read from the slide, with the help of the CCI team, Hasirudala, sponsored by Kodavakuta, the Ponnampet Grama Panchayati were successful in shutting down the landfill, but prior to shutting down the landfill, they carried out the basic solid waste management practices of DWCC and the awareness campaigns.
ಇವುಗಳ ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 500 ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಟನ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಯಿತು.
So because of this initiative, past 4 years or 3 years, every year they are saving 500 metric tons of, the mixed waste entering into the landfill. So now there is no landfill, and they are able to process this waste, which it comes to the center with a dry waste collection shed.
ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹೊಸದು ನನಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎಮೋಷನಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಗೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೋ, ಆನಂತರ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ನೋಡಿದೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದು 500 ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಟನ್ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಆಗಿ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರಕ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮಾರಕ, ನೇಚರ್ಗೆ ಮಾರಕ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ನನಗೆ ಟಚ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು.
So since I was new to this field and having started this work and watching so many videos on the social media, once I realized that they were saving 500 metric tons, spoiling the environment and humanity. So he was very motivated and felt very pleased doing this work.
ಇದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು 39 to 40 ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
So once they shut down the big landfill, they also shut down all the black spots surrounding the panchayat, and now the panchayat is a zero landfill. And
this is going to park. I think state level ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇದು ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಟು ಶೇರ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು.
So now the landfill site is going to be converted into a community park, and the work is in progress. So he is very happy and pleased to share this information with all of you.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಒಂದು ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನೇಚರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ದ ಕಾಳಜಿ ವಹಿಸಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ತರದ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಕೂರ್ಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಸಿರು ದಳ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಬಿಗ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
So general observation and the feeling was to turn this into a commercial venture, the closed landfill site. But after the experience of going through the whole process, because of the intervention of the Clean Coorg initiative and collaboration with Hasirudala, they went about in turning the landfill site into a community park, and he is very glad about it, that it did not turn into a commercial center but a community park, giving a message loud and clear to the people.
Next class. So this is a trash barrier with the help of also Clean Coorg initiative and local CSR fund. Trash barrier installed Kirehole.
This locally fabricated trash barrier has been installed in Kirehole, which is a stream that that connects Kaveri, and along with the administration and the Clean Coorg initiative, this has been installed near Pannampet GP, so stopping tons of plastic entering their waterways.
Thank you, tolerate me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raju. Really wonderful, and also congratulations to the Siru Dalal prepared this kind of young people, so it can carry the waste management program across. Uh, Thank you all the three panelists because they already summarized the presentation, so there is no need to summarize further. But I have some my observation about the landfill and all. Under the Environmental Protection Act, we have a 6 kind of waste management rules, and there is hazardous waste rules. Under these rules, there is also again landfill site, which is called the TSDF site, treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. And it is really very risky and hazardous, this thing. And state like Gujarat and Maharashtra, we have victimized of this kind of hazardous waste landfill site. And we must have to use the raw material to the other production and all, but the industry people are not ready to do that. And that is why the number of the TSDF site is increasing even after the lot of opposition of the peoples. In Gujarat, since 3 times one public hearing of the TSDF is postponed because of the people's voice. So we must have to take care of this TSDF site. Sometimes government also want to earn the revenue. Like I will give the example. The Blue Lady ship is coming to the Gujarat 10 years back, and which is full of the hazardous waste. It is not actually coming to break the ship at the Alang, but actually they want to dump the hazardous waste. But fortunately, the alliance of the our civil society people, and at that time this government was not there. So fortunately, so we succeed, and we stop the Blue Lady ship this time. Also, there is a in 2008. You know the Union Carbide case in the Bhopal. Till the waste is there. So government of Gujarat want this waste to carry here in Gujarat to earn the revenue. And it's also the, violation of the Basel Convention. But we are not aware about, and today, whatever the people's movement, we know that how to tough to carry out the people's movement. But you go through the various judgment of the Supreme Court and High Court. They are telling that whatever the direction they pass in the Supreme Court, High Court, or the National Green Tribunal is not going to implement. Otherwise, if the people's movement is there. But today, the people's movement is very difficult. So what to do? Even NGT is giving a number of order on environmental protection. Unfortunately, it's not happening. So we have to take care of this. Ultimately, whatever the waste management, of course, it's a resource management. Niti Aayog already given a direction to the all rural department that we must have to take care of the waste management at the rural level. But the plastic waste is there, landfill is there. There is no budgetary provision is there. So my appeal to all is, why don't we write a letter to the Prime Minister and Niti Aayog to sanction some funds and to connect the Manrega fund for the waste management and plastic management in rural areas. Also, we have the Member of Parliament Area Development Fund and MLA's Area Development Fund. So we also try and kind of moment, why not they are sanctioning this kind of fund for the rural development, particularly the waste management and all. So we must have to try all these things for the waste management or the resource management of this thing. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Nirmala ji, how much time left? And according to you, please ask the question.
Unfortunately, we cannot open the floor because of the time constraint. So this discussion will continue during the tea break. Can we continue this during the tea break? Panelists will also be available. Is it okay for all of them? Yeah? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Because, yeah. So I request Archana to present the token of appreciation to all our panelists and then a group photo. And thank you, Aparna Kumar, for the translation. So, thank you all. Thank you. We will do that. Yeah, you message. Thank you all. So I want to make an announcement. So whoever is not registered at the registering counter, I request them to please register for both the days. So whoever is not registered, because when the program is happening, we asked you to attend the program and then register later. So whoever missed registering, kindly register at the registration table, please. See, as we move to the next program, the consultation of on Bengaluru Declaration, facilitated by Ms. Pinky Chandran from Solid Waste Management Roundtable. Over to you, Pinky.
So good afternoon, everyone, and I think I'm back now. Just wanted to say that I hope everyone had a chance to look at the declaration. The QR code was shared yesterday. We received a lot of feedback that have been incorporated into this. So the way we propose to do it is we would go pairwise and see if we have consensus in the room. The idea for the declaration is also to look at our joint commitment, our, to build a common understanding and to look at creating some focus in our work after we go away from this two-day event. So that's the first paragraph. I would request if we could also have translators for our waste picker friends so that they also know what's being said. So Harshit, you will, okay. For Shakubai as well. And for Philippines? Okay. How do you want to do it? Do you want me to read it or would you prefer reading it on your own? I read it. Okay. All right. So the first paragraph goes like this. We, the leaders, champions, and supporters of climate solutions, present in the first regional Organics Waste Congress held in Bangalore, India in 2024, recognize that climate change is endangering our ecosystems, economic progress, and our future well-being, and have come together to uphold and promote the right to healthy environment in line with the United Nations General Assembly resolution in 2021 and 2022, declaring that everyone on the planet has a right to healthy environment and to fight against the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution that vary across people and regions and the impacts of which are not uniform. Do we agree to this paragraph or do we need changes? We will work the grammatical errors if the sentence is too long, but in principle, we would like to know if you're in agreement with this, and we will need to pass on the mics if people have comments. Okay. You'll be making the change there? Sorry. No, I'm saying, will you be making the changes live? Okay.
We can add the max.
Okay, sorry. Okay. question. We'll start in that last line. Or we note the point and we can go into later. Okay, fine.
Instead of the three challenges, we can add another one, soil health. That is climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and soil health.
Can I, Pinky, can I interject here, please? When we talk about endangering our ecosystems, economic progress, and future, is there like, and for me, like, there is an emphasis on economics, right? And that itself is a problematic space. So maybe we might want to expand it going beyond. I know it does incorporate, but it might be limiting if we just look at economic progress. The terminology might be like not inclusive enough, as well as like the dominant growth-centered, economic progress. So maybe, and also then it does not include clearly people there. Yeah, I know the people comes down there, but also the impact of climate change, recognize climate endangering, like, I think that's pretty much central to it. And maybe naming it becomes.
Okay, so because there are more minor comments to this particular document, what I propose that we do is everybody has a link to this document. If you can add your specific comments to this document. Please use the mic. Sorry. If you have specific comments like the ones like the one that Odette mentioned, or like the one Roshan is mentioning, which is very critical to this particular document, may I suggest if you all could actually directly incorporate it into this. What we would like to get an understanding from everybody is if you are in alignment with what is being proposed, and if there is something very drastic, can we delete that whole the paragraph out? Rather than going word to word, because we only have limited time, but we want to get a consensus in terms of, are we in agreement with the overall declaration per se, in terms of the way it's been proposed, and people have already given feedback. And let's go into the details. Sorry? So so Nalini is proposing that we look at giving everybody 10 days to provide feedback.
So we shared this draft yesterday with the hope that everyone would put their inputs, and we've gotten a lot of inputs and we've tried to incorporate everything. But based on the discussion, there's more inputs to be made. Unfortunately, we don't have the INC 5-day process to look at brackets and things like that. So we need to have a more efficient process. No, I think what we want to land at this point is one, the idea that we want to capture our sentiments via a Bangalore declaration. That's the first one that we want to land with you. Number two, a commitment that if we open it for 10 days, that people who want to invest time will commit to it, and people who did not invest time is allowing those who invested time to make those decisions. Because we can't have people say that I don't have the time and will hostage the whole process. So would that be okay? That the two things is one, we will capture our sentiments via a Bangalore declaration on organics and climate. Is that okay? And we will be given time to comment and update. And after 10 days, whatever is processed will be sent to everyone, and people would sign on, would opt in, whether they want to sign on or not. So if you strongly disagree and you comment, we'll try to incorporate that. But if 99 others believe otherwise, we'll have to agree on that. And if you don't want to sign on, that's also okay. Would that be okay as a process? So just to honor the effort that has gone so far, I'd like to invite Pinky again to just go through again, not focus on the words, but let's focus on the intent and the message that we have for this. And is it something that we want to invest our time on? Would that be okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Okay, so with the first one, we've seen through it, and I'm going to read the rest of it. The second para says we are strongly rooted in our communities and we've been working to reduce pollution from organic waste and implementing composting, biogas, and other zero waste solutions. The third paragraph, we recognize the need to make an immediate and deep cut for our greenhouse gas emissions, both for carbon dioxide, both for CO2 and non-CO2 emissions, to prevent greater harm to our only planet. This reduction must happen alongside decarbonization of our economies. Therefore, we cannot adopt climate measures that swap methane to CO2, such as waste incineration, refuse-derived fuels, and other waste burning processes. We recognize that climate change is partially the result of systemic problems not directly related to environmental degradation. Thus, solutions cannot just focus on the market or unilateral policies, but rather must be addressed from a systemic point of view that connects them to interrelated factors such as poverty, gender, inequality, corruption, conflict, and war. Taking a particular climate action without an overall understanding of how mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development actions interact and reinforce each other can be counterproductive and exacerbate the root causes of climate change. We recognize that effective climate action will not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also improve many of the most fundamental ways in which society functions through associated environmental, economic, social, and political and institutional benefits. I'm going to take a pause for it to. We recognize the diversity in our communities and the diversity in our approach to climate solutions, such as preventing food loss and food waste, adopting organic farming and agroecology, promoting food donation through food banks, implementing zero waste systems, mobilizing and integrating waste pickers and other informal workers in waste management. We recognize that waste management is an essential public service where the role of the government is critical to ensure basic services such as universal waste collection and at-source segregation are provided in a just and equitable manner. We see that it is highly critical to have government's political will to support the mainstreaming of food loss and waste prevention and decentralized organic waste management through policy, financial, and implementation measures. I think this is something that's coming directly from yesterday's session as well. We recognize that the waste management system in the global south countries, particularly Asia and Africa, have been historically supported by waste workers and waste pickers as environmental service providers in the absence of a universal coverage of the waste management system as a public service by the government. Thus, we need to recognize and include them in the decision-making process for policy, finance, governance, and implementation. We stand by the principles of environmental justice and believe that climate solutions cannot be achieved without respecting planetary boundaries to ensure intergenerational and intragenerational equity, respecting all waste pickers and waste workers, enhancing inclusion and building from local knowledge, demanding response to pollution and environmental harm, and supporting holistic solutions through systems change. Roshan, that was your point on the document as well. So, hence we declare that we will work together across the Asian and African region through knowledge and experience sharing, to strengthen our local interventions and create enabling conditions for sustainable solutions for climate change. We will work collaboratively with government, financial institutions, and corporations to prioritize the finances and grant an aid to support research and development in organics waste reduction and capturing, awareness and capacity building programs to equip people to manage organics efficiently, infrastructure for better management of food loss and food waste, agroecology and soil conservation, zero waste businesses, and just transition. Yeah, actually. Okay, for those of you with internet, we're sharing the link on your WhatsApp. So you can read it. So I'm going to continue reading while you access the... Okay. All right, yeah. So... We can start again with Okay, so I'm going, so the first 2 points we have read, so I'm just going to the third one. We recognize that climate sustainability has many aspects, including transportation, energy type, and source of food production, construction, green cover, etc. In our practice and in the solutions we propose, we'll be mindful of all these aspects of sustainability. We will ensure that we will practice and promote zero waste principles and sustainable practices wherever and whenever we organize gatherings and events. This also means we will promote use of sustainable public transportation, locally sourced food, and reduce consumption of energy. We will focus our resources and joint effort in a holistic approach where agroecology practices meet with zero waste systems. And sorry, there's a grammar mistake, we'll correct it, and bring communities together. We will mandate that environmental justice principles are applied in all socio-enviro development programs and projects to ensure the just transition while achieving the Paris Agreement, the Global Methane Pledge, and ultimately the Sustainable Development Goals, among other relevant global targets. We mandate the integration of waste pickers and waste workers in the municipal solid waste management systems while ensuring that their autonomy and aspirations are accounted for to enable just transition for dignified, safe, and sustainable livelihood. We will promote the design, development, and implementation of robust systems supported by appropriate technologies, policies, and adequate finance to support measures for lowering methane from organic waste by minimizing food loss and food waste, capturing source segregated organic waste, and processing it in a decentralized manner, and establishing forward linkages for recovery of bioenergy and nutrition to ensure carbon cycle in the nature. We will demand that finance and policy must respect and engage waste pickers, waste workers, and local communities as the frontline implementers of these solutions. We will demand that all finance, including climate finance, must be delivered in a just and equitable way, where local communities, waste pickers, and waste workers have adequate access to it. Finance must strictly follow the waste hierarchy, or we'll say zero waste hierarchy, and it must not be provided to false climate solutions, particularly waste to energy, incinerators, RDF, and other burning technologies. We will report back to this forum about the progress made and challenges faced to inspire and remind our governments, corporations, and communities. We, the representatives from diverse groups, public-private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the academia from India, Philippines, Vietnam, Nepal, Indonesia, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and the Netherlands agree to uphold this declaration and strive to implement the values, principles, and aspiration it states. So that's the declaration. So what's the way forward? Are we okay with the intent of this declaration? Do we raise hands or do we say shout loudly yes? What do we do? Raise hands and shout. All right, let's do it. Okay. Okay. And for those who are still thinking, I can see some people are like.
I think Roy spelled out the roadmap. That's good. Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. So,
anyone who's still carrying a plastic bottle in this room, can we get them to commit never again zero?
Okay, so we have 10 days time. and we will touch base in 10 days. So please do add your comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pinky. So as we look to the future, we now have the opportunity to explore how we can engage further with the Gaia network. So Fräulein Grate, our Executive Director Gaia, will guide us through the session highlighting potential collaborative initiatives and opportunities for partnership. Over to you, Freud. So sorry. We'll quickly go for a tea break and come back, and we'll have Freud to continue this. So we'll have 10 minutes. 10 minutes is fine because we are running short of time. So quickly we'll go for a quick break, 10 minutes, and be back. So what's the time now? It's 4:05. We'll be back in 4:15. Those who are on the back, kindly occupy the front seats, please. Chairs, sir. Archana, chairs.
Bhaiya, 1 minute. Vignesh, send. 333.
So request everyone to come and occupy the front seats, please. So there are a lot of seats which are empty. Where is she? So we have children performing in a while. So they'll feel good if you come front and, encourage them. Should we keep a schedule there? Just speak on just announce that. Just announce. Additional chief secretary. Madam, I didn't see you in telling them so much. Freud? He's from Skya. Good evening, everybody. I hope you had some good snacks and tea, coffee. So I really glad to share that Srimati Uma Mahadevan Madam is here. So I'm going to tell you. She was ill and she said she can't come. I said many people are waiting and she said, okay, I'll come for 5 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. She's a senior administrative service office and she's currently serving as development commissioner and additional chief secretary of government of Karnataka. As a public servant, she has served various capacities and roles at both union as well as state level, including departments of women and child development, agriculture, education, health, and family welfare. In her previous role as additional chief secretary of rural development and Panchayati Raj government of Karnataka, she works at the rural administrative level such as Gram Panchayats, Taluk Panchayats, Zilla Panchayats. She's a queen on working on development issue and has worked with women entrepreneurship, child libraries, and Anganwadi workers in line with her strong perspective for using decentralized approach to achieve development goal. This is her official bio I'm reading, but I want to share that she has been an amazing leader in RDPR. That's how we worked with her, and she's really promoting women in Gram Panchayats, that is village level women, to get into solid waste management. And she's the first person who has got thousands of women to drive vehicle and create entrepreneurship through solid waste management. In addition to that, she has always been encouraging us to do more and more work and open arms for citizen engagement in her department. So personally, I'm very honored that Madam has come. And ma'am, we have nearly 16 countries represented here. And we have people online also. 1,600 people are watching online and almost 360 hours
of watching has happened since yesterday online, and that is a big thing. So we have really talked a lot of organic waste management and decentralized waste management and inclusion of workers and women in the whole sector. And since you have done so much of inclusion in this, we would like you to address the group and talk about how Karnataka government has taken this solid waste management in rural area very seriously. You can sit there and speak also.
Thank you so much, Nalini ji, and it's a delight. Thank you, Froy. And it's a delight and an honor to be here with all of you. I was looking forward to this. Unfortunately, I've had a very hectic 2 weeks of travel and work. I'm also, along with Development Commissioner, I'm also still holding Panchayat Raj and also still holding skill development, which is why it's like 3 roles, kind of driving me a bit, quite heavy. But I'm glad I was able to come. I have been looking forward to having this discussion. Karnataka has been working in the area of solid waste management in rural areas. Of course, urban areas also, there are initiatives, as you're all well aware. But in rural Karnataka, which is my remit, because we have nearly 6,000 village local bodies elected by the people, and these are given the responsibility of solid waste management in their jurisdictions. So these 6,000 village local bodies have around 95,000 local elected representatives, 50% of whom are women. And of course, it's also representative in terms of marginalized groups and different categories, SC, ST, OBCs, and so on. We also have several trans persons who have identified as trans, who are also members of the Gram Panchayats. So we have been, in the last few years, we have been grappling with this whole idea of how we should manage solid waste in rural areas. And of course, the usual first steps is that we first, there's a program designed, and then it's kind of top down, and we have a scheme where under the Swachh Bharat Gramin, we have these buildings coming up, the segregation sheds. Land is identified, segregation sheds are built, then a waste collection vehicle is bought, and then we start thinking about how we're going to run these things. When I saw how these were happening, especially just in the middle of COVID, I looked at what was happening, and I found that what was actually happening in the first year was that the poorest women, the elderly women, women with disabilities, women from different marginalized groups, were forced to do the dirty work of segregating mixed waste, which was by default, because they didn't have any option. There's always somebody who's poor enough to have to do the work, the degrading work that we kind of give to them because our processes are not very solid. So we immediately realized, I discussed with my team, and we said that this is not okay, because neither is it okay in terms of dignity and self-respect for the poorest people to have to do this degrading work, nor is it even okay sustainably if people are not going to segregate their waste even at the source. How does it even work? Where is the partnership and where is the ownership? So we said, instead of the Gram Panchayat, so the Gram Panchayat is this elected local body. So instead of the Gram Panchayat just giving this work to people who have no other option, we said that the Gram Panchayat will sign an MOU, an agreement with the local women's groups. The women locally, self-help groups, they are federated into a larger group at the Gram Panchayat level. So we said the Gram Panchayat, the village Panchayat will sign an agreement. The Women's Federation will identify those women from among their federation who are interested and willing to do this work. Those women who are selected will thereafter be trained, and we took up the training in 2 of our institutions. Across the state, we've got training locations. We will also do this not only in terms of the segregation, but also end to end. So, behavior change communication, user fee collection, collection of the waste, secondary segregation, segregation happening in the this thing, disposal of the waste, which is segregated. By selling it and getting revenues for the panchayat. All this will be managed by women in a micro enterprise model. But most importantly, even the work of driving the vehicles and going house to house to collect the waste will be done by women. And the women will be trained not to accept mixed waste. So this was a big thing. And it was a big sea change, and it was a policy decision. And many of our colleagues in the team itself felt that this is never going to happen. They said it was utopian. They said, madam, you will not find rural women coming forward to drive. So 3 years ago, we had 0 women driving the waste collection vehicles. Today, we have, I'm happy to say, 3,400 women driving. They have all come forward on their own voluntarily, raise their hands and come forward to attend 30-day residential workshops, residential training workshops as drivers, got the driving licenses. You'll be surprised, or maybe not so surprised. The patriarchal thing is so strong that even after getting their driving licenses, they were not getting the keys to the vehicle. So then we did another push. People were so reluctant. What will happen? How will these women drive? The roads are not safe, all kinds of reasons, right? And but the women have just come forward. Additionally, we have more than 12,000 trained women who are working on the user fee collection, on the behavior change communication, on the waste segregation, working in the units. And so we have more than 15,400, what I call green livelihoods, which have been created as a result of this. This is basically, it's like this glass is, you can go to the panchayat and say this glass is half empty. There is still waste, it's still being mixed, people are still, but, or you can say, there are some women who are working on this. But this glass, I can tell you, was not on the table when we started. 3 years ago, there was no glass on the table. They were all doing it as as a kind of this thing. So that's the first big success. And in this I have to say that along with our governmental training institutes, MGIRED and SIRD, we have had amazing support from Hasrudala, Nalini, and all her entire team. We've had amazing support from NGOs like Sahas. We have had Stone Soup working with us. We have had Velu Srinivasan coming from Tamil Nadu and conducting trainings. We had a 1-day training, morning to evening, where none of us moved, starting with 2 additional chief secretaries, myself and my colleague. We had 31 young IS officers who are from the districts. We were, I think, about 50 IS officers, as well as all our teams. We were a group of some 200 or so. And everybody went through that entire training which Velu Srinivasan did, showed us videos, showed us this thing. Even the chief secretary attended that program. And after that, we did a residential 15-day training for people within the system, because we realized that this is not something that can be done only by those outside. We wanted hearts and minds to change and to understand the importance of building sustainability, building inclusion, building gender into this. You can't do this without building gender into it. You can't do this without building inclusion into it. You can't just have one outcome and say, we want clean villages, and imagine that you can have clean villages or clean rural areas without having women be equal partners, or without having people with disabilities be equal partners, or people who are elderly be equal partners in this whole thing. So this is something, or the local elected representatives, they also need to understand. So this is something that we did. It's a very long journey, but I'm happy to say that we have reached a point. It's nowhere near the tipping point, but certainly we have reached a point where panchayats are doing this. We have young fellows. We've identified and selected some development fellows. In North Karnataka, there are cases of lighthouse panchayats where this is happening successfully it's happening sustainably, and the empowerment for women has been outstanding. Whenever I ask, when we call our Swachh Vahini drivers and we have meetings, every year for Women's Day, March 8th, we actually call our Swachh Vahini drivers, the women who drive, and we ask them. For the last 3 years, we've been able to call 2 from every district. So we've been able to fill a room like this in the Panchayat Raj Commissionerate, and we actually cut a cake with them. And last year and the year before, we had photo cakes with their pictures, 30 women in a truck, and that was the cake that we cut. But the more important thing is it has brought change in the lives of these women. And when I ask them what is the biggest change, they actually are not talking about the livelihoods. They're not talking about the income that they're able to generate for themselves. They say, we are now able to go to the panchayat. We are now able to go to our local government. We now understand what participation means in the panchayat. So this is the bigger picture. It's not only about waste management. It's about living in a sustainable way and being a part, feeling that you're participating in your local governance. And waste management is a very, very critical part of local governance. Additionally, what do they say? They say there was one woman in Kolar. She's the president of a women's federation. You were there that day. And she said, for 18 years after I got married, I did not step into the panchayat. I never thought that the panchayat is basically a local government. For those of you who are not from India, it's the local government, it's the local council, elected council. So she said, I did not step into the panchayat. I never thought that that was women's work. And after doing this, I have taken it up. Now I interact with them almost daily on WhatsApp and on phone, and I have absolutely no fear. So this is a huge feeling. So what they're actually saying, not in so many words, is that it's a huge feeling of empowerment. Because what does the panchayat symbolize? The panchayat symbolizes power. It symbolizes the local seat of power. So that's something. The second thing that they tell me is there was a woman from Ramnagar. I don't know if you were there that time. She's a driver. So she used to be working in a garment factory and she used to be getting a lot less. But then when the panchayat said that we're looking for women to come forward and learn driving, she said, let me go and learn. Her family said, why do you want to go and learn how to drive a waste collection vehicle? It's a small mini truck. So she said, no, I'll just learn. I'll attend, I'll learn, I'll get my driving license, and then I'll quit after a month. That was 2 years ago. She's still out there and she's still driving, and she's loving the driving. She says, I'm so glad that I started. Another woman in Bagalkot told me that for the first week, people used to say, why are you driving a waste collection vehicle? After the first week, they would say, look, she's out there driving her vehicle. So they've lost the idea of waste. She's driving a vehicle. So this visible symbol of empowerment. There are some of the women who have told me that after my children and my family, my vehicle is my most treasured thing, which I thought was really something very special. So they feel the sense of empowerment. Why I wanted to share this is that we can, with one element. So waste management is one part of creating a sustainable and green future for ourselves. But with one element, we can achieve many outcomes, many objectives. That we are including people. So I keep telling our teams that even when you're selecting women or selecting people to do the segregation in the segregation units, you don't need to have, this is not sole income. They're not working from 9 to 5. You don't need to have people working from 9 to 5, and you don't need to count the time. You can ask the women, they may be elderly, they may have care burdens, they may have to look after chronically ill people at home. They can come and do that segregation, 2 hours work. Even if 2 hours work is done in 4 hours, it's still okay. You can still pay them, you can still share, because and you're not paying them, they are sharing the revenues generated. So this allows us, in fact, people with disabilities also, who have severe disabilities, can do the segregation and they can get livelihoods. This allows us to bring inclusive livelihoods into waste management, which is again a part of, I think, inclusion and sustainability. The other thing is, we are now trying to create a consciousness about fuel, as well as about the cost of fuel, as well as emissions. One district where I visited, I think I told you once, that they were actually, the women were collecting the waste, they were putting it in the unit, and then the MRF would come and collect it every day. I said, this is just not going to happen. Unsegregated waste would go to the MRF, and they would do the segregation there. So then my colleague said, but madam, there are 8 women there standing and doing the segregation. I said, that's not the point. Waste should be first segregated over here, and only the segregated waste should be sent out, because then you are able to create some livelihoods here. You don't have to create super livelihoods at one point. Of course, for certain categories of waste and certain kinds of waste, you need the MRF there, but whatever can be handled within the so we are trying to create a model with concentric circles, and we are trying to track waste and see where does it go, where does textile waste go, where does C&D waste go, how can we handle e-waste, what can we do with biomedical waste, what can we do with diapers. These are all things that are still questions to us, but the fact that we're asking these questions, I should talk about a colleague of mine, elected president in Udupi, Vanse. It's a small, tiny panchayat with only 750 households. So we traveled together to an SBCC conference in Morocco, and he was telling me, he presented over there to a room just like this. He presented over there and he said 750 houses, but they have been collecting wet and dry waste, because we ideally don't want to collect wet waste. We want wet waste to be handled as at the source itself, but where it's not possible, they have to collect it. So they have collected wet waste and segregated wet waste into 12 categories. They are segregating dry waste into 40 plus categories. They have been running this consistently. They now collect waste from 7 panchayats, and they have got a profit and revenues of they've got now in their bank, after paying the amounts, paying the costs and everything, they've got something like 12.5 lakhs in their bank account. So waste is actually working out for them, and they are now, even as I speak, there is one panchayat from North Karnataka, from Yadgir, which has gone on a study visit to Vanse. Point I'm saying is, 3 years ago, we were only sending people to Kerala to go and study solid waste management. Now we are sending people within our own state. Very soon we'll be sending, thank you. Very soon we'll be sending people within the district itself, because we will have lighthouses in every district where they will see that, and they will tell each other, because rather than me as an outsider sitting in Bangalore telling them, they will tell each other. People in Yadgir will tell each other that if we can do it, you can too. And that's why a Yadgir team has gone to Udupi to see that we are part of the same state. If Udupi can do it, why can't Yadgir? So this is something that we're trying to do. I feel that the Global South should actually think a lot about how we can embed gender, embed inclusion, every kind of inclusion, across age, across disability, across categories, into, because it doesn't matter what are the kinds of livelihoods that we can think of for severely disabled people. Certainly, this can be like an occupational therapy, and it can be dignified work, it can be clean work, and it can be a way of being productively occupied as part of your own local community. It can also be care. While a person with severe intellectual disabilities is doing this work, they're also cared for by others. So these are the ways in which we have to think at different levels. We have to treat waste not only as wealth that is pretty cliched and everybody is recognizing, and that's why we are having now extractive models for taking waste and handling it. So many people are eager to handle it, but more than that, we have to treat this as an opportunity where we can create dignified livelihoods, and we can also create our own models. The Global South, countries like India, Philippines, all of us, all of y'all experts who are here, we should document and share our own experiences so that we can actually come up with our own models. The machinery intensive, capital intensive model is not required here. We can come up with much more sustainable, dignified, decentralized models of handling our waste, which will actually enable more people to get livelihoods rather than less, and will actually build a greener planet and sustainable future for all of us. Thanks so much for
That was inspiring, and I just can't let you go without telling you all. She has really created a movement of libraries in Karnataka, and in some of the places, it's in the bus stand and wherever they find. So huge reading culture she has created in Karnataka. I just asked her to talk about solid waste management. There are many other initiatives she has done, and she's been recognized across the country for her initiative in library. Thank you, ma'am. I know that you were not well and still you came up. Thank you very much for this. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. You spoke exactly what we have been talking last 2 days. Yeah. So they really work. It's good. So we share that. And of course, she's going to take us to
ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾ?
Indeed, it was very nice to hear ma'am talking about different models that can be implemented in the local government. Now, moving ahead, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Fraulein Grante, Executive Director Gaia, to speak about the opportunities for future engagement with Gaia Network. Over to you, Froy.
Thank you, Nirmala. Can I have the other microphone? Okay, so while they're getting the microphone, standing between you and the cultural performance, after this we'll be closing officially. But before we end, no, we're only closing the conference, the conference part of this, and we still have the. So it's the light or the height? Okay, light. Okay, light. Um, anyway, so we're only closing no the conference part, and we still have the study tour tomorrow. But even after that, we hope that the space that we've created today, the past 2 days, will never be closing. And with this, I'd like to share with you some opportunities to ensure that this doesn't end here. No, that this doesn't end in Bangalore. Next slide, please. So first, I'd just like to share that you are all welcome to the Gaia Network. Next slide. Gaia Network right now is composed of 138 members across 24 countries. This is only in the Asia Pacific region. Around the world, we're more than 1,000 members, but in Asia, we are in 24 countries, and we have 6 national and sub-regional national alliances. That's in the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, the Zero Waste Himalaya, and we hope to build more in other places. So if you're interested, do let us know. And the first space to engage is if you want to be a Gaia member. Trish, please raise your hand. Trish is over there. She's our network engagement officer. Please reach out to her if you want to become a Gaia member. It's a very simple process, and she can guide you through that. Next. Aside from being a member, we also create spaces like this, for sub-regional engagement. And I would like to take this time now to share this with you. Again, this is an invitation. This is a way for us to continue engaging, because Gaia's strength is when people come together, like what we've seen in the past 2 days. So these are the spaces where we could come together. Next. The first one, looking at reuse as an issue. We have facilitated the creation of the Asia Reuse Consortium, where we bring governments, NGOs, and social enterprises to come together and advocate for reuse as a solution to plastic pollution. So if you're interested, reach out. Next. We've shared with you the Zero Waste Cities Network. We have here the officials from the Zero Waste Network Philippines, the first organized Zero Waste Cities Network, but we have members in other places. Now, if you're interested to have your city officials be part of this network so they could learn from each other, this is another avenue. Next. We also have, next, the Zero Waste Youth, come back. Of course, it is important to engage the youth, and there are many groups working with them already. And this is a dedicated space where we try to help them grow as leaders. So if you are working with youth, if you have a youth arm, we would love for you to be part of the Asia Zero Waste Youth Network. Next. Every January, we are celebrating the International Zero Waste Month. No? There are other groups who are trying to co-opt to use the name Zero Waste. And there are other examples being touted as zero waste. But this is our chance to really claim what is zero waste for us and to highlight the amazing work that's happening on the ground. And of course, it's a year-round thing, but every January, we just really want to put a spotlight on zero waste as a solution. So we encourage you to participate this year. Next. This January was the second time that it was an International Zero Waste Month, and we've had more than 300 events across 63 cities. And these are just the Gaia and member events. No other partners have been organizing their own. So imagine more than 300 events putting a spotlight on the solutions as well as the issues that we are still facing in 19 countries. And next year, we hope that you could participate and bring your own. No? It's a seminar, a composting training, whatever. Just participate and become part of the global celebration of zero waste, the kind of zero waste that we want the world to see. Next. We also have the Zero Waste Academy. This is both an online thing and an in-person thing. There are several courses here. The first one was implementing Zero Waste program, and we've had several graduates here. I'm seeing some of them. If you want to join, there's a website, the Zero Waste Academy. There's a training on organics and a few other things. So if you're interested, or if you want to offer your own courses, no, for other members to participate in, the Zero Waste Academy is a network platform for all of us. Next. Another avenue, every January 6th, has been designated as Refuse Single-Use Day. Someone mentioned a while ago that maybe part of our commitment is not to use single-use plastic bottles. And we have a special day just to really spotlight that problem. No, it's every January 6th because it's the start of the Zero Waste Month to highlight that a clear barrier from achieving real zero waste are single-use plastic. No, so if you can organize something on every January 6th for the Refuse Single-Use Day. Next. Okay. Next. Next, please. Of course, we're also spotlighting, we won't be Gaia if we're not talking about incineration as a false solution, as a problem. So every June 3rd is the International Day of Action Against Incineration. So if you are facing this issue, or if you currently have an incineration, or if you have a current fight, this is a day to put a spotlight, no, in solidarity with all other communities that are facing the same threat of incineration. Next. So these are some of the pictures this year for the celebration of the International Day Against Incineration. Next. If you want more spaces to engage with other Gaia members, Gaia Asia Pacific has several work groups for right now on zero waste cities that includes reuse, organics, and model building. You can join the Asia Pacific Zero Waste Cities work group, or the false solutions, looking at chemical recycling, incineration. Just transition as a special look at waste pickers and waste workers, and plastic policy, especially in the context of the global plastics treaty negotiations that are happening right now. Next. Again, Gaia is about the membership, no? And Gaia is about diversity of the membership. We have seen that over the past 2 days, no? For example, questions like, why are we using sawdust in our composting? So in a city where you have 44,000 people in a small space and all of their food waste are, of course, wet waste, there's no space to get leaves, and sawdust is the only option. That is what's being used. Of course, in other places, that's not practical. That's not what's needed. No, they don't have cow dung. They don't have other resources. That's the beauty of the Gaia network. Again, different models exist in different contexts. Groups have been innovating based on available resources that are available on the ground. By the way, just to ensure, the cancer around the concern around cancer and sawdust is especially concerning for those working in wood manufacturing, no? Because the concern is it's very fine particles. You inhale it, it's carcinogenic. It's carcinogenic level 1, similar to alcohol and the sun, right? So meaning it may, especially if you work for wood carving where you inhale it, but in composting, we haven't done the research, no? So we're not sure. But again, that's a value of this space because we're being asked these questions, and it's a way for us to improve our systems. That is the beauty of the Gaia network, where our diversity is a way for us to learn from each other and improve the work that we're doing on the ground, while recognizing that context is very different in many places, and we have to recognize that different groups are working on different contexts. Next. I know we've heard a lot of amazing presentations, and many of you have been asking where to get the presentations. It's now available on the website. You can visit the Organics Congress microsite. All the presentations are there, and you can access it easily. Please use it responsibly. No, within Gaia, our principle is that everything is copyleft. There's no copyright because our goal is to spread knowledge, right? But please don't use it to justify incineration. So use it the right way. So this is the website, and we'll send the link later. Next. But we've seen a lot of our work that's very local. And the question for us is, there is definitely value. Change is possible. Change is happening at the local level. But the reality is that the global spaces, there are things that are happening that we have to engage in, and we have to use the work that we're doing to leverage and to influence that and to contribute to that. No? So this won't take long, but I would like to highlight some of these opportunities because this is really a moment for us to link our local and national work. Because even if we don't connect, no, at some point, these global processes would have an impact on the work that we are doing. And if you don't engage, the impact might be a negative one. So some of the opportunities, next slide. If you are participating in COP, no, we have a side event there looking at methane reduction and environmental justice, and with clear recommendations, no, for the global methane pledge. So Mahesh will be part of that and a few others. So if you are joining the COP, please join this panel. Next. Shibu and a few others have mentioned this, but I wanted to highlight this because, again, the consequences of us not engaging might be detrimental to the work that we are doing. There is now a global momentum on methane and the waste sector. We have seen, for example, in COP26, more than 150 countries have endorsed the global methane pledge. And that's not all countries. India is not a signatory and a few others, but 150 countries is significant. There's a lot of interest. Top 30 countries are expected to submit their second NDCs, and this is an opportunity for us to make sure that waste is part of that. When we did scoping of all the NDCs, many of those currently does not include waste as a component. So this is an opportunity for us to engage with our governments beyond this conference, so beyond the work that we're doing. This is an opportunity for us. And as a consequence of both the Global Methane Pledge and the new round of submissions of NDCs, we are expecting new financial flows into the sector. And if waste is not part of the conversation, the consequence is that waste will not get the financial resources to move forward the work that you are doing. So again, it is important that while we're doing the local work, we are connecting this and we are contributing this to the global spaces. Next. So another development is at COP28, the US and a few other countries launched the Lowering Organic Waste Methane Partnership, or Low Methane Partnership, with this ambition: at least 1 million metric tons of annual waste sector reduction before 2030, working with 40 subnational jurisdictions. And the goal is to unlock over 10 billion in public and private investment. So the question for you is, where do you want the 10 billion to go? Do you want the likes of the US, Saudi Arabia, or a few other donor countries to decide only on their own? Or do we use our knowledge, our experience for the past 20, in Jyoti's case, 50 years, to actually shape this, to ensure that this goes into the kind of solutions that we have just been talking over the past 2 days? Next. And we have a tool. We collectively developed the environmental justice principle as a tool towards just transition in the waste sector. And our invitation for all of you is to use this as a tool to work with your governments, whether at the sub-national or the national level, and to ensure that we stop putting resources in false solutions or end-of-pipe solutions like landfills and incinerators, and to ensure that organics are not going into this. Next. So we'll just review. I won't go through all of them, but I'd like to spotlight 3 of them and some of the policy opportunities for each of these 3 principles. Again, we believe this could be a powerful tool, and the reason why I want to close with this, because this is an invitation for us to really use this as our tool to help drive the conversation and move it to the direction that we want it. So next slide. So on principle number 1, planetary boundaries to ensure intergenerational equity, some of the policies that are out there. So number 1, we've seen some of you told this as an example in your stories, the prevention of organic waste at every stage, from production, transportation, and consumption. No? So we've looked at, for example, today, food loss versus food waste, depending on at what point did it happen. But we're looking at stopping or preventing food waste or organic waste in all these stages. Food rescue as one element. No, I've done a bit of scoping with some of you, and we've seen that in many countries, food rescue, food banking is still a very small work. No, not many groups are utilizing it. It's still in a way experimental. So could really be an opportunity to be included. And recycling of organic materials through composting or biodigesters. So these are some of the things that we hope could be integrated in like in the NDCs of our respective governments. Next. What is unacceptable for us? Methane to carbon swap. Meaning there are some people who say we need to reduce carbon and the solution is will emit methane, no? Or vice versa. So incineration, RDFs, waste co-firing, and other thermal techs are not acceptable solutions. And we need to really be putting forward that there are acceptable and better solutions out there. No? And we know the reasons. I won't go through all of these reasons. And the past few days have really been about all of this. Next. Next is principle number 2. I think we've heard from the waste pickers and the waste workers here. And one way to put in practice principle number 2 is to ensure that waste pickers and waste workers are not only present, that they're able to meaningfully participate, contribute, and shape the conversation. No? Recognizing that they are the most vulnerable and oftentimes their voices are not being considered. And we need to put these principles in practice in our individual work, in our cities, in our national advocacy work. Next. So some of the checklists that we could consider, again, this is a guide for all of us, but we have groups here like Hasirudala, SMS, and a few others who've been working with them. No, and again, the value of the Gaia Network is that we're able to learn from each other. So feel free to reach out if you need more. But checklist is one. We have to know, no, who are the waste pickers and waste workers in places that we're working with, build capacities of government to engage with them, design and develop recycling systems that build upon and strengthen existing informal sector rather than displacing it. No? Because this is happening already. We've seen privatization, for example, that mechanizes collection, but often at the expense of informal waste pickers and waste workers. Next, ensure that autonomy and aspirations, of waste pickers are accounted and develop a just transition framework in the waste sector with specific measures, no, not something that is ambiguous or all motherhood statements. Next. So the last principle I'd like to highlight is principle number 5, which is to support holistic solutions through systems change. No? We have highlighted that before, that management, manage men and manage me, because it all starts with us. But all of us in this room are doing our part already. And yet the problem is still there because the problem is systemic, right? It's not an and or thing. We have to manage ourselves and we have to push towards changing systems change. We could all refuse straws. We could all compost our waste. But it really wouldn't make a difference if the system is not changing. But our individual actions could be prompt, no, or pressure to change the system as a way to show that it can be done. No? So encourage policymakers and practitioners not to work in isolation. I think in the first panel, we've heard that around how we have stereotypes of NGOs not coordinating with their government agencies, or the idea is that we do not work in isolation. And hopefully, the past 2 days has been a space to start that. No? Next, to ensure that key success indicators for projects and finance have multidimensional criteria. Sometimes they just measure how much ton of waste have you diverted, but what are the other social impacts of the work that we're doing? No, what are the other environmental impacts of the work that we're doing? A quick survey: how many of you have measured your waste diversion? How much waste you've prevented? Raise your hand. How many of you have measured the greenhouse gases that was prevented by that waste diversion? So there's a few, but much less than those who raise their hand. So there's really a way to look at the same work that we're doing, no, but in a multidimensional lens. Okay. Next, encourage alliance building and joint strategy development, and implement waste projects in collaboration with civil society and government. Okay. Next. So again, we invite you, your organizations, to use the framework as a tool to strengthen our advocacy and our engagement with our governments and policymakers, both local, national, and at the global spaces. Next. So if you need more resources, we have these resources. Again, this presentation is available online, so you don't need to copy them, but they are available for all of us. And to put everything in practice, next, I would like again to highlight this opportunity that the Zero Waste Cities Network have launched this Zero Waste Cities Pledge. The context of this is in the Paris Agreement. When the US pulled out of the Paris Agreement, there was a gap, no, in terms of if national governments are not stepping up, what's the role of local governments? Because just because one country or one president doesn't like something doesn't mean that the whole country is not doing anything. So if there is a gap in the national leadership, there is a space for cities to step up. And this is the context of the Cities Methane Pledge, especially for many of you who have been doing this already. So to put this in practice, we'd like to invite everyone to work with your cities to sign the Cities Pledge. The goal is to reduce methane emission from waste by 70% by 2030. And that's not very ambitious because you've all been doing the solutions already. And just to have a symbolic moment, I'd like to invite Ms. Gemma Doble of the Zero Waste Cities Network to receive the application of the first applicant from this Congress. We have Ms. Gaitari Babu, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health and Sanitation, Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, Kerala, who signed and submitted her application for the city's methane pledge. So the form has been signed, and Ms. Gemma Doble, representing the Zero Waste Cities Network, will receive the application. Thank you so much, Ms. Babu and Ms. Doble, and welcome to the Zero Waste Cities Network, Zero Waste Cities Methane Pledge. We hope to have more city officials join them, and we hope to show that local actions have global impact. Next slide. So with that, thank you, maraming salamat, and have a good afternoon.
So as we approach the conclusion of the Organic Congress, Hello. As we approach the conclusion of our Organic Congress, we invite you to join us for the closing ceremony. We once again invite Fräulein Grate from Asia Pacific for the turnover ceremony. Fräulein, over to you.
So as mentioned, we're not closing, we're passing the baton, or in this case, the banner. I would like to invite Nalini, our host for this year's Organic Congress, to come up the stage. Can we give a round of applause to Hasarudala for all the organizing and for hosting us here? For the entire team, thank you so much. They've been an amazing host. So can we ask all the Hasarudala staff to please stand and be recognized? Thank you for all your work. I know it's been several sleepless nights and stressful days, but the good news is you'll pass the stress to someone else this time. Who would host the next Organics Congress? Can you make a guess? Who stepped up? Who volunteered to host the next Organics Congress? I'm happy to share that the next time we'll be gathering, we'll be traveling to Indonesia. So I would like to request, actually, this is just speaky, but I'd like to request the entire contingent of the Indonesia Zero Waste Alliance to please come up the stage and receive the Organics Congress Trophy banner from Nalini. All as we, I think aside from the Indians, of course, our local hosts, our Indonesian friends are the biggest contingent. Edel. Edel. Pero saan yung isa? For photo op, hawakan. Ah, bubuksan din pala. So our goal is 10 years from now, this will be the most well-traveled banner in the world. So again, thank you, India, Hasirudala, India Zero Waste Alliance, and thank you, ASWI and YPBB for agreeing to host the next Organics Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is not the closure. You're going to have a treat with all our children from our library. Buguri will be performing, and it is all 4 different kinds of folk art they will be, um, showing today. So before that, I just wanted to kind of do a formal closure for this particular event. And I think we've all learned there were a lot of people who had an aha moment, and some people said, oh, this is something I do, so I'm doing it correctly. Some people came and said, oh, it is inspiring, so I want to do it. So many of us have going back with a lot more energy, lot more commitment to what we have agreed to. And the declaration, of course, it is draft, but the draft declaration just shows how much we want to work together for the same cause and work in solidarity. So thank you very much on behalf of all waste speakers we work with, all the team members of Hasirudala for giving us this opportunity to host you. And we thoroughly enjoyed. I hope you also enjoyed. I know, except for a little bit of stay for the first night, I think most went well. And a lot of people came and said they had good food. So we are happy. When you are happy, your tummy is happy, we are happy. Thank you very much. And we look forward to meet you all again in Indonesia.
Uh, Now we have a special cultural performance by the children of the Bugri Library. From here, my colleagues Chinmai and Ramita will take over. Over to you guys.
Awesome. Can you get this mic on as well, please? Good evening, everyone. I'm Ramita.
Hello, Namaskara. I'm Chinmay.
A warm welcome to all of you. We are truly delighted to have you here for today's cultural celebration presented by young talents from Hasiru Dala's Bugari Children's Program. Bugari means a spinning top, a simple toy that spins with energy, balance, and focus. Much like the spinning top, Mugari is a safe space where children from marginalized waste-picking communities find their center, harness their energy, and achieve their full potential. This initiative empowers them by creating a nurturing environment for exploration, learning, and growth beyond the confines of their circumstances.
Today, we celebrate not only their creativity, but their resilience, determination, and spirit of joy. Let's begin by applauding these bright young minds and the Bugri program that provides them with the tools to dream big and achieve their potential. We are thrilled to have you witness the beauty of folk tradition through performances by our talented Bugri children from various parts of Karnataka. Without further ado, let's get started with our first performance.
Our first act is the vibrant kolata, a traditional folk dance also known as the stick dance. Kolata is a wonderful display of synchronized movements where dancers use sticks to create rhythmic patterns accompanied by joyful songs. This folk art is not only a cultural expression but also a testament to unity, strength, and coordination. This dance is popular in communities across Mysore, Mandya, and Coorg, and we are so excited to see it brought to life today by the Buguri team from Mysore City, where even the air smells like royalty and tradition, and the city parties with palaces, parades, and a cultural flair to make your head spin faster than a Buguri. Let's give them a big round of applause.
No. We distributed after high tea within the auditorium. ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ
ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಹೆಣ್ಣೆ ನಿಲ್ಲೇನ ಬರುತ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನ್ನಾಣೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೊಡದಾಣೆ ನಿನ್ನಾಣೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೊಡದಾಣೆ ನಿಲ್ಲು ನಿಲ್ಲೆನ್ನವಳೆ ಕರೆದಾವೆ ಕೈಯ ಬಳೆ ಬೀಡಾವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ನಗೆ ಮುಗುಳೆ ಬೀಡಾವೆ ನಿನ್ನ ನಗೆ ಮುಗುಳೆ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಜಾಡಿ ಸಿಡಿಲು ಬಡ್ದರು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಡಗಾದ ಕೈಯ ಬಿಡಲಾರೆ ಕಡಗಾದ ಕೈಯ ಬಿಡಲಾರೆ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ನೀನು ಕೊಡಗಿ ತಂದ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಚಂದ ನಿಂಗೂ ನನ್ಗಲ್ಲಿಯ ಸಂಬಂಧ ನಿಂಗೂ ನನ್ಗಲ್ಲಿಯ ಸಂಬಂಧ
ಬಂಗಾರ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿಯೊಡವೆ ಸಿಂಗಾರ ಮಾಡಿಸುವೆ ಹೆಂಗಾರ ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಚಲುವೆ ಹೆಂಗಾರ ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಚಲುವೆ
ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲು ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲೆ ಕೋಲಣ್ಣ ಕೋಲೆ
Up next, we got two very special performances from coastal region of Karnataka, Mangalore, where the waves may be calm, but the culture is always splashing. So first we are diving into Huli Kunita, a tiger dance. We all want to unleash our tiger sometimes. So, well, these kids are actually doing it, bringing goddess Durga's fierce spirit to life with vibrant costume and some seriously impressive dance moves. Then brace yourself for some epic storytelling with Yakshagana, a traditional theatre performance where mythological heroes come alive through elaborate costumes, dramatic dialogues, and lively music. This art form has captured the imagination of people for centuries. So grab your popcorns, at least pretend so, and get ready to be wowed.
Switch this on. Okay, that was a really energetic performance by the Bugiri team. Our next performance takes us back to Mysore as the children present Kamsale, a devotional folk art linked to the worship of Lord Mahadeshwara, the revered guardian of forest and destroyers of evil. Kamsale is known for its rhythmic music and devotional songs, performed with cymbals that create melodious harmony. Rooted in the culture of the Kuruba Gowda community, Kamsale has a rich history and deep spiritual significance. Honoring Lord Mahadeshwara's legendary tales, let's welcome the Mysore Bogri children as they share this special tradition with us.
ಆನುಮಲೆ ಜೇನುಮಲೆ ಗುಂಜುಮಲೆ ಗುಲಗಂಜುಮಲೆ ಏಳುಮಲೆ 77 ಮಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ನಲಿದು ನಾಟ್ಯವಾಡುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪಾಜಿ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಪ್ಪನ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಹೋಗೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ. ವಿಘ್ನಸುರನೇ ಹರ ಹರ ಗೌರಿಯ ಮುದ್ದಿನ ಕುವರನೇ, ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ಕಲಿಸಿದ ಗುರುವೇ ಕೊಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಗನ್ಮತಿಯ. ವಿಘ್ನಸುರನೇ ಹರ ಹರ ಗೌರಿಯ ಮುದ್ದಿನ ಕುವರನೇ, ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ಕಲಿಸಿದ ಗುರುವೇ ಕೊಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಗನ್ಮತಿಯ. ಆನುಮಲೆ ಜೇನುಮಲೆ ಗುಂಜುಮಲೆ ಗುಲಗಂಜುಮಲೆ ಏಳುಮಲೆ 77 ಮಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ನಲಿದು ನಾಟ್ಯವಾಡುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪಾಜಿ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಪ್ಪನ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಹೋಗೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ. ಮುಂಗುಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇವನವರು ಮುಂದಲ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕಾಯಿ ಸಾಂಬ್ರಾಣಿಯ ಗಮ್ಲು ಮಂಜುಗವಿದಾವೆ. ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಮಾದಪ್ಪ ಬರುವಾಗ ಗುಡ್ಡಗಲ್ಲು ಗೂಡು ಗುಟ್ಟಿದವೋ, ಹುಲಿಯ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಮಾದೇವ ಬರುವ ಮಾಯಾ ನೋಡಯ್ಯ. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಗುಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ, ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಮುಂಗುಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ, ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಓ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ತಂದೀವ್ನಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕಾಣನಲ್ಲೋ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರನ, ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ನೀಡಿ ಧೂಪವ ಹಾಕಿ ಬೇಡುವೆನು ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರನ. ಗಂಡುಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲಿನ ಗದ್ದುಗೆಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇಂಡುಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಲಿನ ನಿದ್ದರೆಯೋ, ಎತ್ತಿದರು ದುಂಡು ಮಾದೇವನ ಗಂಡು ಹುಲಿಯ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಗುಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ, ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಮುಂಗುಂಡಾದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ, ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಓ ಓ ಓ ಆ ಓ ಓ ಕಾಡು ಪಾರಿವಾಳನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಲ್ಮಾರಿ ದುಂಬಿಗಳು, ದುಂಡಯ್ಯ ಕೂಗಿ ಕರೆದಾವೆ. ಕೋಗಿಲೆ ಎದ್ದು ಕೊಂಬೆಯ ನೇರಿ ಕೂಗುತ್ತವೆ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರನ. ಯಾವಣ ಲಕ್ಕಿ ಪಿಕ್ಕಿ ದುಂಡಯ್ಯನ ಕೂಗಿ ಕರೆದಾವೆ. ಮುಂಗುಂಡದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಮುಂಗುಂಡದ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಮಾಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ. ಓ ಓ, ಆ, ಓ, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೂಪವು ತಾನಂತೆ ಶಿವ ತಾನಿರನಂತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಳಿಗಳ ತಿರುಗುವ ಜನರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಅವನು ಕಲ್ಲಂತೆ. ಕಣ್ಣಿಲ್ಲದವರಿಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಂತೆ ಶಿವ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕಣ್ಣಾಗಿರನಂತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಳಿಗಳ ತಿರುಗುವ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಅವನೇ ಮಹಾ ಕಲ್ಲಂತೆ. ಮಾದೇವ ಮಲೆ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಲೆ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಾದೇವ ಮಲೆ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಲೆ ಮಾದೇವೋ. ನಾನು ಮಲೆಯ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಜೇನು ಮಲೆಯ ಮಾದೇವೋ. ನಾನು ಮಲೆಯ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಏಳು ಮಲೆಯ ಮಾದೇವೋ. ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಲೆ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಾದೇವೋ ಮಲೆ 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 ಮಾದೇವೋ. ಆನುಮಲೆ ಜೇನುಮಲೆ ಗುಂಜುಮಲೆ ಗುಲಗಂಜಿಮಲೆ ಏಳುಮಲೆ 77 ಮಲೆ ಒಳಗೆ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ನಲಿದು ನಾಟ್ಯವಾಡುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪಾಜಿ ಮುದ್ದು ಮಾದಪ್ಪನ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಹೋಗೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ.
The community there. Is that the last one? No,
No, one more Bangalore performance.
okay, after that, yeah.
I'm pretty sure everybody is trying to resist their urge to dance because I couldn't at the backstage. But after this thrilling performance, we are coming back to Bangalore, where we are going to witness a performance on a Tamte drum. The Tamte drum, once used to announce important event in villages, has evolved into powerful symbol of celebration and unity. Traditionally performed by men from marginalized community, today it has become a learning instrument embraced by all, especially by young women from Bugri team. They will showcase their drumming skills, reminding us of evolving yet deeply rooted cultural heritage of Karnataka. Let's give them a huge round of applause for this rhythmic performance.
My parents might be here, so we can go together. Okay. If it works out, else I'll come.
I'm just going to skip all of this. In one line, I'm going to say, and I'm going to call everyone. No, no. Emo is coming and talking about the community.
You want me to call them up? I don't mind. Do you want me to take this part of this?
No, I'm saying I will just sum it up in 4 lines and call nothing. Give them a hello. Give them a big round of applause, and I would like to call all the children on the stage. I request to come all the children on the stage so that we can celebrate their energy, their endurance, and their performance. I would also like to call Nalini on the stage.
Some of you were asking me who are these children, what is Bugri? I wanted to just explain. Bugri means spinning top in Kannada, and that's a program of children of waste pickers. So we work with about 8,000 children across Karnataka, out of which 2,500 children are part of Bugri. We have a physical library, and many places we don't have spaces. So it's a mobile library, means a person going with a bag with lot of library books, and all their parents are either working on landfills and or hair picker and waste pickers in the city and towns, and most of them are first generation learners. And as we know, in many of the places where we work, they are not allowed or no opportunity to formally learn an art. And we have tried our level best to make sure art is included in Bugri. We don't really work a lot on academic skills, but reading skill, and their academic ranking always comes up when you work on the reading skills. So not only that, they have represented us in many places, and this is the first time probably all of them are really performing to an audience in an auditorium like this. We have children coming from Bangalore. Children traveled from Mysore. And the Bugri children who have come all the way from Mangalore, traveling about 6 hours to perform to you. We wanted to showcase something, art and culture of Karnataka, but we thought this is the best way to do it. We have very little time, but our own children had so much talent, so we wanted to really share that with you. And ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. And we have Nagraj. He is one of our team member. He decided to do it himself today. And we have Harish, who also sang, and Chaitra. She's also part of our team, and teachers. And today morning you heard about closure of landfill, right? So part of the work was done by Harish for closing the landfill in Kodagu. So we are very, very, very honored that we have such talented team among us, and you have been meeting many of them. And thank you for being here and patiently watching. You want? Yeah.
Okay, so let's just give them given them a lot of claps. So one more time for these kids.
We wanted to give a small certificate. If you can come up, we'll just hand it over to Chaitra, and then they can. Hari, Chaitra. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ನಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಮ್ ಕಮ್. Thank you very much.
Then, can I do the art? Okay. Okay.
I'll just do the vote of thanks. Or
Yeah, you want me to introduce you?
No, no.
Okay.
So we want to also leave with a lot of energy. So they have one more thing that they want you to do it. Before that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who was part of participating. Thanks to Gaia, who really thought that we will be able to pull it off and having trust in us to make it happen. And thanks for every staff of Hasrudala who have really been put in heart and soul. And thank you. We had a lovely food from the caterer. We wanted to thank them also. And of course, tomorrow you will see more of some of you are coming with us for a field trip. We'll do it. So formally, I wanted to thank each and everyone. Thanks.
I really hope that you enjoyed the last 2 days with us and you've been able to network with everyone in the same field. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to wrap up this insightful exchange, let's come together and embrace the spirit of rhythm with the Advi group. So, who is Advi? Think of them as an inspiring art collective on a mission to blend traditional folk arts with contemporary creativity. At the heart of their ensemble is the parai, an ancient percussion instrument that has a knack of sparking celebration and community.
Guided by talented Naren, our very own maestro of folk art, Advi unites artists who are passionate about celebrating life through their craft. Their vision is to foster a world where equality flourishes, transcending boundaries of caste, gender, and background. So let's take a moment to let go of our formality and join together in this rhythm revolution of drum circle. Are you ready to celebrate? Let's make some joyful rhythm.
Hi all. Yeah, we are Adavi Arts Collective. Like we work with childrens and like we work in field of folk and tribal music, and then we do theater. Uh, like basically, our main instrument is parai. This is our identity for most of us in our team. Uh, like parai is not only instrument; it's a way of life. Like it is in from it, like parai is from birth to death. It travels with us from birth to death. Like for everything we have, for celebration we have unique beats, for death we have beats, for everything there is a particular beat in parai. Basically parai is played in death, so the people who play parai were told as so called untouchables, but it is not like that. Why parai is played in death is it's to confirm the person whether he is dead or not. Yeah, like even after playing parai, if nobody is moving, they are considered as dead. So so you should dance with us. Join us. Can we do one little rhythm thing? Yeah. Whatever I play, you play it in.
Now, you are learning this. Okay?
hello, 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 hello. Excuse me. Whoever get the seat, please come back.
Hope you all enjoyed this. So before we leave, we have an important announcement for tomorrow's program. So we have an exposure visit. We have an exposure visit for tomorrow. And please, huh? So the exposure visit is for the foreign delegates. So who are staying in the Chancery Hotel, please be ready by 7:45 a.m. Have your breakfast and be ready. The bus will be ready, or be ready by 7:40, and the bus will be waiting for you, and you'll be picked up, and you'll go to different facilities and other places, biogas units. So what we are lined up in a program. Then after that, after finishing the day's tour, we'll be heading for Mysore. And what else? And other guests who are in the Chancery will have to check out by noon, 12 noon. So this 15 foreign delegates will be leaving for the exposure visits, and others will be checking out around 12 noon. So those who are not checked out yet, so dinner will be there at the Chancery from 7 to 10. Yeah, just give your room numbers at the desk and you can go and have your dinner. Thank you all. Oh, okay, sorry.
You're from which place?
Yes, yes.